Townsend, the main villainous character of the former CBS and now Paramount Plus show Evil, once said that the forbidden is always desirable. He must be right, because on a show all about the evils of society, he's the biggest representation of pushing people to do awful things, and yet he's established himself as one of the biggest, if not the biggest, fan favorite of the show. It's all about the utter charm of unapologetic evil, and the inspirational side of rising above past struggles to become the empowered person he always longs to be. He's one of the most important pieces on the board of this story. I'm of the strong belief that the show simply wouldn't work without him. He's been the catalyst to every personal change other characters have gone through. Without him, they wouldn't have evolved. By observing which manipulation tactic Leland employs to corrupt each specific person, we gain important insight into that person's psyche. Lee's character functions as a window into all of the other characters' souls, telling us, the audience, who they really are deep down inside. He's the only one who can really rattle them. He, almost single-handedly, has moved the plot and the narrative forward through his own actions or his subtle influence over others, especially the main characters and their lives. Without Leland being the driving force behind them, most of the show's plots would not exist. We also wouldn't know much about how the demonic and the angelic work and function within the universe of evil, if not for the organization called the Psyche, which Leland introduced to us and brought to us. So without him, there is also not much supernatural lore to explore. And without Leland's humor and wit and charm, the show would simply not be entertaining enough for many of us. And how does one describe the infamous Dr. Leland Townsend? Metaphorical serpent in the garden, deliciously wicked, recruiter, therapist, manipulator, connector between hell and earth, forensic psychologist, corrupter, tempter, some type of boss at a big company, controller of public perception, master of religious ceremonies / satanic priest, ally of demons, temporary Catholic Church advisor / saboteur, thrower of voluntary possession parties, father-to-be, beacon of liberation from societal constraints, influencer for Team Lucifer, catalyst of change for other characters. After a past that belittled him, he found empowerment with demons and now works with an occult organization with the purpose of making the world a worse place. A man with an allegiance to the devil, the being who seems to have bettered his life. As a therapist, he can make people feel heard and understood, and then he can use that to tempt and corrupt them. Charming, irreverent, mischievous, chaotic fun. The type of person who would hook up with someone inside a confessional booth in a Catholic church, you know? He's that vibe. How do I know he's such a fan favorite? Well, I've done enough research all over social media, and I see the response he gets. He gets the biggest stands, his funny lines often get the most responses, official tweets about him often get the most likes. The character doesn't always get the most screen time, being kept as a mysterious off-screen force sometimes, and yet he's always used in official marketing materials. Promo photos, videos, etc. of him are posted at a higher proportion than the other characters, even when he's not in an episode that much. Because whoever runs these official accounts has noticed the absolute gold mine that is Leland Townsend. He brings in interest, attention, and the strongest devotion from the fan base. He's not just well liked, he commands the most loyalty from fans. The other characters don't have such a loyal fan base. The majority of fan works, be they edits, video fan cams, fanfics, etc., revolve around Leland, which we'll look into more later. First, we need to establish what is it about Leland that is so appealing to so many people who are certainly not evil people. Why do so many of us love him so much? Well, for starters, his brand of evil is fun, and he is always joyous and full of charisma, or full of a really piercing, chilling intensity that really draws you in and kind of mesmerizes you. He's pretty clever and intelligent too, while also showing vulnerability. In the show, he gives people permission to indulge in the dark side they already secretly want to indulge in, and that's fun for the audience to see. And there's an aspirational aspect to this liberation from societal constraints. He may choose to introduce you to this wonderful new life for the small price of your soul. And he tells some inconvenient, unpleasant truths that others don't want to acknowledge. So he can be this witty voice of truth. But it goes deeper than that, and that's what we're gonna look at today. And honestly, I'd like to remain neutral, but I can't because I have to admit that he is absolutely my favorite too. So aside from looking into his psyche, personality profile, a psychological analysis of why he does the things that he does at certain times, and what makes Leland Leland, we're also going on a whole journey, overanalyzing details, but for science. we'll veer off to a few tangents and do a deep dive into the character as a whole. Because there are times when the audience is left baffled by this show in general, which I don't think it's actually that complicated. So I'm going to explain and untangle some things, giving answers and speculating on what we lack concrete answers for. We'll look into Lee in depth, analyze how he operates within the show, take a look at his job, his rituals, his demonic allies, ponder how his original deal might have been achieved and what his ultimate end goal is, and discuss things like how he has mocked every single sacrament of the Catholic Church, or the different and highly specific ways he uses to corrupt his recruits and his pawns, why his Jake past matters and we need to have some compassion for that, why power is his driving force, and why he finds a thrill in wickedness, how he affects the other characters, and just his whole arc, with some theories and questions thrown in. This is only about seasons 1 to 3 because at this point season 4 is not out yet. Of course I'll use examples from the canon of the show and some logical extrapolations based on implied evidence, aided by a healthy dose of real-life occultism theory, biblical theology, and demonology lore, for a comparison between the show and real-life beliefs and to use that to help us fill in some blanks. We will also analyze some loose threads of the show, dropped plot lines, and even some retcons. Details on this show are oftentimes a little murky, but we have enough to piece together a decent profile of our deliciously wicked Dr. Leland Townsend, the evil man who has his fans ready to risk it all for him. Again, that's what happens when unapologetic evil is really charming. Check out the pinned comment for a more detailed list of what each section entails because I think this is going to be a very long video. And please catch the reference of why I'm dressed all in white inside a bathtub with a pop of red. That iconic bloodbath, yes. 1. Personality. The positives, the negatives, the trauma, the demonic. To borrow from pop music, no Halo, baby he's the reason why hell's so hot. Inferno, baby he's the reason why bed's so fun. Leland's personality is obviously very compelling to many people in the audience. So what is that personality exactly? The key words are playful malice, cheekiness, theatricality, tenacity, audacity, chaotic fun, defense mechanisms, lighthearted evil, full of joy, dangerous, manipulative, persuasive, liberation from societal rules, charm, drama, charisma, chilling, and the allure of darkness, both within the show and in our world. We're gonna break down all the different facets of his personality. I mean, at first I was like, oh, if they watch the show, then they already know what his personality is like, so I shouldn't spend too long on this. But what I want to stress are facets of his personality that maybe aren't as talked about, while understanding why his personality makes him perfectly suited for his job and also how it has evolved. Now, we all know he's a terrible person, a master manipulator who does insidious things, influences terrible crimes, and truly relishes all of that, cruelly laughing at the chaos that he causes, and with a magnetic personality to boot. That, in and of itself, makes for an iconic, enjoyable villain. But Leland is a lot more than that. I'm just gonna say this right off the bat. One of the main reasons why Leland resonates with people so much is because he exudes excitement and fun and irreverence. I think maybe there aren't many characters currently on TV who are just straight up having fun, having a ball, the time of their lives. We as an audience are living through some tough times, so there is extra value in the escapism of watching someone enjoy themselves so thoroughly and so enthusiastically, always with a slight twinkle in his eyes and a cheeky little smirk on his lips. That sense of fun is contagious and it spreads to the audience too. Leland is so full of life. He has so much fun wreaking havoc that we are caught up in it, and we're simply taken along for the wild ride with him. He's always laughing, whether like outwardly laughing or just with that little grin of his, so we end up laughing along. That man ate popcorn in church during mass. Like, the sheer nerve of that, the audacity, the irreverence, like, it's perfection, and it's something that he displays all the time. Leland Townsend is our unbothered chaotic king with his unrelenting enthusiasm and a perpetual little grin on his face. Michael Emerson, the actor that plays him, stated that the world is his playground on some level, which also works on the scale of his job of playing with and manipulating the world. I dare say Leland is aspirational in a way, because he doesn't let societal rules and pressures of how you should act dictate what he does. He's having the best time because, like he says in season 1, he does and says exactly how he feels. He's no longer the shy, apologetic man he once was, and there's freedom and a sense of revelry in that. Not just for him, but again for the audience too. He offers liberation from societal constraints, from religion, and he gives people permission to indulge in what they already secretly want to indulge in. My personal favorite example of this is when he tells Cheryl that the date who allegedly stood him up getting into a car accident was a happy accident because it led him to meet Cheryl instead. I really feel like he's expressing people's inner truths there. Think about it. If you had a first date with someone you're not that invested in, and then they ended up not coming because they got into a car accident that wasn't even that bad, since, you know, they were well enough to call you directly to inform you, and then at that restaurant you meet somebody you connected with way more, wouldn't you secretly be happy about that turn of events too? Societal conventions stop us from freely expressing that. We feel guilty and we keep that side a secret, but deep down I know a lot of people would agree that it was a happy accident, and Leland is willing to admit it, not caring if it makes him look sketchy or heartless. He's also inspirational because of his strong sense of self. Lee is unapologetically himself. He knows who he is, and he won't let anyone change him or make him feel like he has to hide who he is. And that kind of confidence is very enthralling and attractive. I don't just mean attractive in a, oh, he's really hot way, but also as a quality that generally makes people gravitate towards you. As people, we admire others who are sure of themselves. He's also very extroverted. It's wonderful to think that someone who used to be so shy can now dance non-stop to every song at the nightclub and be so unabashedly joyful, as we all should be. Shame it took demons and evil to get him there, but the end result is pretty impressive. His way of speech is very particular, eloquent, and amazing to listen to. I think he has three main modes of behaving and talking. Cheerful and enthusiastic most of the time because he's enjoying himself, chilling and dangerous when he wants to intimidate or he's mad, and sickeningly sweet. Leland offers saccharine, smooth words when he's persuading or even threatening, or when he's openly messing with someone. He flashes this very sweet smile, but it's clearly not genuine. It's like this false veneer of sweetness that is intended to needle at the other person. That's usually when he'll talk in an ingratiating or like vaguely condescending tone. But regardless of which mode he's on, he knows how to pick the most effective words to use, be it to flatter and recruit or to cut down and hurt someone. He's excellent at reading people and sussing them out, and he is so talented at getting past their defenses. That's what makes him so good as his like therapist and recruiter job. Leland likes to show off, either intellectually, wickedly, or theatrically, meaning that he likes to be thought of as the smartest and or the evilest person in the room at any given time, and he likes to be theatrical. He's a bit self-aggrandizing. He's very dramatic in presentation, like he's putting on a performance, and in a lot of ways he is. That performance is part of his manipulation of the world around him. His movements can be quite theatrical sometimes. He can create this aura of drama while he's talking. That theatricality is another thing that makes him an enjoyable character. In some cases, it even ties in with him giving off the energy that he never takes things too seriously. It's all like a fun, grand performance for him. He craves attention and he clearly likes the spotlight because it's what he didn't have growing up. Later, we'll discuss if it's possible that he craves affection too, or if he's too far gone for any genuine emotion like love. But yeah, these performative moments bring him the spotlight that he craves. He's also playfully boastful, like owning an apron that says, "All this and I can cook." His taste in music could be described as quirky elegant, I think, which really matches his personality. His charisma is off the charts. Yes, he's devious, he's devilish, but something about him is so compelling, so mesmerizing to watch. And he pulls the audience in just like he pulls in other characters into his schemes. To me, Leland really embodies the allure of darkness, both within the show's world and in our world. As a person in the show, Leland corrupts others by using different facets of that allure to draw them in. And in real life, as a character, he charms the audience with that same allure of darkness. The forbidden is always desirable, he said, and he was right in one way or another. Leland is also very charming. There's this roguishness to him, je ne sais quoi, and it ties into everything that we've described so far. He can easily charm the people around him when he wants to. He's a smooth talker, he's witty, and he's fun, and he's intelligent and seductive. Look at how he talks to people, like he's on the verge of flirting like so much of the time, and he uses these charming characteristics to do his job. He's well-mannered, he's a gentleman. He can appear mild-mannered even when he wants to, while being secretly incredibly dangerous. That duality is a big part of his appeal. Sometimes though, he flaunts that dangerous nature instead. It's part of his tactic to assert powers over others, to intimidate. It just depends on what goal he has in mind for this specific person he's talking to, and whether it's more useful to play the sweet, congenial guy, or to let his inner darkness shine. What fascinates me is that even when he's making threats or being dangerous, he's still good-natured. There's still that twinkle in his eyes and a cheeky grin on his face. The perfect example is when he's climbing church stairs to murder Grace. He's so enthusiastic in making playful taunts. It's a super chilling mixture of like happiness and evilness. But if he's really upset, that's when he like stare at someone, lower his voice to a hiss, and just get really ominous and unsettling. His whole demeanor just dripping with danger. Oh, it is so fantastic to watch. Some of the audience even find him downright scary. He can definitely make you shudder, but in my opinion, it's in an exciting way. Like, oh, many people, I mean pretty much everyone says that it's a delight to watch Michael Emerson have so much fun in this role. And it's true, I agree completely. But even if he wasn't or isn't having any fun, he's an excellent actor and he can portray that sense of fun anyway. Leland is likable in great part because Michael brings such an effortless charm to the role. A cheeky little smirk and a glint in his eyes whenever Leland is up to something, which is basically all the time. It's very infectious. Actor James Purefoy, when asked why people liked his serial killer character on The Following so much, said that the character was having a lot of fun doing what he did, and that the audience enjoys watching anyone having fun, even if they're having it while doing something bad. I think that applies perfectly to Leland too. Lee's unapologetically evil. He doesn't feel a shred of remorse. He's loving being where he is and who he is now, and he's loving being evil. He exudes enthusiasm in everything he does, like I've already said. It doesn't matter at all if what he's doing is morally reprehensible. The majority of villains don't really see themselves as villains. Leland is a rare case of someone who knows exactly how much harm he's causing, and he's relishing in it. He's an agent of mischief and chaos. That's his literal job, but it's also something that he enjoys. He wants to watch the world burn and corrupt everyone. He likes to cause strife to the world. He delights in evil and sin. He has the time of his life causing mischief and getting a thrill from the power it gives him. He is a purposeful and intentional thorn on everyone's side. And if you give him just the smallest little opening, he will make you understand just how far you're willing to go. And he will show you what you're truly capable of. Because he can tell when people are secretly capable of evil, even if people don't know it themselves yet. Also, a quick aside, some people claim that Leland is into pain in like a sexual desire way, but I actually disagree. He is into people causing others pain, but not the pain itself. He reacted poorly every single time he was hurt on the show. He was afraid when Kristen cut him until he realized he'd be okay. He balked at Cheryl slapping him. He ran away from the ammonia and the shoes, and he was always like upset or mad about it. We only saw him be into Kristen after she explained the plan of him not bleeding out, and with Sister Andrea when she just brandished the knife at him, which did not involve any pain at all. To me, it's clear that this is just another facet of his enjoyment of watching people give in to their darker desires. He finds something sexy in that, in them embracing evil, but he doesn't actually like the pain itself. Leland, as a person, is very defiant of God and church conventions, claiming that he hates people like them, and you can sense real animosity there. He enjoys blasphemy, the unholy, and disrupting the church. If he can talk about undressing in front of a priest, he will. If he can gloat about sinning, he will. We don't know why he hates the church so much exactly. Religion does not seem to tie into his past trauma, so I must assume it's only because he's fully on Team Lucifer now, and he associates God with the weakness that he fought to shed. By comparison, Lucifer is strength and power to him. He is a loyal warrior in the demonic revolution. He's cunning, he's unscrupulous, he's Machiavellian, he's sneaky. Really, he is a master strategist. He's prideful, he can be very intimidating. He typically intends to dominate every situation he's in, wanting to be all-knowing and all-powerful, and he can get easily frustrated if he fails on that, sometimes with near childlike tantrums in response, though he always recovers quickly. Leland is actually a formidable foe, with a talent for making people underestimate him, only to shock them later on when they realize how much damage he has been causing all along. A word to describe him is unstoppable. His plans are audacious and grand. When a priest told him he'd want to quit the last part of the exorcism, he instantly said, "I won't quit, Father." Then his voice got lower and more sinister, and he added, "I never do." It's true. He can get thrown off course and have a plan blow up in his face sometimes, but he's such a good improviser and he always has so many schemes going on at once that he can always recover quickly from failure by pivoting his strategy or moving on to something bigger. Leland typically rolls with the punches, and it takes a lot to make him miss a step. He's very tenacious and has a lot of perseverance. He's quite the hard worker too, in an admirable way. Honestly, his dedication to his job and his work ethic are commendable. He takes things in stride most of the time. Like, for someone so evil, he's not particularly vengeful. He never went after his ex-wife, for example, until she became a problem that was getting in the way of his current goals. He vowed revenge when the Monsignor fired him, but he never actually went after him. He doesn't waste time on petty squabbles, preferring to target people whose downfalls would benefit him, like pulling David away from the church or corrupting Kristen. Lee has a great sense of humor, unless you're put off by dark humor. But when that type of humor comes from an evil villain, it just works. It's acerbic, it's a bit grim, often pointing at needling others, but almost never outright mean. Although sometimes it is. He's relishing the fact that he's despicable, and you find yourself laughing along because he is amused by his own sense of humor. Villains with a sense of humor are often beloved, from Hades from Disney's Hercules to Batman's Joker, and this is why this show struck gold with Leland. Just some quick examples: the way he says 4 little caskets, or I think that's lust and envy. Ha! a twofer. These lines are delivered with drama, presentation, and the perfect amount of playful malice or cheekiness. My personal fave is,
do I pray? Oh yes, to my Father below. It's so comforting to pray to power instead of weakness.
which might even be 100% a true statement and not a joke, but it's still hilarious because of how he delivers it. Leland is very tongue-in-cheek and even zany sometimes. He's the show's comedy king for real. Sometimes he can literally just be saying like, I'll get that, when there's a knock on the door, and it still has a playful, lighthearted delivery. And he often knows more than the people around him, either because he's playing them or just because he happens to know about this supernatural world that others don't understand. I'd go as far as to say that he has a sunny disposition. In an evil, I intend to ruin everyone's lives and make the world better by making it a more demonic way, but still pretty sunny. He's like the evil sunshine trope. By the way, I saw this new interview after I'd already finished the script for this video, but I wanted to add it because the light spirit quote stuck out to me. Michael says,
A facilitator of a lot of violence and demon-oriented mayhem. It's done in a light spirit.
It is actually true.
It is kind of.
I talked a lot throughout this whole video about how fans like Lee so much because there's a lightheartedness to everything that he does, and even the cruelest acts can come off as light and funny. I'm happy to see Michael pointed that out too. I think if Leland was too dark, it would maybe be a bit much to some people, but because he does it in such a lighthearted way, it's just enjoyable. Leland has this vibe of never taking things seriously that I really love, because it's like he actually does take his job very seriously. He's not a slacker at all, and he doesn't half-ass things at all when it comes to his job. But despite his wholehearted commitment, he goes through things with just like this air of nonchalance of just enjoying himself, and it gives this air like he's above taking everything seriously. But it's not all fun and games, of course. Leland craves power. I think that's one of the defining characteristics of the character. It's what led him to be who he is now, doing what he does now. It's this deep-seated need for power that led him to demons. And this thirst for power ties into his backstory 100%, which we'll look at in depth soon. But despite being so powerful and dangerous, Leland also shows vulnerability, which is so important to flesh out any fictional character. He gets scared and whiny at times. We've seen him in real emotional distress sometimes. When he's unable to be in control and to be the smartest and baddest person in any room, we can see him deflate and kind of shrink into himself. Whenever his traumatic past is brought up, he gets embarrassed and flustered, but he's a great improviser, so he recovers quickly. Sometimes he fails and he flounders and he gets flustered, especially if he's caught unaware by things. When things like that happen, he can really act like sort of childishly and immature, and all of that really just adds a lot of depth to the character, and even vulnerability, like I said, because those are the moments where you see him be vulnerable. So in a way, these are the moments where you connect with him even more, because you finally see a more human side of him. He runs from physical pain, but it's always in this exasperated and angry and sometimes fighting back with words kind of way. He was only ever scared when the exorcism became real, and we saw him seek out comfort by holding Cheryl's hand. That was the only time that he felt in real danger so far, I think. The Jake Perry thing, that's a different kind of vulnerability and fear, which humanizes him a lot also. A lot of what Leland does directly mirrors the things that hurt him in the past, and we'll go through the details of Jake Perry's life in a bit, but as an example, he was mocked for being shy, so now he's the center of attention in every room he's in. His second wife used him for his money. He used Cheryl to get at Kristen. Many of his evil schemes circle back to his past. It's a cycle, being hurt and then normalizing that behavior to reclaim his power. He was powerless and now he wants all the power, and he wants payback. Not directed at any specific person, but payback for the world mistreating him. He used to feel less than, and now he's pretty fearless. I think that that type of transformation can be pretty inspirational for the audience, because a lot of people feel like Jake. They feel belittled, they feel unheard, and seeing someone kind of transform all that and rise above all that does have an inspirational side to it. Leland can act very petulant, either as a taunt to get under people's skins or if he doesn't get his way. And he has a lot of anger deep inside. It doesn't come up very often, but when it does, ooh, Lee releases that anger in volatile and destructive ways, like throwing his things around or shattering a table or having violent fantasies of stabbing the cake woman. But then sometimes he just bursts into laughter, like when he was about to dispose of Andy, or he shrugs it off instead, like when David lied at Sister Andrea's hearing. He's never too phased after that first burst of anger. He lets it go, then he recollects himself and he just moves on. He power trips a little sometimes. Hubris is his one weakness. He is very powerful and he does have a vast network of allies and resources, he probably has literal hell backing him up. So he is right to know and assume that he is very influential and dangerous, but sometimes he overestimates himself. He thinks that he can take down everyone and everything, and that's when he gets reckless. Because Leland is extremely intelligent in near mastermind ways. He has easy schemes, complicated schemes, long-term schemes. He juggles a million different manipulations all at once, and he's usually successful. Whenever he fails, it almost always boils down to hubris. He gets overconfident, and that's when he makes mistakes. Because he gets reckless and misses details that he wouldn't otherwise miss. Or he underestimates people that he could have easily read better instead. Every character needs a flaw. Without his hubris, Leland would be too overpowered because there would be no stopping him. He's very well prepared, the type of man to have hiding places in his apartment where he keeps fancy daggers and sigil maps, and things to alert him if anyone else touches his stuff without his knowledge. And then his cheeky, quirky personality shines through again, because one of these alarm things is a literal stuffed animal that starts playing Feliz Navidad quite loudly when the drawer is open. That is such a funny alarm system, I love it. And the irony of it being a Christmas song, Leland being Leland. They don't call him the comedic relief of the show for nothing. Presentation is important to him. Expensive three-piece suits, which I was obviously inspired by today, and I wanted to give a Leland vibe in this video, but also fancy shoes, his mansion, nice hair and glasses, big job title. He's already a naturally attractive man, and he enhances that with how he presents and carries himself. The way that he dresses and portrays himself lends cachet and weight to his words. You believe him more easily. He's wearing suits. He's a doctor, so he understands the mind and he's qualified to advise you, right? A well-dressed, well-presented doctor is always trustworthy, right? No, but really, there's a whole psychological theory about how human beings trust and believe better dressed people more easily than they do those that aren't so well put together. It's a real implicit bias, and Leland takes advantage of it. It also makes him look powerful, which we've established is something he wants. It brings all eyes to him too when he steps into a room all well dressed in his suits. I'd also like to point out that in medieval art, there was this unspoken rule where Jesus could only be depicted unfashionably, while anyone that was evil was always depicted in stylish clothes. The preoccupation with looking elegant was meant to reflect their depravity. Now, I don't think the costumers for this show meant for this to be a thing, because I mean, Kristen is also very elegant and fashionable, like for example. But I thought it was interesting that there used to be this religious link between fashion and evil, since Leland could fit that. His own self-image is that he was this loser before, and he's making up for it now. But truly nothing about his life was loserish before. It is very sad that people made him believe that by being so cruel to him. His whole demeanor now is a defense mechanism to his own insecurities, which are pretty deep-seated because they still affect him even after so many years. I don't mean that the demeanor is fake, more like it's armor, but a genuine one that he crafted himself. At the end of the day, he really just wants to feel important, valued, not belittled. And his association to the demonic makes him exactly that. There may be an element of vengeance too. This has never been said clearly, and I'd argue not even necessarily implied in the show, but from a psychological standpoint, it makes perfect sense. Hurt people, as we all know, and he was so hurt in the past that now he wants to see the world burn. And it would be logical to assume that he likes to see people suffer, at least partly because it gives him a vengeful satisfaction to be getting back at the whole world for hurting him. Like, you made me hurt, now watch out because I'm gonna rain hell on all of you, and I'm gonna have a delightful grand time doing it. He really is a fascinating antithetical combo of not trying at all and trying too hard, and of being extremely confident and also deeply insecure. We see him shrink when he loses the upper hand or somebody snipes at him and he doesn't have a comeback. His smile falters and he just looks a bit lost almost and awkward. But his confidence is not an act most of the time. He's not masking insecurity by covering it up with confidence like some people do. He actually is confident. He said it himself to Demon Goat Therapist that sometimes he'll feel all powerful and all knowing and on top of the world. He has a big ego, but that ego is also fragile. When he's reminded of things from his past, then all of that embarrassment and insecurities from back then are dredged back up. Same when he feels his power being stripped away from him, because it throws him right back to that period of his life where he had no power at all and he felt belittled and mistreated and didn't yet know how to stand up for himself against all of that bullying. His confidence is shaken when he's put back into that mental space from the past. That doesn't seem to last for long though, because he's always quick to bounce back, like I've said before, and even to find a way to reassert his power through a new nefarious plan. So they're temporary insecurities, I'd say, that only bubble up when they're triggered. The rest of the time he does walk around feeling like he's on top of the world and even smug. He can be genuinely very smug. In cases of being confronted with that old familiar powerlessness, he lashes out. It's a psychological way to reassert himself as the dominant party, to try to cling to the sense of power that was just threatened in that moment, and by that sense of power being threatened, it threatens to send him right back to his past. This lashing out is often in detriment to his own plans. He doesn't lash out to show off, he does it for his own sake, to cope. I honestly do think that it's a coping mechanism for sure. So, if he's ever undermined or embarrassed, he lashes out usually in one of two ways. One, impulsively and right away, like breaking up with Cheryl or flipping tables. Or the second way is, if he can't recover right away, he pivots and always comes back with a new scheme to reposition himself as the one on top. For example, he'd been in contact with Lexis through all of season 2. Then Kristen assaulted him with her shoe, which obviously made him feel like he was powerless doing that. The next thing that he does is march right up to Lexis, right in front of Kristen, and drop a note on the girl's lap. That's not strategically helpful to his plan. He was better off communicating in secret. But he had to reassert his power over Kristen. He had to remind her that he is the big, bad, dangerous guy, because he can't stand to not be the one in control. His past really left him damaged in this way. I believe that it's less about restoring his reputation for others and more about making it right within his own mind. At the end of the day, he needs to feel powerful. It's an internal thing more than external, though obviously they're connected. But his self-perception is more important, I think, than how others see him. So, to really sum up who Leland is, I would say that he is the serpent in the garden. That archetype fits him completely in every way. In biblical lore, the serpent is often understood as Lucifer, who tempted Adam and Eve with the apple. That is Leland. First, he shed his Jake skin to become Leland. He shares unpleasant truths with people and forces them to confront things they'd rather be blind to. Just like the snake gave the forbidden knowledge from the tree. That even includes the given knowledge of the occult and demonic for Leland, because he certainly brought many people into that circle. Lucifer's name literally translates to lightbringer or dawnbringer, and when the devil shines his light on things, it can reveal uncomfortable truths. Leland also sheds life into people's inner darkness to bring that out and show them what they're truly capable of. Like Lucifer did from day one, Lee recognizes that all humans are corruptible in some way, so he tempts them away from virtue, again like the serpent and the apple. Rebellion and freedom are core concepts for both of them. They are both rebels who went against what their society expected of them. Lucy went against the angels and rose up against God, and Leland rebelled against all that is good and went against Christianity. The result of that for both of them is freedom. Lucifer is no longer bound to obey God's will and commands, and Leland is free to do and say whatever he wants. Leland is prideful like the devil, and he has fair reasons to be pissed off at the human beings like the devil does. In a way, Leland is also the forbidden fruit itself to Cheryl in season 1, to the fans that are thirsty, to Kristen depending on your perspective. I think it's safe to say that he fell from grace, from good Jake to evil Leland, just like Lucifer, who was God's most beloved angel. So yes, Lee fits this archetype, and he is our metaphorical serpent in the garden, made in the image of Lucifer rather than in God's image, and he's having the time of his life being like this. All in all, Leland has been deemed the most consistent character in the show by not only me but by several reviews I've read. His decisions always make sense from the point of view we've been shown is his. His mind works in consistent ways. We know his psychological state, and that stays consistent throughout. But his plans can be wild and over the top. So he still brings surprises and shocks to the audience, such as suddenly chopping up a demon's head or bursting into song. It's all very lively and fun, or scary if you're frightened by the unholy things that he gets up to. But there's one more thing we have to consider. How much of his personality is him, and how much of it is demons influencing him? We know that he has these demonic energies around him, of course, and that could affect him. It's implied that Kristen may be acting unhinged, partly due to the infestation at her house. It is somewhat up to interpretation though, of course, but there is the possible implication that it's the influence of the demonic infestation at her place that is making her angrier, more prone to violence. It's possible that even the girls are being affected, because don't they seem less sweet than before? Talking about murder, cheering Kristen on when she hit the supermarket guy. There's also that couple that waited until marriage to lose their virginity. It seemed like the demon being around them was making them crave more violence in their sex life. You can definitely read it as demons being around them is bringing out this darkness in them. So by that argument, shouldn't the same thing be true of Leland? Well, the way that I see it, I don't think the demons really changed anybody. I think they enhanced bad traits you already had and brought out the darker side that people usually keep hidden. I think blaming demons entirely for Leland's or for anyone's evil personality is not fair. It excuses the individual too much, and it's just not what's happening. It's very, oh, the devil made me do it, so I have no personal responsibility. And they do have personal responsibility over how they act. Leland's choices are his own. He never expresses any shred of remorse or reluctance to do anything bad. The demons might be influencing him into being a little bit worse, sure, but they're certainly not puppeteering him or taking away his free will. There's no evidence of them doing that to anybody. Kristen, for example, recognized that maybe she shouldn't have hit the supermarket guy and she shouldn't have. So, nobody was forced to do anything by demons. They didn't completely take over them and switch up their personality. The demons are around other people too, and not everybody is going unhinged, so you can definitely fight it. And if they're bringing out the darkness that you already have in you, it's what you have in you. It is your inner personality anyways. I definitely think that the change from Jake to Leland was due to the psychological effect of being bullied and feeling powerless for so long. That mistreatment generated so much rage and hatred inside of him, which is understandable by the way, that it warped his view of the world and it snuffed out his empathy, and he now relishes in hurting others and in the thrill and power rush that it gives him. Maybe the demons helped bring out that anger or harness that into evil. Maybe their ever-present influence even normalized violence for him somehow. We can't be sure, as the specific details are all up to interpretation. But Leland sought the devil willingly and he regrets nothing, and clearly he continues to choose to be that way. If they bring out a worse side of him, he knows that, and he is choosing to explore that side because he enjoys it. Still, if any grace is to be extended to people being unhinged because they're under demonic influence, then that grace must be extended to Leland too. Even if he sought them out, he's under their thrall now, if you choose to read the situation in this way, that is. I still insist that his personality is his own, as are his choices, even if there's some influence over him. But he's clearly no puppet. None of them are. Mental health is brought up too. He's supposed to be assessed for it, though that didn't really count because Kristen was biased from the start. Still, the diagnosis that she gives him is histrionic personality disorder in addition to the raging narcissism. And still she doesn't act like he needs actual help as a mental health professional. That adds to an awful stigma, to be honest, because narcissism can be helped with therapy and it doesn't make you evil. Of course, her diagnosis is also flawed because it hinges on demons not being real and Leland self-aggrandizing by pretending to work with them. But we know they're real and he's telling the truth. The word psychopath gets thrown around a lot too. He even jokes about it, but he's not. He was not born without empathy. Jake Perry was a decent man, probably a good man. He may have shed most or all of that empathy by now, but a psychopath he's absolutely not. And by the way, the show used that word. That's why I'm saying it, but psychopath is a stigmatizing word that shouldn't be used anymore. We can say that a person is on the antisocial personality disorder spectrum instead. If Leland wasn't born without a conscience, if his evil was made through trauma and his choices and demonic associations, does that mean it can ever be undone? Can his soul be saved? In other words, does Leland have redemption potential? We'll look into that later, because first we need to understand how his backstory led to his present. 2. In defense of Jake Perry, we need to start out this analysis with Leland's past and backstory, because this is what directly led to him becoming who and how he is now. And perhaps more importantly, it gave the character a new layer of vulnerability that made more people gravitate toward him. It humanized him by a lot. Personally, he was already my favorite character on the show prior to this, the allure of darkness and all that. I love a fun villain, but it was only when we learned about this Jake Perry past that he became truly my beloved. It gave him so much more depth and complexity as a character. It humanized him, gave us vulnerability, showed us he was once a good person who became twisted due to the cruelty of the world. And what's worse and most cruel is that there was nothing wrong with Jake Perry at all. It was the people around him who were the problem, not Jake himself. He was a man who grew up being constantly belittled, bullied, unappreciated, taken advantage of, not for any fault of his own. That led him to become insecure and angry and eventually desperate to empower himself so he would never be made to feel powerless and small ever again. It's heartbreaking that his past left him so damaged that the only way out he found was seeking help from literal demons who could give him the power he never had. Jake Perry only wanted to be respected and appreciated. And what were even his crimes? He was the shyest kid in school. Oh, how terrible that he wasn't outgoing yet or ever. I bet that half of you all watching this are shy introverts yourself, and there is nothing wrong with that. The fact that this is used as an insult against Leland is maddening to me. He played tuba in the marching band, so that takes talent. I can't play an instrument to save my life, so I'm impressed by anyone who can play anything. Honestly, this idea that certain hobbies are seen as less cool than others is such a North American idea. I see it in TV shows and it always bewilders me. It's like if someone's in marching band, they're a geek. If they play sports, they're dumb. If they're wearing a lot of eyeliner, they're a freak. Where I'm from, groups of friends have like a person in theater, a few in dance, a few that play sports, a couple play instruments. Nobody thinks less or more of anyone based on a hobby that they're talented at. These activities are all worthy entertainment, and I was so glad when Leland pointed pointed that out to the demon therapist because he's right. Marching band is a worthy entertainment. It's judgmental and silly to act otherwise. And who cares about him being third chair? That's American hyper-competitiveness talking. He was good enough to play in the band. All that matters is that he enjoyed that and that he still thinks it's worthy entertainment, as he should, because at least they weren't able to knock that out of him. He never made it to his prom, probably because he was so shy that he didn't really have a strong group of friends to go with because people were so judgmental of him. It is a real shame that he missed out, but that's not his fault. It's not a shortcoming in any way, and they called him Jake the Flake. That's on them, being bullies. So he grew up to be an insurance adjuster. That's a worthy job just as any other. You have to be smart, he made good money. How is that a bad thing? Most people don't have super exciting jobs. Also, I think it's incredibly admirable to change careers when you're middle-aged. It takes courage and discipline, and the fact that he is now a psychologist and a doctor is pretty impressive. His first wife, who might have been a high school sweetheart since she knew he used to drive to school, left him because when she wanted to have kids, he couldn't really perform. This performance thing is fairly normal when there's this extra pressure of making a baby. This demand to have kids can be pretty mentally taxing on guys, and it can indeed affect performance. Either Leland also wanted kids badly and he felt the weight of the responsibility too much, or he didn't actually want them and he was just trying to do what Janie wanted, and that also got in his head. Either way, it's clear that his performance issues were coming from a mental place, something that could have been talked about and fixed. Janie loved him genuinely. She married him. She wanted a whole family and a forever with him. But then, instead of showing him compassion when he couldn't immediately give her kids, she abandons him. That's not on him or his fault. Imagine if it was a man abandoning his wife because she couldn't get pregnant as fast as he wanted her to. Like, it is anyone's right to break up for whatever reason they want to break up for, but it doesn't make it necessarily the other person's fault either, which is what I mean here. And by the way, even if his performance issues were a physical rather than mental thing, that would be fine too. Like, it happens, and the men who go through that are in no way less manly. Like, that's a ridiculous thing to think or imply. It means nothing about their masculinity, truly. And anyway, in Leland's case, it's been clear that ever since his confidence got fixed, that got fixed too. His second wife only married him for his money, so he was literally the victim of a scam. Again, that's not his fault at all. It was someone who saw that he was gentle and shy and probably craved love and attention as human beings tend to do, and she took advantage of him for that. Can you imagine thinking that someone is in love with you and then finding out that the person was just using you to get rich? There's nothing shameful about it though. It is never the victim's fault if someone takes advantage of their kindness or if anyone plays them. So if anyone can listen to the whole of Jake Perry's backstory and think ill of him, you're an absolute jerk. Like, sorry, but yeah. He deserved love and appreciation and respect like any human being. The fact that he didn't get basic respect and decency is exactly what pushed him toward the devil. It warped his view of the world and of people, and it's the type of thing that the 60 preys on too. Let's frame the life of Jake Perry in a more empowered way. He was never unworthy. Literally nothing about Jake was a shortcoming. And hey, if Jake Perry felt unloved back then, now he has a whole army of stans loving both his current Leland self and his past Jake self. But really, in a way, his past broke him. Feeling so small his entire life led to anger festering inside of him, which is fairly understandable. Demons in the 60s must have nurtured that anger once he joined them. Humans behaved horribly toward Leland, so now he has absolutely no qualms hurting them. He thinks low of people and wants to bring them even lower. He found empowerment through evil, and sometimes he wishes to spread that to others too, in a good way, but we'll talk about that later. The gist of it all is, hurt people, yes, and constant disrespect can lead to someone taking drastic actions. Everyone has a breaking point. Pent-up resentment and hurt that built up for years and years finally manifested in him abandoning his morals and empathy and finding solace and comfort in evil. There's a line in the prayer to Satan that he gave Boggs in season 3 that says, "Satan, force of power, force of enlightenment, I acknowledge that I am worthless without you." And I wonder, did things get so bad for Jake that he was feeling worthless too? And in his mind, the only way to be worthy, to get any respect, was to become bigger and badder than everyone else? Hurt first before anyone else can hurt him? It's very plausible. Leland is doing pretty well for himself now. He has the power and respect he craved, and generally speaking, he's no longer in a position where anyone can hurt him without him doing worse to them. His empathy eroded over time, and he delights in feeling powerful, in that thrill he gets from stepping on others and reclaiming what he never had growing up. He re-empowered himself through evil, through helping the devil, through hurting others. And it's heartbreaking that his life was so lacking that it led him to his fate. Like, it is genuinely sad. He was a victim, and in self-defense, he made sure to get enough power for himself so that he'd never be victimized again. And along the way, he became the aggressor himself, sort of. It makes perfect psychological sense. If you feel worthless before, and your first tentative forays into evil make you feel better and more confident because it's the first time that you feel like you had any power over your fate and over other people, wouldn't you keep doing it to get more of that? The high and the thrill of it would eventually kill most or all of your empathy if you were damaged enough by that point. Especially if you thought so low of humankind in general, like I discussed in the personality section, because they had been disappointing you throughout your whole life. If you analyze Leland's current schemes and behaviors, many of them are direct responses to what he went through in the past. His theatricality, flair for dramatic, and enjoyment of being the center of attention contrasts his previous shyness. His nonchalance and directness contrast how he used to be apologetic. His aggrandizing contrasts his past insecurities. The way he uses people is the way that he was used before. His second wife used him for his money. He used a romance with Cheryl to hurt Kristen. His first wife was upset that he didn't give her a baby. He is now about to become a father. Now that he has the power, he feels powerful. And with this genuine newfound confidence, he broke free from that personality that wasn't bringing him any happiness. His new identity compensates for the time he wasted being powerless and feeling overlooked, and now he enjoys every damn second of it all. Like we said, he'll say and do exactly what he means. He'll be unencumbered by feelings of morality. He silenced the conscience he used to have because being a good, decent person only led to him being mistreated. It didn't feel like it was worth it. Now that he has the respect he wanted, he wants to watch the world burn while he grins with excitement. Finally on top. But still, saying that Leland's past is a sore spot for him is a bit of an understatement. It's still traumatic, enough to make him tear up when confronted with it. Like, he was speechless, humiliated, with actual tears in his eyes when Kristen threw his past in his face. He reacted better the second time it was brought up though, in the first episode of season 2. He's still unhappy, you can see his face tightening and his demeanor changing, but he's definitely not so wounded by it as the first time. Here's what I think is the difference. The first time, he was so secure and sure that nobody would ever find out about his past, so having it unexpectedly unearthed really rattled him. And having that thrown in his face in a much more mocking and vicious way is what affected him so much the first time, because it took him right back to that place of trauma. That's why it matters. He felt like the helpless, not in control Jake again. So those old emotions bubbled right back up. Kristen was really ripping into him and saying very cruel things. So it's natural that he felt small and nearly in tears when it's such a touchy subject for him. It was a bit of a trigger, honestly, I think. But the second time around, he was prepared. He knew that she knew, and he had already gotten all the emotions and the trauma under control. Also, that time she wasn't so cruel about it. She just brought it up in a vaguely teasing way. Maybe it's because she was in front of David and Ben and she's always on her best behavior around them. They rarely get to see her dark side, or like whatever the reason, it was a more civil exchange, and so Leland was much more okay with it, though obviously still not thrilled about it. The audience has different reactions to his backstory. Some small parcel of it seems to have genuinely forgotten that it ever happened, so they don't take that into account when they're discussing the character. They gloss over the psychological scars his past seems to have left him with. I even saw a Tumblr comment that was like, I love how unapologetically and irredeemably evil he is and how the show never tries to give him a tragic past or anything to explain it. And I'm like, it literally does give him one. I also adore how unapologetically he is about being evil and how much fun he has wreaking havoc. It's probably my favorite thing about him. But saying that he doesn't have a sad past that explains it is just false. But if part of the audience forgot about his backstory, another part loves him more for it and feel for him deeply. I think what happened was the scene with Kristen calling him out is meant to be satisfying for the audience, because this troublesome evil man is finally being knocked down a peg. That's what these comeuppance scenes are meant to evoke in media. And it worked like that for plenty of people. They did find it satisfying. But there were also plenty of people who thought the pendulum swung too far the other way. Instead of being satisfied, they just felt bad for Leland. They felt compassion for him. Some even started rooting for his happiness in a way that they hadn't been rooting before. I think it's good that we know about his past because, like I said, it gives him more depth. It doesn't absolve him of his evil, nor does it make him any less dangerous, but it does show us there was humanity in there at some point, and there may still be a smidge left of it. Like, how do we know that it was all snuffed out? As I was looking through social media for the later fandom part of this video, I started to realize that a lot of people feel like I do regarding his past not being unworthy whatsoever. Plenty of people were saying that they think there's nothing for Leland to be embarrassed about his past, that they find it cruel that Kristen keeps bringing it up. What it seems that people want, and certainly what I personally want, is for there to be somebody on the show who helps Leland see that there's nothing wrong about his past. Just one person to show him empathy and compassion when it comes to the Jake Perry stuff. Wouldn't it be amazing if we could get a new character who come in and just say, hey Lee, you're great, your evil schemes are fantastic, but Jake Perry was also great. There's nothing shameful about your past at all. I'm sorry, people were so awful awful to you. The end. Just a moment of validation and compassion for someone who suffered a heartbreaking fate of being so belittled that he had to find solace in the devil and become this evil person to re-empower himself. Honestly, it's heartening to find that so many people want this. It gives me a little more faith in human beings, you know. Would Leland want that acknowledgement? Would that change anything for him? Maybe. Maybe he would feel a little bit validated and just understood. Or maybe he's too far gone. We don't know, but I still want somebody to say it. Now, I do want to stress one thing. His sad past being the catalyst for his change is heartbreaking, and Jake deserves so much better from the world, but none of this absolves him of what he's done as Leland. It doesn't excuse any of it, and frankly, he wouldn't even want to be excused of it. He relishes in being the biggest bad of every room he steps in. What it should do is elicit more empathy from the audience by letting us know he wasn't always evil. He became this way because he was hurt so deeply and needed to empower himself. And empathy is something that should be freely given to all, not just those who deserve it. Anyone deserves it. Leland deserves it even without a tragic past, simply because he's a human being like us. If you're selective with your empathy, then you dehumanize people, and then it's really easy to start justifying hurting others. Someone who feels genuine empathy for Lee will never be like him, barring some tragedy befalling them. But those who think he deserves what he gets are the ones much more likely to cause harm to others, because they'll rationalize these others as deserving of harm. We must be empathetic. It is one of the human being's defining characteristics that make us different from other species. And we must have compassion, otherwise we would also be such easy prey for the 60. 2.1. His past led him directly to demons, plus the timeline of his new identity. 3 years versus 11 years theory. So, we've established there was nothing wrong with Jake Perry, ever. He was broken by the world around him and the people in his life, and then he found a way to mend that. He found a way to rebuild himself sturdier and stronger than before. That way was, summoning the devil, I guess. Years and years of being mistreated, bullied, feeling lonely, disregarded and small, and then let down and disrespected by the people who were supposed to love him would make anyone feel bitter and angry. Lee dealt with that bitterness and anger by turning towards demons and using evil to empower himself in a way he'd never been able to before. The main thing demons did for him, in my opinion, is give him the confidence that he lacked. He already had the smarts, the charm, the wits to get it all done. He just lacked the confidence, and being part of a secret satanic organization gave him that. Hurting other people gives him more of that, feeds his ego, and because he was made to be so angry and bitter, he doesn't care that anybody else is hurting. It's easy to push down any empathy you had before when you've been so hurt and are now surrounded by influences that will hype up your anger. Anger twists our goodness, makes us bitter and jaded, and that's exactly why his past brought him to the demons. Feeling powerless scares him even now because it threatens to push him right back into that awful place from his past. He never wants to feel small, mistreated, and disrespected ever again, so he can't let himself feel powerless. If he ever feels that way, he has to immediately regain the upper hand, either through impulsive lashing out or a calculated plan. It's very sad that he only found the strength and the will to stand up for himself after he found evil. If he could have only stood up for himself without the help of demons, he'd likely still be a decent person. He's doing great now though, so don't feel too bad. We can recognize that he deserves compassion and that his past is heartbreaking, but now he's happy, he's having the time of his life, so he was ultimately led to a place he's good with and he prefers. Out of everything that could have empowered him, why demons specifically though? That's what's interesting here. Well, according to occultism and demonology, there are a couple explanations as to how demons enter people's lives. According to Jones and Flaxman, it's through the law of invitation. When one literally invites a demon into their lives by opening a door to them, like doing a ritual. Or the law of attraction, where the corruption of a person's soul leads to evil actions. According to Brittle, in folk Christianity, there's a belief that demons can't just come into anyone's life. They need to be invited or attracted to a person. Again, a doorway must be left open for them in some way. How do I look at that theory through the lens of Leland? Well, over time, the toll that the bullying took on him corrupted his soul, so to speak, by twisting him into an angry, bitter person who just wanted to be okay. But I doubt that's enough of a doorway. At that point, Leland must have invited the demons into his life. He claims he sold his soul, though we know the rest of the story doesn't really add up. And why did he invite them in? I can only speculate, but the world is full of tales of demons and the devil granting people power. Power is exactly what the powerless Jake Perry was craving, so he sought out the beings that could grant him his wish. And by that point, he had nothing left to lose. Everybody had disappointed and hurt him, so he was desperate to empower himself and to be able to hurt back, to defend himself by hurting first. And demons, creatures who are known for being vicious and fearsome, really fit into that image of the thing that he needed in that moment. They were bad and dangerous enough to be able to compensate for what he was lacking in the previous version of his life. We'll get into the more lore side of how this summoning might have happened a bit further ahead. For now, I want to discuss the more mundane timeline of when did Jake Perry change his name and life to that of Leland Townsend? When did he become a therapist? It stands to reason that the changes started only after he was already in contact with the demons and or the 60, right? He reinvented himself as the powerful man that he wanted to be and now finally was. I don't think he would have had the confidence and maybe even the means to do that prior to approaching demons. So he met them when? We don't know. There are two main theories plus one lie. The lie is what Leland told the assessment team, that he was a teenager when he summoned the devil in his bedroom while his parents watched TV. We already knew it was a lie even before Kristen proved it. If you don't remember, he claimed he did it because the bus driver bullied him, but she confirmed that he owned a car so he didn't take the bus to school. Therefore, had no reason to summon the devil for revenge. We knew that was a lie because, well, Jake Perry was an insurance adjuster and married twice, so he certainly wasn't a teenager. Leland's first encounter with the demonic must have been as a full-grown adult to take his backstory into account. And he must have been old enough to have been married twice. Sure, it could be anywhere from late 20s to 50, 51, but definitely not a teenager in high school. One theory is that he was involved with the 60 for at least 11 years. A theory circulated that he was Lex's biological father, with RSM Clinic having fertilized the egg with his genetic material rather than Andy's. As soon as it was mentioned on the show that she was conceived in that clinic, several of us thought that he might be the father. Lexus is 11, so if he was involved in that, he must have been around the 60 for at least 11 years. I think that's wrong though. Personally, I subscribe to the 3-year theory because Leland said so, in a situation where he had no reason to lie. When he first met Cheryl, he was telling some lies like that his date had canceled, but there was something he said that struck me as true. It was too vulnerable of a confession to be a lie, especially because he literally gained nothing from that. He told her that he used to be very apologetic, always saying sorry and worried about what other people thought of him. And then he said that 3 years ago, he decided to just stop being like that, and he started saying and doing everything he felt. I thought he meant it when he said that to her. It would have made more sense for this sort of badass self-image that he wants to portray to be like, oh, I've always been this way. But no, he said that until very recently he was a different person. I don't know, I just felt like in my soul that he was telling the truth in that moment. The actual quote is, about 3 years ago, I realized that I was too worried about offending anyone for anything. I was constantly saying sorry, 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 and then I stopped. It just lifted like a black fog. And now I say whatever I think or feel. I don't look back. Then later in that season, we learned about the Jake Perry pass for the first time, and it all clicked for me. It confirmed what he said on that day. The apologetic man he was referring to is Jake Perry. Then 3 years ago, he went through this change, and now he says and does whatever he wants, which we know is true. We see Leland saying and doing whatever he wants all the time. He even says that changing was his own decision. And what does that sound like? Deciding to change his life around by seeking power from demons and reinventing himself. It all adds up perfectly. And why would he tell the truth about all that but then lie about just the 3-year timeline? He wouldn't, in my opinion. So I think when season 1 started, he hadn't actually been in the 60 for that long. Only 3 years. If I'm right, he is sure amazing at his job, and he rose up the ranks quickly. Another detail that makes me pick this theory is that I've actually read a lot about occult topics and such, and one thing that I've seen pop up multiple times is that people who choose to work with Lucifer, if they used to be very apologetic, they say that they quickly learn to not apologize unnecessarily for things that aren't their fault. Lucy teaches them that. I thought that was really interesting considering that's exactly what Leland said to Cheryl when they met, like word for word. And now he's no longer necessarily apologetic at all. By the way, Leland is 55 at the start of season 1, so would likely be 56, maybe nearing 57 now, because only a few months pass in every season. But have you noticed how the time passage or the time span timeline of the show doesn't seem to add up? These months we know passed don't necessarily add up to all the time Kristen claimed has passed by the end of season 3. But anyways, now we know when he might have joined the 60, so let's get to the demonic and demonology stuff. 3. The 60. Leland's original deal, how he joined them, and the lore of the organization, spheres of influence, Anatas sigil, heads of houses, etc. We all know Leland is a member of the super influential, powerful, sort of all-knowing, centuries-old satanic organization called the 60. We only have bits and pieces of its lore, but we'll parse through it here. I actually want to make a whole deep dive video only on the 60 at some point, so we'll save in-depth discussions for then, and focus here on the parts that are directly related to Leland. When it comes to his original deal and how he joined, all we have are theories and speculation, which I try to base on some real-life lore too, since the show does ground itself somewhat on the reality of what, for example, a real-life exorcism would look like. So what's the history of the 60 abridged? They've been around for centuries, divided in 60 demonic houses with the purpose of furthering the devil's agenda and one day ushering in the demonic revolution. They're humans, working with the demons as their connectors to our world. Each house symbolized by a sigil that belongs to one of those 60 demons. As we know, sigils are used to identify one another, and they can have magical powers tied to the energy of the demon it represents. The houses are under a hierarchy too, with some being more powerful and others being like minor houses, depending on their purpose, and likely depending on the demon they represent too, because it is believed that demons also have these top-down hierarchies of princes, dukes, etc. A codex, which is the sigil map, depicts that hierarchy of all the 60 houses. This map also contains the words innocentium occisio, meaning slaughter or massacre of the innocents, a reference to the biblical story of Herod slaughtering all male infants under 2 years old. It leads us to believe that this is part of the 60s endgame, slaughtering all innocents or all children in some final apocalyptic scenario. But this particular plot point hasn't even been mentioned again since season 1, so who knows. Continuing our abridged history, the human members of the 60 recruit worthy evil people to join them with a ritual of succession to replace their leaders after their natural death. So once you're in it for life. This ritual involves consuming the flesh of your predecessor. I think maybe you have to eat a part of the body that has the sigil of their house tattooed on. I'm not positive that this is what happened, but it would make sense as the sigil carries the energy of the demon of that house, and the act of eating it could be seen as like transferring that energy to the new head of house. We'll talk more about this and other rituals when I take a look into Leland's rebellious penchant for subverting Catholic sacraments with his own like twisted versions of them. But it's important to note that we have no idea how big the 60 is. It seems huge. Sister Andrea said that only the head of house needs to undergo this initiation ritual, which tells us that houses can have any number of members, from like 2 to 1,000. We just don't know, and only one leader at a time. I don't know if this is accurate, but I look at it as a symbiotic relationship between Lee or any of the 60 members and the demons. The demons need these humans to act as connectors and compromise souls for them, and the humans need these demons because of the power and the success that the demons grant to them. That said, I'm sure if there was a need to eliminate another demon, be it for his own safety or to be granted some extra power, Lee would have no qualms doing it. He killed the goat therapist, and he would do it again. Do the demons even like die, or did they just go back to hell? And just how secretive is this organization? Leland dropped their name to Kristen just as soon as he met her. He gloats about working with the devil. It doesn't seem like your typical secret organization that is like completely hush-hush, though clearly the world at large is blissfully unaware of their existence. The influence of the 60, Leland included, is on both a small individual scale, such as convincing one person to steal, convincing another to murder, etc., and also on a large global scale, like for example controlling what people see online in order to control their emotional response to it. Most of the people they manipulate are just pawns. They want to taint their soul, but when they see true evil potential in someone, that's when they test them for actual recruitment. They can control public perception in very subtle ways too. Leland himself spearheads projects like that, as we'll detail in the next section. Their whole goal is the same as Leland's, to make people more susceptible to evil. The more people they have, the more Lucifer's side is winning. And we must assume this makes it easier for the demonic revolution to take place in some way. If that revolution means demons rising up at the final war, then they need numbers. They need souls for hell's side, and that's what they do. The organization has the entity as their arch nemesis, a secret Vatican organization who, in their quest to vanquish the 60, seem just as willing to kill people as they are. They've been slowly eliminating houses throughout the centuries, but this has little to do with Leland himself, so we'll get into the how and the questions when I do a video solely about the 60. Within the 60, Leland specifically belongs to the house of the demon Anatas, with his sigil being the pig slaughtered with like a dagger or a sword. Is it another reference to the slaughter of the innocents, or perhaps a nod to another biblical story where a bunch of pigs got possessed by demons? I mean, I don't necessarily think it's either, but it's worth mentioning the possible link. By the way, when he's talking to Lexus through that computer game, the pig avatar he chose is definitely a reference to his sigil, right? I was sure of it, but then I only saw like one other person ever mention this, and I was like, wait, am I reading too much into it? But surely it's not a coincidence, right? But anyway, Leland is a connector. That's the key word. David said so on the pilot episode of the show. He connects the demons to our world, acting for them and on their behalf, doing things that demons themselves might not be able to do, as they belong to another plane of existence, and most people really don't even see them. His resources are vast and seemingly endless. He's very rich with a network of associates who so far seem just as dedicated to their cause, Lucifer's cause. The 60s seem to have their hands in every pie for centuries, with representatives infiltrating every big organization. The police, the church, the justice system, medical facilities, surely even the government, honestly. And Leland is part of the current generation who controls so much. I wonder if we'll ever hear about Anatas again? His house is Anatas' house, like I said, but what does that mean? Is Anatas like his direct boss? Is Leland meeting up with him and communicating with him? Will we ever meet Anatas? Or is he more of a chosen symbol, representing what that house stands for? In real life demonic lore, demons do have sigils, and they're believed to have spheres of influences too. For example, Stolas teaches astronomy and commands 26 legions of demons. So if he was an evil and had a house with his sigil, the members of that house would have something to do with astronomy. He's also higher in the hierarchy in real life lore, which could tie into his house being more important if he belonged to the evil universe. Does that make sense? The reason I believe that this sphere of influence theory holds true for the evil universe too is that the guy from the entity mentioned the house that had to do with specifically with technology, I believe. So if we believe that, then are Leland's natural talents more aligned with Anatas' sphere of influence? So he was placed in that house because it's the best fit for him? Here's what we know of Anatas. He's the great beast, a mighty king in the hierarchy of devils and demons, David says. And he tells us he rules 30 legions of demons. Anatas sounds pretty damn important if he's a mighty king and the great beast. So I must assume that his house, Leland's house, is also pretty high up in the hierarchy. It would explain why Leland does so much and is so involved in everything, while members of minor houses do less and maybe even know less. They also tell us that Anatas feeds off the sins and the lies of humans. Well, that certainly sounds like a good fit for Leland. I've said over and over again that one of his biggest natural talents lies in pushing people towards sin by recognizing the little seed inside of them. If he spots the potential for sin or a lie, he strikes. Then all of it just comes full circle, doesn't it? He belongs to Anatas' house because of his own inclination for that sort of job. And as Anatas is high up in the hierarchy, then so is his house, which means so is Leland. Who picked him for that house though? Likely either the previous head of house or someone who worked recruitment just like Leland works now. Leland picked Cheryl, after all, and introduced her to Edward, who's head of a different house. And Edward decided to invite Cheryl into that house. But it was Leland who sort of made that happen after picking her. It makes sense that Leland's own recruitment would have gone similarly, but that's a guess. For all we know, it could have been Lucifer himself who was like, hey, you wanna join? I'd love to see the order of events and who came into his life first. Did he seek out the devil first? Like, did Leland himself decide to reach out to the devil? He made a deal, and then he got introduced to the 60 from there. Like, you sorta sell your soul and then you work there because you're part of the team now, and or you're paying off your debt? Or did someone already in the 60s notice how vulnerable Jake Perry was and told him he'd get power if he joined, and then he made a deal with the devil? Maybe the recruiters saw that, like, oh, he's struggling in life, he's hurt, he's wounded, we can prey on that anger because that makes for a good recruit. Just like Leland does to people he recruits now or uses as pawns now. I'd love to know if the decision to contact the devil came from Leland alone, or if the 60 was already like whispering in his ear. And did he make his original deal, like whatever the exact terms were, with Lucifer himself, with Anatas, with another demon representing Lucy? Has Leland ever spoken directly with Lucifer? He talks about the devil with such authority, like such a sense of knowledge. It really feels like he knows him personally, or at least knows of him from demons enough to have a sense of real familiarity with him. Initially, the goat therapist was actually written to be the devil, which I'll explain later in the retcon session. So at least the original idea was to have Leland be very close to him. I have so many questions about this, like his whole past is shrouded in mystery, which is quite effective at building intrigue and curiosity from the audience. But I think it only worked before we knew of Jake Perry. Back then, Lee was truly mysterious. Like, he seemed to come out of nowhere and know way too much. Was he a human who had been in the 60s his entire life? Was he literally maybe from hell? Now we know the important part, Jake and why he sought out demons. There's no more sense of mystery surrounding him. Not really. We know exactly who he is, and we know how the organization works. So now these blanks from his past don't serve a purpose anymore. They've become simply info that we do not possess. It would be so interesting to learn about his recruitment, and at this point there would be no drawbacks because none of it would really change how we already see him or how we feel about him. Anyways, regardless of what the exact past is and what happened first, he joined the 60 and it was a great find for them. He is a true asset. He took to it immensely well and he is incredibly competent. Leland gets it all done. Recruiting him was a fantastic move for the 60 because Leland is carrying them. Something else that the 60 does, they test everybody before officially recruiting them, or at least I think so, to make sure that the person can handle doing unsavory things. I think so because we saw that with Cheryl and the daffodil tests, and the cannibal guy had to be willing to eat a piece of flesh. I would love to know what were Leland's tests and if he was initially hesitant and maybe a little guilty, or if he jumped right in with arms wide open and fully embracing and enjoying the evil lifestyle. So Leland's house is very powerful, but is he the head of his house? In my opinion, the show always seems to imply that yes, he is, because he doesn't seem to have any humans above him as like any kind of boss. He's way too rich. Not everybody in the organization is, like the radio guy or the one who took the blame for LaRue's murders. That money screams top of the hierarchy. Leland struts all over the place in charge of so many operations, giving orders to people, like for example, Kurt's secretary or receptionist back in season 1, and he knows everything that is happening with every plan. He also makes his own choices, like he decides who to recruit and how and when without ever having to report to the head of Anatas' house, which definitely makes me think he is the head of house. Hell, he even led the initiation ritual of a different house when the cannibalism kid joined. Leland just seems to have way too much power, knowledge, and just free range to do whatever schemes he wants to not be the head, you know? This could be disproved someday. They could tell us he's middle management, but I'm fairly confident he's being portrayed to us as the head of Anatas' house. Which means at some point when his predecessor died a natural death, Lee had to eat a piece of their flesh to be able to replace them. Thus the rules, the chosen successor must do that when it's time for them to become the new head of house. I wonder how he felt about that, like in the moment. Thrilled to get the position and solidify his power, I'm sure, but I wonder if deep down there was any hesitation about the eating part of it. Oh, I have a fun curiosity to add that ties into the summoning ritual, kind of. We can very quickly see a glimpse of 5 folders on his laptop titled Paulina, Amadel, Notoria, Theurgia Goetia, and Goetia. These are the 5 R's, the 5 books that make up the Lesser Key of Solomon. Now, this is probably the world's most well-known grimoire of demonic summoning, like in real life, I mean. It's a real book, supposedly written by King Solomon under divine guidance. Each book teaches a different thing, they're not all demonic. Some are about spirits or even about angels, but the Ars Goetia specifically teaches rituals to summon demons. What's truly interesting is that if the show is implying Leland used that on his first summoning, well, that would be inaccurate. Despite being about demons, these rituals come from a Christian perspective. You call on the power of God to help you control and enslave these demons so that they do what you want. It creates a very antagonistic relationship between you and the demon in question, and if you lose control of them, they will turn against you and they will hurt you. Leland, as we know, is on great terms with demons, so he cannot have used any goetic rituals. He could have studied the book, even modified the ritual to remove the steps that like hurt and constrain the demons, maybe change the Christian callings for callings of the devil, but yeah, he would have to craft his own ritual based on the Goetia. I'm sure the show will invent it as like an Easter egg that I feel like most people wouldn't even notice, but I thought it was a fun detail and kind of an important discussion. 3.1. Why being in the 60 is a positive thing from his point of view. Empowerment, and the world improves if Lucifer wins. So, Leland was recruited into the 60, and now he recruits other people when he finds individuals that he deems capable of being sufficiently evil. That's a good, a great thing from his point of view. And I feel like sometimes the audience doesn't recognize that, because they don't put themselves in his shoes and look at it through his lens. They think that him wanting to recruit Lexis, for example, is him trying to harm her. But no, not from his perspective. The 60 made his life so much better, so it's a gift to be recruited. This doesn't include the people used as pawns, like those disposable ones. It includes those given like a proper job within the organization. Think about Leland's picture-perfect life. He's empowered, he has everything. A great job that he thoroughly enjoys, a huge mansion, he's rich and he's successful, he can buy rare expensive drinks, he goes to great parties, he is hot as hell, he has all this occult power at his disposal, he easily got the girl when he wanted one, he has influence over others. All of this sounds great, right? And what gave him all these wonderful things? The demons in the 60. He even said that those 59 people, the other heads of houses, are the 59 people that he trusts in the world, and that the organization is a tight-knit group. So there's the implication that he genuinely enjoys their company. So really, if you don't mind hurting people, if you don't mind working hard alongside demons, and if you don't feel much or any empathy, then what is the downside of joining the 60? Being occasionally annoyed by demon coworkers, like that's about it. Maybe there's the risk of getting in serious trouble if you ever piss off a demon or if you fail badly in a task. But so far we've never seen Leland worry about that. I don't even know if like getting caught for crimes and arrested would be bad. I feel like they're the type of organization that would have enough influence and an inside person to let the guilty walk free. So really it's pretty much all roses in the 60 if you're cool with evilness. You don't have to prove yourself though by showing that you're okay acting in morally reprehensible and evil ways. And then if Leland thinks you're worthy, he introduces you to this new world, new reality even, of incredible things where magic and power are within your grasp. And that kind of thing can be so intoxicating and exciting. He shows you such wonders that you never thought were possible. But of course, with Leland, these incredible, wonderful things come at a price. Your morals being slowly eroded, and eventually your soul is on the line. But if you don't care about that like he doesn't, then there's no drawback. At least not in this life. We'll touch on the afterlife later. But the benefits of joining the 60 and or aligning yourself with demons aren't just material. They're emotional and psychological too. And that's even more important and transformative. Think back to Jake Perry again. Back then, Lee felt weak and powerless. And now he's had this transformation into a much happier, confident man. Demons in the 60 empowered him. That's the key. So why would he think that aligning with them is a bad thing for himself or for anyone else? Leland is a corrupting force. We all know this. This is like his main character trait. He will always try to bring out the worst in everyone. What I'm saying is that he might see this corruption of others as an improvement of them. There's this deleted scene where he kind of tells Kristen that he prefers the darker side of her. It's noticeable throughout the show that if you embrace your bad side, Leland thinks more highly of you. With that in mind, it's easy to see how he might even consider it a gift of sorts when he corrupts someone, because he makes them become the better, from his point of view, and more empowered version of themselves. Like he became the better and more empowered version of himself when he embraced evil in his life. Now, if he doesn't see any worthwhile evil potential within people, then he usually doesn't even pay that person any mind. But if you're like too moral and too righteous, he'll try to ruin your life if he can, but not like recruit you. You know what I mean? Like with David. There's this one time back in season 1 where Leland says that he's not doing what he's doing because he's a bad person, but rather because Kristen is weak. And I wonder if some part of him truly believes that. Like, oh, a demonic revolution is good for the world, so I'm on the winning side. We're all better off if we embrace our darkness and live authentically. He may well assume that everyone's real inner selves are bad, and if pushed enough, everyone will express and free that side of them. Like, those are their true colors. He once claimed that kindness is hypocrisy, right? That's a very jaded view of humankind. And can you blame him for feeling this way given what he went through in his past? So, to say that, he must not believe that humankind can ever be sincerely kind, not without ulterior motives. So maybe he sees that bad side as their superior and more authentic side, and what he's doing is making them stronger and freer. He's certainly willing to sacrifice pawns, and he knows his actions are amoral. Like, I'm not trying to say that he thinks he's a good guy. He knows they're immoral, but I'm just saying that he might see this as a positive, not just for himself, but for all. It doesn't make any sense when you really think about it for him to relish his own evil and enjoy his new life so much while simultaneously feeling that this is a bad thing to do to others. So logically, he must think that everybody who can embrace their own evil is better off, right? It's all very, they say I did something bad, so why does it feel so good? Most fun I ever had, and I'd do it over and over again if I could. It just felt so good. But the thing is that they can do it again. So they do. I actually think this is an important part of Leland that gets overlooked. Like, please put yourself in his shoes for a moment and this will become crystal clear. If joining the 60 was so good for Lee and improved his life so much, then from his point of view, bringing in a new person will do what to them? Improve their life too. And spreading this out to the whole world will improve the world. He's not trying to hurt people just to hurt them, though he obviously enjoys that and the rush of power that he gets from hurting others. But these are kind of two separate things. They're joined, but they're separate. Now, this last part is my own speculation, but I feel like joining the 60 might have also given him a sense of purpose he's never had before. Because now he's not only living for himself, he's actually part of this larger-than-life scheme. Everything that he does matters. He can tip the scale on the war of good versus evil. He's involved in something of literal cosmic consequences. What's a bigger purpose than that? And one that will feed your ego to boot? Another perk of joining, surely. Or making the world an eviler place. His recruiter job, corrupting influence, other professional responsibilities and schemes. Leland does a lot. He has multiple jobs, schemes, and goals that he's working on at the same time at any given time. And he seamlessly moves from one to the other. That man is spinning 1,000 plates at once, from therapist to corporate boss to scientist apparently, all while pulling in souls for the devil's side. Leland told us as early as in episode 3 that he's doing things to make others more susceptible to evil. That's the key word, susceptible. And in the pilot, we're told he's a connector between demons and humans. That's it. That's basically all we need to know about his job. Like that song from the Broadway version of Mean Girls, I want to watch the world burn, I brought the gasoline. I want to watch the world burn and everyone turn mean. I want to make the world turn so bad. That's Leland. All of that is to turn people more towards the devil. His job is the short-term goal, the day-to-day goal, which ties into a much bigger overarching goal that we'll discuss later. For now, we need to look at how he accomplishes the day-to-day goals. He does it in a myriad of different ways and through his different jobs. His main roles are that of corruptor, agent of chaos and mischief, and he also seems heavily involved in recruitment for the 60. All of these come somewhat hand in hand because corruption is more often than not required before you can recruit, and causing chaos aids with that corruption. What I mean by corruptor is that Leland entices people's dark sides to come out and play. He gets people to indulge in their darkest desires by subtly coaxing or manipulating them, or he gets them to break down and react in anger and violence, though being careful to never overdo it to the point where he turns the people toward God instead. He quite literally is corrupting their souls, influencing them toward evil and sin. He's not making them sin because they still have free will, but he's really tilting the scales in that direction. Again, making people more susceptible to evil. He's not forcing their hand, but he's paving the way so that they embrace evil into their lives and hearts more easily, whether through positive or negative means. Ian Cash's famous words: "Wanna cross the line? Baby, go ahead. Get a little bit wrong, get a little bit wild." Or, "Looking for some trouble tonight? Take my hand, I'll show you the wild side." And because Leland is lighthearted with the way that he does it, it can feel really inviting and enticing. Michael Emerson said this in regards to Leland's manipulations: "I'll open the door that you wanted to open anyway and help you step over the threshold." Leland can almost instantly assess someone and know what are the doors they already secretly wish to walk through. He recognizes their inner dark desires or tendencies, and he helps them lean into that side more and more to show people how far they're actually willing to go. It's impressive because of how fast he can figure out the exact way to target a person. He reads them, he susses them out, he zooms in on that secret side of them. Then, once he's armed with that information, he'll use it to mold them into giving into bad behaviors more and more. He typically uses what you care about the most, what you desire the most, and or what you fear the most against you, either to give it to you, to threaten to take it away from you, or simply just to push you and spur you into action. It's like the idea that the devil never forces anyone to do anything. He simply tempts you with what you already want. And it's up to you to not give in to temptation and to deny it. As we can see, many people don't deny Leland at all. He'll make sure you're hellbound if you let him. Sometimes that temptation can come as fun experiences, like encouraging someone to shoplift whiskey or giving them internet fame. Or it can be awful, like sending an innocent to jail so they'll grow up twisted and hardened. Either way, they'll let evil slip in more easily if Leland places them in the right circumstances. Now, if you're going to convince people to indulge in their dark side, you have to be charming. You have to be a sweet talker, a silver-tongued charmer. If you're not well put together, projecting confidence and attracting them in some way, they'll never listen to you and they won't trust your opinion. Leland needs them to trust his opinions, and he gets people to do that very often. He achieves his corruption of others through various means. In fact, each technique is specifically tailored for each specific person, as we'll soon see in detail. As I said, he's highly skilled at reading people. He's very persuasive and he is incredibly cunning. That's why what he does is so masterful, so impressive and well done. He really manages to make people act in evil ways with ease, accomplishing their corruption over and over again throughout the show, and that is really his primary function. You would think that it would be a little bit harder, huh? But it feels like humans really a lot of times only need a little push to be bad. With this corruption, he basically targets everybody. Ideally, he wants the whole world to be evil, and he'll make anyone and everyone that he can more susceptible to the devil if he can. But obviously, there are individuals that he focuses in harder than others. There are large-scale projects too. With the individual people, that's where pawns and recruits differ. I call Leland a recruiter for the 60 because every time we see someone being used by the evil side or officially given the chance to join the 60, Leland is behind it. Nobody else seems to be behind it. He is picking the people that they work with in the organization, as well as the people that can further their goals. He looks at someone and goes, "Oh, you're easy to influence towards evil. You can be an unwitting pawn in one of our schemes." And these are the disposable people that don't seem to be told anything about demons or be given any real power. Or he looks at someone like, you have real potential for darkness. and to be part of the organization. So let me slowly tell you and show you more about demons so you can eventually become part of the 60. In recruiting, you need people at their highest potential for evil. They must be willing to commit horrible deeds. Otherwise, they're not going to be a good fit. It almost feels like Leland is in human resources for this large demonic organization. Not just recruitment, he's managing people too, giving them tasks and handling all sorts of big projects. If I think of it in terms of a professional setting, everyone must be under big boss Lucifer, and Lee probably has some other demon bosses like manager, but he seems fairly high in the human hierarchy in the 60. He knows everything that is going on, but more importantly, he recruits the people. That's one of the most crucial tasks in my opinion, because you need great people. You need the right people to fill the seats at the demonic table. Otherwise, everything falls apart if they're not smart and ruthless enough to do what they need to do. If the demons trust Leland enough to pick the people who will fill those seats, it stands to reason that he has proven himself enough to them, proven himself to be effective and powerful. I just think recruitment has to be a high position because really everything revolves around it. If the 60 recruit the wrong people, then they could easily fail in their big goal. So this whole I make people susceptible to evil as a job title is great, but he needs a day job too. And his main cover job is that of a therapist, as we know, with a clinic that tends to patients and as a forensic psychologist that consults on court cases. Being a therapist suits his personality very well. I said he's good at reading people, and these interpersonal analytical skills are a great asset to any therapist. But this non-supernatural job is a bit of a front, a way for Leland to further his supernatural goals. Therapy is a great way to find new pawns and recruits. Obviously, someone's therapist has a direct access to a very vulnerable part of that person. And if the therapist is doing a good job, then the patient will deeply trust them and their insights. What better way to gently or not so gently nudge someone toward evil? Listen to their innermost emotions. Support them when they need you, all while gauging their potential and then tailoring your advice to get them where you want them to go. That looks like Leland's main role in the 60, using his job of psychologist, one that he excels at and is naturally skilled at, for the manipulation of his patients in benefit of the 60 and their ultimate goal. Alinda's is his patient, so was the incel kid. He even mixes the supernatural with psychological advice too, like claiming that voluntarily letting a demon temporarily inhabit your body can be very beneficial depending on what issues you're struggling with. I think making him a therapist was really the perfect choice for the character, given this corrupted role that he has. I honestly miss seeing more of this. I've always found his consultations with his patients really fascinating. He uses that therapy expertise to speak in court too, as we know, yet another great use of his natural talents in service of the 60. As a forensic therapist, the jury trusts his position. He can assess the accused and speak of their mental state with authority and knowledge. He can coach defendants on what to say and how to behave. Sometimes he even sets up fall guys to take the place of greater evil. Leland is very comfortable lying under oath, of course, and this is probably, in my opinion, one of the most sinister jobs that he has. Influencing the justice system to free the guilty ones and imprison the innocent ones, all to ensure that the world is filled with evil people. With Leland's help, criminals and murderers get to go free and continue to wreak havoc and bring suffering onto the world, while the not guilty people will hopefully become disillusioned and hardened, which is an easy gateway to evil if they get wrongly imprisoned. It's a genius move on Leland's part, really. Now, negatively influencing people is all of their jobs. I think the entirety of the 60 does that to some extent in one way or another. They're all working together to create chaos and spread evil to the world. Leland just seems more in charge of that, the hows and the whens of corruption, and he does it mostly through his psychology practice. Another tactic that Leland uses as strategy often that I find pretty interesting is inconvenient truths, and I want to quickly touch on that. Those are very effective manipulation tools because when he does that, deep down the other person knows that he's speaking the truth, and he forces them to confront that unpleasant truth that they've been reluctant to see for themselves until then. For example, when he was trying to stop David from becoming a priest, he reminded David of the history of racism within the church. Leland was right about that. It is a problem. Or when he tells Kristen to her face that she let evil into her life after, she murdered someone. These are harsh truths, but truths nonetheless. There's a time when he's begging David for help, claiming he got attacked by an angel that tried to rip him apart. David disregards him and kicks him out despite being his spiritual advisor. And Lee says, "Are you so worried about being conned that you'll ignore a cry for help?" That is a very fair point. We know that the story is fabricated. We can tell his pleading ring hollow and melodramatic. But for David, the right thing to do would be to try to help someone, even if he didn't believe Leland. Because there's always that 0.1% chance that they actually need help, right? Some of these disruptive truths are more comedic too, like when he points out that the rewards of Catholicism are not particularly well defined. He's making a very good point that is fair enough and delivering it comically. Even then why the hell did you make buttercream an option fits, like he didn't say it to manipulate, but it is a very pertinent observation that was probably more polite if he kept it to himself. But he's right that including an option in a cake tasting that you already know doesn't work is a waste of his time, and it's stupid. Lee pushes people limits to corrupt them, but what's interesting is that he knows when to back off too. If he sees they're too resistant because he has hit a firm line for them, he changes strategies. For example, with Kurt, he told Kurt that he had to cut off his sister's hair if Kurt wanted to keep receiving demonic help with writing his book. That was a step too far for Kurt. He couldn't bring himself to actually do that. Instead of insisting or trying to like push him hard, Leland pivots. He even makes a few jokes, remarks that the hair that Kurt got from the drain would only buy him a comma in the writing, but then he suggests a new plan right away: voluntary possession. Both things probably would jeopardize the soul. If you cut off someone's hair against their will, that's assault, an evil act that would corrupt and or damage your soul. Kurt didn't do that, but he voluntarily invited Satan and or a demon to come into his body, which is sure to corrupt you and damage your soul just as much. Either way, Leland won, and he's so successful not only because he knows exactly how to push people, but also because he knows when to push and when to back off and when to readapt or change his strategies. What's interesting with his job being that of tempter is that he doesn't usually do anything evil directly himself, and I think that serves to make him even more mysterious and make us more curious about him. His whole thing is influencing others to do it. It literally took us 3 whole seasons to find out if he's even capable of murder. We've seen him shoplift whiskey and like steal therapy notes, but other than that, it's been convincing others to do stuff. That doesn't absolve him of any of it, of course. It's just interesting from a psychological standpoint. He delights in little day-to-day things like ordering weights just to watch the person struggle to deliver them up the stairs, or eating popcorn in church just to be cheekily disruptive, messing with people just to annoy them, more lighthearted evil fun. He's not out being a serial killer or, you know, physically hurting anybody most of the time. He's not aggressive, quite the opposite actually, but he is spreading chaos. Almost all of the most horrifying things that happened on the show so far weren't done by Leland, but he has a hand in all of them. He was behind it all in one way or another. Sometimes he achieves his goal of making the world a worse place by spreading small, mundane acts of evil, only mischief even, being chaotic for chaos sake, or small crimes like shoplifting, like we said, or to pushing people towards Satan by either making them angry or sad in small ways, like making sure they only get bad and doom and gloom news online, to horrifying encouragement given to all sorts of potential killers, to finally committing his own kidnappings and murders. So he does it all, like all over the scale. For Lee, it's fair game as long as it brings somebody to the side of the devil somehow, or it's chaotic enough to give him personal enjoyment. He doesn't just corrupt individual people though, no. That's just what he does directly on a person-to-person level. But he also has schemes and entire businesses really dedicated to influencing the whole world at once. With the internet especially, he can influence far and wide, ensuring evil enters the lives of people everywhere who will never even meet him in person. He can also connect like-minded evil people to support one another and help them open that door, to throw it back to what Michael said. Also, he can control public perception, and anyone who can do that is extremely powerful. On top of it all, his resources are vast and seemingly endless. So let's go through some highlights of his professional accomplishments and schemes that we've seen on the show so far, but we haven't discussed yet, because Leland has these Machiavellian schemes running all over the place, in addition to his main therapist's job. One of his early plans was to let a dangerous song loose in the world by creating a new famous influencer and then getting her to publicize the song as a challenge. As I'm sure you remember, the song had a subliminal message to children and teens. A pretty harmful subliminal message. And this whole Puds' song scheme is interesting because it's an outlier in terms of all of his other plans. It doesn't actually turn anybody more toward evil. It doesn't corrupt them. It still influences them, but to hurt themselves, not someone else. It does cause a lot of really disturbing chaos, yes, but it's unlike everything else that he does. Unless we're going by the belief that taking your own life is a sin. But I don't know, it wasn't really framed that way. Speaking of songs, remember when he was playing with the 4 Bouchard girls and he taught them that like sort of song or chant that went, I like coffee, I like tea, I like the devil to dance with me, count to 7, you're in heaven, count to 6, you're in a ditch. I still laugh at that when I remember that. And I wonder if there was any occult power behind that. Did it make the girls more open to the suggestions of evil, or was it just a cheeky little song meant to sound disturbing that he just taught them for fun? Or was it meant to subtly normalize this idea of like dancing with the devil for the girls, like psychologically speaking, normalize that? Don't forget that this was the same day that he gave them each notebooks that had a drawing of Anatas sigil. Like he wanted the sigil to exert some subtle energetic influence over them. I love this song and I still think about what it might have been. He also knows rituals and he can hook you up with some, like that allure ritual to get writing inspiration. Leland already had the materials necessary, the record player and the actual record and the candle with the symbol. He had instructions, like he came prepared. And sharing a ritual like that is obviously another way to ensnare people. I actually love this Kurt plot because there's such a rich history of stories and folklore of people using entities of all kinds for inspiration in the arts, like for paintings, poems, songs put straight into your head, like already ready, put there by something that is not human. Also, the idea of selling your soul for fame and artistic power is very well known, and I thought Evo had a very unique take on that folklore. It was so fun to watch Lee take the lead on that and succeed, and now I'm sure it's very likely that the book itself will continue to influence the people that read it after its publication. Just like Pudsy's song being disseminated into the world, it's gonna keep a little seed of evil with it that it's gonna disseminate. Leland throws a lot of parties and seems to really bask in the attention of that. Like he hosted the initiation birthday party / ceremony for the cannibal kid at his home, and we saw the care that he was taking into making sure the snacks table by the door looked perfect. It had banners, it had fun little hats, and we know he likes to show off, so that tracks. He also threw that volunteer possession party in his apartment, and there is maybe the implication that it's something he does semi-regularly, though that one was likely geared towards influencing Kurt. It's a party for possession chasers to watch a person voluntarily get possessed. That's kind of a funny concept. Since Leland seems at the center of so much, it fits that he's the host of all these ritualistic parties. He just has the host vibe, honestly. Lee sells this voluntary possession as a form of therapy too, which I find fascinating, and again, I wonder if part of him sees it as actually helping his patient become more empowered. I just can't get over how giddy he was watching Kurt become more and more enthralled by the demonic. And the big grin on Leland's face when a vase or something telekinetically flew from the shelf during the party. Adorable. He seems sincerely proud of that whole story, which speaks volumes to how dedicated he is to his job and to how much he loves wielding power over others and just being the center of attention and basking in attention. Also, the fact that it's a voluntary possession is a slap in the face of the church. Another moment of showing us that Lee is fond of blasphemy. He even says that people are free to commune with the demonic, not tied up like those cowards from when the church does exorcisms. It's a quick scene really, and mostly just geared towards Kurt's corruption, and yet it's a perfect Leland scene that checks every Leland box. It's an underrated gem of a scene. He is in top form here in every possible way. From scheming and corrupting to blasphemy to therapy to his own personality, throwing back to his backstory of Jake, to his sheer joy in just doing that. There's also the influencer party. I'm not sure who threw that one, but I guess the 60 as a whole, kinda. It's very lavish and it's beautiful. Everyone wearing white feels like them being haha, and cheekily subverting the color of purity. That party is an interesting twist on what we know as influencers, since none of them are social media presences, but instead influence in a much more sinister and underhanded way. They influence the actual world, people's behaviors, and even morals. Like he says in a later season, they control how people react to plagues, for example, and how people feel about that is the most important part. The 60 might even have some control over who is in power and who isn't. That party in particular seemed like business networking, since we saw him use it as an opportunity to introduce Cheryl to Edward, so that Edward could test her as a potential new member. So there were definitely rubbing shoulders with important people. There was a singer there, a famous singer, networking. Leland was also obviously involved with the is it RFM fertility in some capacity. There's the baby thing that's coming up, obviously, but also as soon as that doctor messed up and let Kristen find out that one of her eggs went missing, the doctor suddenly vanished and reappeared paralyzed in Leland's pantry. It's a quick precursor to what would come to be Andy's fate in a later season. We don't know if that was temporary punishment for the doctor's mess up, if she just needed to lay low, or if Leland was going to have her killed. Her fate is a mystery to us. So if killing was the end goal, why not kill her right away? Anyway, the more relevant part of that is that out of everybody in the 60s, she was at Leland's apartment as an unwilling guest. Did he decide on her punishment then? Or does he just happen to have the storage space for paralyzed bodies? Regardless, it shows that he was monitoring the fertility clinic business closely, which makes sense given that these embryos are all intended to be future recruits if they live up to their potential as they grow up. Leland is in recruitment, as I've said, meaning it's his responsibility to fill in the ranks with new worthy people. So of course he's involved in this new scheme that makes babies already inherently more easily corrupted. Actually, I have a new scoop for you. Did you know that Leland is also a bit of a scientist? This is a new tidbit that we'll see in season 4, mentioned by Michael Emerson in a really cool recent interview. He said that rejuvenating serum, he calls it youth serum, that we saw in season 2, I think, was actually invented by Leland. We do see him wear a lab coat when Sharon and Edward are being injected, which I thought was interesting back then, and now we know why. Or we will know why when the season airs. Leland being a scientist and occultist, mixing both aspects that are often depicted as at odds with each other. I love that. We might not get to see how he invented the serum, what did he do to come up with it, or how well it works. Like, can it make someone stop aging forever, or is it more just like to perk you up? But it's fun to know that it was invented by Leland. Another job that Leland had for a while was his job with the church, which we'll discuss in later sections, but it was literally kind of retcon. It was supposed to be, and I quote, a volunteer therapist position, like a coach for counseling people that were spiritually afflicted. Then it became like a lawyery liability consultant overnight. Regardless, it's important to remember that he donates a lot to the church. It might seem weird to give money to your arch enemies, but it's clearly a way to buy access and influence. Being a donor guarantees that he has a say in church matters, and it ensures that they need to keep him around and keep him happy because they don't want to pass up on that much money. And finally, on top of all his individual schemes, season 3 also introduced his work at the company, which I completely forgot the name and I did not check. It's a the 60 company with a literal demon at the head. We don't know what exactly Leland does there other than being the human boss under the manager. He struts in, keeps people tasks, signs their paycheck, and leaves. He can run personnel and hire new people, like he hired Cheryl. We know the company itself has branches that corrupt and influence the world in different ways too. Like, we saw their foray into cryptocurrency and the idea of keeping people doom scrolling, which is to bombard them with constant bad news so that it messes with their mental state. The strategy is to keep them continuously scrolling so that it keeps people unsteady, afraid, wary, and angry for as many hours in a row as possible. And then, while they're in a negative frame of mind, they're again more susceptible to all kinds of bad influences or right influence, like Leland says. I thought it was brilliantly perceptive of Lee to say that you can't kill or put anyone through like too much tragedy because then there's a risk that they might turn to God. That's so true. There are many stories of people finding faith and turning to it for comfort when they're at their lowest or at their most hopeless. So the strategy is to be subtle. I think Leland giving this speech really fits with him being a psychologist. He understands human emotions well, and he knows exactly how to use them for his goals. All those emotions evoked through subtle doom scrolling can be exploited to make you turn more toward the dark side, especially if you let yourself feel them constantly or you lose yourself in them. They fester and they grow, especially with the push. In the previous season, we saw targeted ads that corrupt, like for example, ads encouraging Kristen to cheat on her husband. And I'm pretty sure we're meant to know that the 60 is behind those. If they're running targeted ads, then this company could very likely be behind it, since they deal with technology, public perception, the internet, all that. Most of what they do is effective in a tech way rather than a cult way. And I think it's endlessly fascinating that Lucifer controls plagues and the 60 controls the world's response to plagues, and it's shifted from like 80%, 20%, now it's 20% to 80%. That's Lucy only doing 20% of the job, and these humans in the 60 doing 80% of it. They're doing the heavy lifting. Like, that's a lot of power in their hands. Like, no wonder they're winning. But the company isn't even Leland's main job. Recruitment and therapy are. Oh, and this isn't a job or a scheme per se, but it's a peculiarity that I thought I should remind you all of. Leland likes to lick blood. He's done it multiple times. I don't know if it's the mental excitement of doing something taboo and dark, if he finds it like kind of sexy to do it with a partner, or if having blood in your system actually does something like it did with the exorcism blocking that we'll talk about later. I would guess that licking such a small amount that it probably does nothing because he needed so many gallons for that tub thing to work. Yeah, I don't know. I assume that he just enjoys it. So why does Leland do all of these jobs? And he works so hard at them. He doesn't ever half-ass. Well, he enjoys them for one, and we all see how delighted he gets when he successfully corrupts someone or he can have influence over someone. It's a power thing. And the job is also a part of his deal. I'm sure it's like a quid pro quo kind of thing with demons. And he might have actual faith in the outcome of the demonic revolution. Leland may have 1,000 jobs, but at the end of the day, he's our agent of mischief and chaos. He wants to make people more susceptible to evil. That's it. It's that simple. He likes to watch the world burn, and he wants everyone to be their very worst selves. And this whole make people more susceptible to evil motto paves the way for this demonic revolution, with the goal seeming to be that someday everybody will be on that evil path. 4.1. A hand-picked manipulation tactic for each specific person. Alternate title for this section is, in Leland's own words, the devil can use anybody. And yeah, he can. So after Leland sizes people up and identifies that seed of evil in their hearts, he draws that out by corrupting them in personalized ways. Meaning he uses different techniques to manipulate each person. He tailors the corruption to each individual, and he says and does whatever he knows will be the most effective on them. That's why he's so good at his job. He can read people with ease and uses magnetism and charisma to influence them. He has some general go-tos, of course, like dangling power, money, and or fame in front of them, stoking anger they already feel, making them think they must protect a loved one, persuading them to act on lustful desires, revealing inconvenient truths. But those are broad strategies. The details are always hyper-focused on the personality of the person in question, using their own desires and weaknesses against them. So let's explore why he picked each tactic for each specific person. They're all super fascinating from a psychological standpoint. Serial killer LaRue was our first introduction to Leland's corruptor job. And with him, the technique was really very simple. Before LaRue ever killed anyone, he already exhibited serial killer tendencies. And he made that super obvious in an online forum. Leland saw that because he was already watching that forum in search of people who were feeling an urge to kill, and he simply talked to him to egg him on, hype him up, like, yeah, you should go and do it. He encouraged LaRue's craving to dabble with murder, and honestly, it doesn't take much persuasion if the person is already like on the brink and itching to do it anyway. Just a non-judgmental friend encouraging you is enough, and Leland was straight up coaching him like a mentor. As a plus, Leland told him Lee could keep him out of jail by helping him fake an insanity plea defense in court if he got caught. It worked. People died. And if I'm not misremembering, it was implied that Leland coaching killers to be was not a one-time thing just with LaRue. Melendez is the stereotype of the shallow, dumb, blonde influencer. It's not a stereotype I love, but I do like the character. And Leland used her desire for fame and that insecurity attributed to influencers that are like pathological attention seekers. He says it himself. When he met her, she had very few followers. He gave her the brand and the social media empire that she has now, and he can take it away. That keeps her in line. She doesn't want to lose her clout and have a drop in her followers. So she does what he tells her to do. Melendez doesn't seem really involved in the demonic side. She's a pawn, I think. He's just feeding her harmful content to put out under the guise of innocuous like beauty and challenge videos. But she knows they're harmful, and she still agrees to work with him because for her it's worth it if the fame can feed her ego and give her the attention that she craves. So basically Lee uses her insecurities, ego, and fame thirst to corrupt her. Also, as soon as he thinks that she might be throwing him under the bus, he turns steely and asks if she's threatening him, which is a chilling reminder that he'll turn against anyone if needed. With Kurt, his latest project, Lee is very friendly, chummy, always coming up to Kurt with this bright smile on his face. He isn't throwing his power around, he's actually pretty affable. As they get closer and Kurt gets more wrapped up in the demonic, Lee smirks a bit more and is a bit more openly mischievous, but it's always lighthearted. And contrary to other cases like LaRue where he instantly suggests murder, he takes baby steps with Kurt. Like, Leland recognizes that he can't push Kurt too far right away because Kurt would balk. I discussed this in the previous section, talking about how after Kurt failed to cut the sister's hair, Leland didn't insist. He made a joke and pivoted to something more innocuous that wouldn't involve hurting anybody. Something he knows would be easier for Kurt to stomach, like a simple invitation to witness an interesting ritual. Part of Leland's continuous success with tainting souls really comes from knowing how much to push, when to insist, and when to back off or readapt, like I said. But his initial way in was preying on Kurt's ambition and the vulnerability that he felt after seeing a demon for the first time. Leland heard that Kurt wanted to write a book about the experience, and he dangled his services in helping him understand that demonic encounter. It must be pretty unsettling to find out the demons are real. So of course Kurt was reeling, and Lee recognized and used that. All he did at first was offer help with the writing inspiration, using the singing and the cutting hand, an old ritual adapted to modern times. Once that ritual went well and gave Kurt a huge burst of inspiration to write, the man was hooked. He kept reusing that ritual over and over again to cure his writer's block. So Lee made him dependent on that ritual and that demon, and Kurt seems just incapable to write without it now. So having him hooked, Leland is now slowly escalating. First with the voluntary possession thing. He sold it as a unique opportunity to witness firsthand something that would make the book really pop. Lee even mentioned that the original idea was
like for the book was kind of played out, and this would be the thing to make the book truly special. Kurt agreed to just watch the ritual, but of course, after he saw that display of power and Leland cheerily suggested that he try it on himself, he gave in to experience it firsthand. All for the book. I'm sure Leland will keep escalating now. And how far do we think Kurt will end up going with all of this? Lee already corrupted him, but will it get to the point of hurting someone? With that incel guy, apparently his name was Sebastian, Leland took on the role of mentor to an apprentice again, but he was way less pleasant than with Kurt, choosing to project power instead. He knew the guy was deeply insecure, so he portrayed himself as above Sebastian, to be someone that Sebastian felt instinctively compelled to impress. I don't work with losers, Leland said, and that immediately got the guy to fall in line. Or later on he'd say, I'm not sure you're ready, so Sebastian would feel the need to prove himself. Lee also made himself look like a respectable role model of everything Sebastian looked up to and wanted to be like. The kid desperately wanted to emulate Leland's confidence and his power over women especially. Sebastian had a lot of misogyny inside, and Leland absolutely twisted that to his advantage by reinforcing that guy's feelings and egging him on to get revenge on the girl that rejected him. Actually, when Lee started his anti-woman speech, I was a bit worried. I was thinking, if he actually feels this way, then I won't be able to like him as much. But I feel like he's just telling this guy what he wants to hear, what this guy needs to hear. So I'm gonna wait and see how it plays out. And then one episode later, it was revealed that I was right, thankfully. Leland didn't believe what he was saying. His target for the intended attack wasn't even women at all, it was David's prayer group. He was truly using Sebastian and playing him for a fool that would be discarded later on. And that's when I was sure of how excellent he is at manipulating. He not only played that guy like a fiddle, he assessed his psychological profile and used that knowledge to tell Sebastian exactly what he needed to hear in order to further incite what Sebastian already felt. Leland also normalized violence, something that he often does, and he used baby steps here too. First was sending a bag of poop as revenge, then he was doing this like thing and thinking what if, all to condition Sebastian's already hateful mind to accept the possibility of murder. And it worked, the guy was going to do it. Then when he accidentally Leland immediately went back to the website to recruit another incel with the same hatred inside, because Leland knows that he can use that hatred and that sick insecurity to his own benefit. Sebastian was easily replaceable. Leland was already about to target another person just like him. Then that plot just evaporated into ether and it was never mentioned in the show again. So there was also the gambling priest, Father Mulvehil, apparently. Laptops were showing personalized ads to tempt people with their weaknesses, which I'm sure the 60 has something to do with, like we said. As we know, they're masters of using technology to corrupt. Right around the time that he first exorcised Leland, the father started getting targeted ads of online betting games. So he unfortunately succumbed to his addiction to the point of owing money to his bookies, something that puts him in a vulnerable and likely dangerous position that he can't get out of. We know Leland has spies everywhere and knows a lot about all the people that he associates with, so I'm sure he was well aware that the father used to have issues with gambling, and he targeted him with the ads on purpose. Once Leland had that huge debt over him, he used it to keep the priest under his thumb, but also to ensure the father made Leland's exorcism look more realistic. And I'm sure making a priest sin was a huge bonus too. With a cannibal kid, Leland took a more gentle approach, using empathy to persuade. The kid was nervous about eating human flesh. He was craving it, but he knew it was taboo, and of course he felt super weird and wrong about it. So Leland was reassuring, calm, putting him at ease. He used logic to do it by reminding him that in the Catholic rite of the Eucharist, people technically consume the flesh of Christ too. So why would cannibalism be forbidden? Of course it's not, he patiently explains. Because there's nothing wrong with imitating the holiest of the Catholic sacraments. Reason and logic are good ways to reassure someone that what they're doing is okay. Leland, being all gentle, humanizes the situation too by saying that no one's getting hurt. The guy meant to be eaten died of natural causes. What harm will eating a bite of flesh do? So here he chose gentle reassurance because the guy was fragile. So he was really tapping into the role of empathetic church counselor that he had before the job retcon. Aside from these minor characters that Leland has been working on corrupting throughout the seasons, he does it to the main characters too, with a surprising level of success, honestly. What tactics does he use for them? With the Bushard girls, he used games and playing, which makes sense because they're little girls and a teenager. Everything is very subtle. He taught them the devil chant that they were having fun singing, gave them notebooks with sigils drawn on the back. They watched Melinda's videos, and Leland probably told them, Lexus especially, questionable things about how hurting people is okay, subtly. We don't really see him say that, but it just seems logical to assume that he did, since he was in contact with her specifically to influence her. It's only later when he loses direct access to her that he turns to, again, a game, the online game, where he tries to drive a wedge between her and Kristen, going as far as to suggest that she puts poison in Kristen's food. That obviously didn't work, but I'm not sure if his influence over the girls isn't lingering a bit more than we realize. Lately, they seem quicker to root for violence than they used to be. With David, he mostly uses two things: the trauma of losing Julia or lust. The former is pretty easy. Leland brings up things about the late Julia in taunting and cruel ways to rile David up, because of course David was in love with Julia. From cheekily saying how beautiful she was, to saying he remembers her crying on her knees, to insinuating he had something to do with her death by telling her she was being a burden when she was sick. David loved Julia, so of course hearing these things really messes with him. It's corruption because Leland wants all that to lead to David being violent and hopeless and faithless. He did manage to get him, a man who at that point is literally studying to be a priest, to punch him in the literal pilot of the show. Right out of the bat, he managed to bring violence out of David, someone that we know is incredibly sweet, well-meaning, and a gentle person. Leland only accomplished such a feat because he's so skilled in picking the precise words that will hurt the most, will cut the deepest, and have the maximum effect on someone. The latter, lust, is pretty simple. Leland weaponizes David's former sex addiction and tries to get David to give up his chastity vow in different ways. Once by astral projecting to him and whispering saucy things, talking about breasts and climaxes and stuff. Once by literally trying to make a deal with Kristen to get her to go sleep with David. And I wouldn't doubt that he's involved in sending that fly-like demon that presented as Kristen to seduce David. We know that Leland knew when Abby was going to visit Ben's dreams, so there's definitely precedence for him being involved in stuff like this. And this temptation and corruption of David definitely worked because he spent quite some time sleeping with demon Kristen. But it doesn't always work with David. He's a harder target, like Leland himself said to Kristen. During the confession in season 2, Leland tried so hard to rattle him again, giving some truly low blows there, like talking about Julia's death again. It did get under David's skin, but instead of hurting Leland like he was being baited to, he instead made a fist so tight that his hand was bloody at the end. As much as I often root for Lee, I was really proud of David for being the bigger person there and not letting Leland draw violence from him. We even see how kind of frustrated Lee is when all David says is how many prayers he needs to do. And of course, Leland never managed to get David to not take his vows, which was one of the big goals. With Cheryl, he saw a beautiful but lonely woman who was somewhat older than him, and he used the literal seduction on her. He knew she was looking for a man, so he went right in. Leland engineered a meeting, he flirted, and she was immediately taken with him, which relatable. So yeah, that's about it. He used his charm, his real personality pretty much, his sex appeal, and his looks to get her to be attracted and infatuated with him, and then fall in love with him. He also offered her this freedom to indulge in her darker side, which he picked up on very early in the process. Hence the flirting with his real personality and not some like good guy act. She genuinely had a blast in his company. Like Cheryl even tried to break up with him when Kristen asked, but she went to kiss him goodbye once and she couldn't resist him any further. Leland was irresistible, like he set the literal bed on fire. Soon Cheryl was like in love. During the time they were together, she was doing things for him like stealing Kristen's map and learning about the occult because he saw she had real potential to be an actual recruit. I'd say the corruption of Cheryl worked 100%. I mean, she is full on working with the 60 and killing people, so what more can one want? Kristen's corruption worked really well too. We'll take a closer look at how much he's been pulling the strings in every aspect of her life when we talk about interpersonal relationships, but here let's discuss what he targeted in her in order to corrupt her. With Kristen, he made her confront and eventually almost accept her own inner darkness, and he mostly used her motherhood, as a way to get the worst out of her. From day one, he talked about the kids. He made jabs about what she said in therapy, that for example, that sometimes she wishes the girls weren't there. So he says he can make them disappear if Kristen just says the word. He makes threats throughout season 1, saying if she knew what she's truly dealing with, she'd go protect the kids instead. These threats are empty sometimes. Like he flat out told her he'd be like Job and kill all her 4 daughters. But the thing is, if he really wanted them dead, I'm 100% sure he would have tried for that by now. And with Lexus, we know for a fact that he never wanted her dead. She's meant to become evil and occupy some great position within the 60s, some throne. So obviously he never meant that threat. He said it to scare Kristen, destabilize her, and, dare I say it, corrupt her. At the same time, he was slowly becoming this seeming omnipresence in her life, showing up at her house, dating her mom, playing with her kids without her knowledge. He was playing on her biggest fear of losing her kids to see if she'd have a reaction, and eventually she did. I mean, I think it was episode 3 that she used a deepfake against Leland. That's illegal. He got her to commit a crime very easily. Then he spent season 1 making her do worse and worse things that culminated in the ultimate mortal sin under a religious standpoint: murder. After all of his and LaRue's needling about the girls, she committed murder. And it wasn't even actually self-defense, it was premeditated and not at a moment of immediate risk. And don't forget that LaRue not being convicted was Leland's doing too. That Minor, the 60 killer, claimed he murdered LaRue's victims so that LaRue could go free and, I'm assuming under Leland's orders, go threaten Kristen. If not for Leland coaching the killers and meddling with the justice system, LaRue would be behind bars, or would not have yet killed at all yet. But Leland wanted him as a killer and out in the world, partly to push Kristen to take action against him. Lee would win either way, because either he let a serial killer be free and run loose, or he set Kristen up to commit murder. Since that murder, Leland hasn't done much to corrupt her because he already won with her. Like he told Cheryl, I've been using you to get your daughter to hurt her. Now she's hurt. And like he told Kristen herself that she was easy. He's still around her, but mostly targeting David and trying to recruit her daughter, not really tempting her to do anything. And still she keeps acting unhinged because he really got his hooks into her. This influencing thing being Leland's main function on the show creates an interesting dichotomy. As despicable as Leland is, he is usually not directly harming anyone. He is simply convincing others to do it. The other person always still has complete free will and their own conscience to guide them. Like we said before, they all could have said no to him. All Leland did was have a silver tongue and bring out a darkness they already possessed. He wields the power, but usually doesn't get his own hands dirty. Now, that's not to say that it makes any of his crimes less of a big deal or him any less dangerous. His job is to sow the seeds of evil and chaos, and he is already evil. His soul's already pledged to Lucifer as far as we can tell, so he doesn't necessarily need to be out there doing anything himself. He has to get others, who are still perhaps more innocent and haven't sinned as much, to do the bad things. And there's strategy in being subtle and keeping to the shadows, like the puppet master pulling all of the strings. And the fact that he uses these different methods for each person with unique manipulation tailor-made for that person's personality, that's why it never gets boring or tiring to watch for the audience, because he always uses a fresh method and a new plan, and it's always interesting to glimpse at the character's psyches through Leland's eyes and seeing how he uses that in order to recruit them. 5. Does he have true faith in the devil? There are many stories of people trying to cheat their way out of a devil deal after they get power. Not Leland. He's dedicated and seems to be all in. I mean, there's a huge difference between making a deal because you want power, but you don't really care about the devil's endgame, and making a deal and then actually being invested in the devil's endgame. One time, he said my favorite line in the entire show.
It's so comforting to pray to power instead of weakness.
And although he was performing at the time, I feel like he might have meant it too. Following God's teachings to him makes people weak. We see his contempt for such people, but Lucifer is strength. The belief in him made Leland strong. It may very well be a comfort for him, considering how much it improved his own life. And isn't it interesting how being wicked can feel comforting? I touched on this briefly when I discussed why being recruited into the 60 is seen as a big positive thing from Leland's perspective. Extrapolating on that, I said that he thinks the whole world would be better off if the demonic revolution takes place, and that he found a real sense of purpose with them. That, in and of itself, indicates to us that his faith is real. Of course, early on in the show, we didn't even know for sure if demons were real, or if he was maybe one. Now we, the audience, have irrefutable proof that demons exist, and Leland, a human, works with them. So he is put in this unusual position of having confirmations that demon, the devil, and by extent, God and his angels are all real, because all of those are tied together within the same theology, and one would not exist without the other. But knowing that doesn't necessarily mean that he actually cares about the devil's endgame, or that he has any real faith in him beyond I want my power. And I don't mean faith in the devil himself, because faith implies belief without proof. Leland has proof. He knows the demons are real. I mean faith in Lucifer's endgame. Does Leland truly believe that the demonic revolution can be achieved? So let's talk about Leland's religious views, what he portrays to others, and what he actually really believes in. What he portrays is a pretty stereotypical version of Satanism. He put the upside down cross in his home, which might have been purely set dressing because he knew the three were coming over to assess his place. So he hid the tattoo kit in there and put up the cross. I don't remember ever seeing that cross again in his apartment after that day. He had a book called Devil's Bargain by Joshua Green on his nightstand, which isn't actually about Satanism, it's political, but it paints a picture. His laptop had a drawing of the devil as wallpaper. His very easy to guess password was Lucifer 8, which he wanted the trio to guess because he harped on the number 8 many times while talking to them. All of this paints a picture of Satanism. He talks about Satan granting him this brutal vengeance against a bus driver who didn't even exist, while also making up that Satan clawed at him behind his ear like a fearsome beast. It's all to sell this image that he's working with a super powerful, fearsome, evil creature. But these are the things that he said to the trio when he was putting on an obvious performance. When he's talking to his allies, the tone changes because the performance isn't needed. He's playful when he says that Lucifer loves perseverance. He has a normal, friendly demeanor when he's breaking down who controls how people react to plagues, 80% Lucy and 20% his followers, etc. And if we take the retcon about the goat therapist into account, his relationship with Lucy was originally planned to be pretty chill. Now, we don't know if the show will go that same route or if we'll ever see Lee and Lucy interact, but regardless, there is one scene that gives away a lot about his real feelings regarding the devil. And that's when he finds that pamphlet for the new ministry of Satan that claims Satan cares about your future and has pictures of families on picnics and stuff. Personally, I'd love to see more Luciferian or Satanist representation on the show. Like, people who do believe, but they use that for good. Oh, but Leland loses it. His reaction to that pamphlet is very telling because it's one of the few times where he expresses his full, genuine emotion to David without making a joke or provoking or performing. His outrage is real. His anger is real. I mean, he wanted to string people up and watch them bleed. He truly didn't want Satan's image to be co-opted by people who didn't believe in him. And he didn't want the idea of Satanism to be disrespected. Leland was offended by people making what he considered to be a mockery of Satan. It was very similar to any religious person who just dislikes people co-opting their religion without being part of that faith. Satanism appropriation, you could say. Why did he react so strongly, I wonder? I think it's two things. One, the Satanism image should be tough, so he can continue to feel tough and empowered when he declares that he is one. They should fear the devil and they should fear him. And two, the devil actually changed Leland's life for the better. So it wouldn't surprise me if he feels at least some level of real gratitude and appreciation for what the devil did to him. Therefore, he doesn't want Lucifer's name being used by people who, from Leland's point of view, don't understand what Lucy is really about. There could be real loyalty there, and I think that's a fascinating concept. When he passionately claims that a belief in Lucifer is about power, rejection of authority, manipulation, violence, and disgust with religious people, he means it. That's his faith. That's the truth of what he believes or knows the devil to be about. You can see that it means a lot to him in that moment. I think it's important to note that Leland's views do not line up with the majority of real-life Satanists, though. There are different kinds. Many are actually atheistic despite the name, so they don't even believe in the devil. Others aren't atheistic. Some that may fall more under a sort of devil worshiper umbrella don't see the devil as a force of evil, though. That's the important thing. Others don't worship at all, but they may work with those energies. Luciferians see him as enlightenment, empowering the underdogs, helping you grow but never through doing evil. It's never meant to be violent or cause any harm, unless someone is seriously twisting Satanism around and misrepresenting it as people are known to do with all religions. But of course, it's totally fair that within the lore of the show that the devil is an evil being, especially as they seem to be going with the fully Christian view for that world. And Leland knows that, and he clearly takes issue with people who see the devil in a different, more harmless light. And if he has true faith, his penchant for blasphemy and making a mockery of the sacrament takes on an even bigger meaning. He is defiant and contemptuous of anything God-related, because that truly goes against his beliefs in who he's rooting for, who he placed his loyalties with. In his faith, the Christian God is the enemy, and that's why he's all in working towards his overarching goal. 6. His overarching goal, the demonic revolution. The tempting and corrupting, leading people astray, making them sin. These are Leland's immediate short-term goals that tie into his long-term goal. The overarching goal, the desired endgame for him, is this demonic revolution that I've been mentioning. Let's break it down. Where does this revolution idea come from? We've been told, though maybe discreetly, from the beginning. Now we know much more about how the 60 works, with several branches that act to negatively influence all sorts of things in people, making them susceptible to evil, be it by doom scrolling, manipulating therapy patients, etc., whatever. We know that Leland wants to spread evil and chaos, but I'd like to take it a step further. There have been hints about demonic thrones and what the devil wants. The entity has made claims that they're basically fighting a war against the 60, with peace on earth hanging on the balance. So the 60 are literally preventing peace on earth from ever happening. That's a a lofty goal. That blonde woman who I think used to be Leland's receptionist flat out told the trio that their side is losing. There have even been some biblical revelation stuff written on the exposed wall thingy they found at Kristen's house, and Revelation is the part of the Bible that deals with the apocalypse. All of this leads me to believe that there's a really specific reason for the 60 to be making people more evil. It's not just because they each made an individual deal for power and now their job is to corrupt souls. It's not just so more souls go to the devil. There's a specific reason as to why they want these souls to be corrupted. And for that to make sense, we need to go biblical. Revelation in the Bible says that once the apocalyptic battle of the end of days is done, earth will become just like heaven. Everyone that died will return and reunite in happiness because God won. This is the peace on earth that the entity referred to, and the ultimate Christian endgame. I can only assume, and this seems like a pretty easy leap to make, that the demonic revolution that the 60 is seeking out is just like this, but for the other side. They want, and possibly even have faith, that Lucifer will win the apocalyptic battle and defeat the angelic forces. After this victory, the devil will rise to rule the earth, and we'll have hell on earth instead, where all the evil qualities will reign and be praised, and those who helped Lucifer achieve this win will rise to power alongside with him. It's all about Leland securing his future of eternal power for himself in an evil world where he can always have fun being that. And of course, the more people are on Hell's team, either willingly or because their souls were doomed, the better for this fight, which is why corrupting people and recruiting them is so important. Any soul taken from God and delivered to Lucifer instead is a great thing, a step in building an army to eventually win the end of days battle. Leland is doing everything he can to strengthen Hell's army. I don't think he necessarily believes that he will live to see this revolution take place. This is something that might only happen centuries from now, like this apocalypse. That doesn't matter though. Leland will have helped Satan's rise anyway, and he will reap the rewards that he seems to have faith in. If the idea of heaven on earth is that everybody comes back and thrives in that, then hell on earth, everybody that helped that side should come back and thrive with that too. And this endgame might be even closer than we think, with the show constantly telling us they've never seen the evil side get so many wins. Like, oh, evil has never been so strong, whoa. Here's a cute interview where Michael Emerson realizes right then and there that this could be Leland's ultimate goal. And I love that it aligned with my thinking, because I've been thinking of this demonic apocalypse thing since the beginning.
Of course, he wants to contribute to the oncoming demon revolution or whatever, but that seems like that's an agenda for all time. I don't know if it's achievable, but maybe he thinks it is achievable. Maybe that's it. Actually, I was going to say I don't know his uber mission, nor do I want to know, but that could be it. Well, of course, yeah. I mean, he's that's the team he plays with.
7. How he has cheekily subverted every Catholic sacrament, opposite rituals, mockery, and unholiness. Something that I found so intriguing and honestly fascinating about Leland was that I picked up on this theme of him constantly trying to blaspheme, pervert, or corrupt the sacraments of the Catholic Church. It's an ongoing theme for him, which I'm sure comes about because, he can't stand Christians and he plays for the devil's team. It's fun for him to mess with Christianity, to mock things that are holy for them. And in some cases, there might be actual power to this subversion too. He performs a couple of rituals that are twisted inversions of Catholic sacraments, and they carry some sort of genuine occult power to them. In real life, there's this concept of the Black Mass. It comes from legends from the medieval and Renaissance eras, when people truly believed that witches performed these satanic ceremonies that were alike a Catholic Mass but opposite. And in modern occult groups, there can be variations of these rituals too. Leland's inverted rituals reminded me a lot of this concept of doing an opposite mass. It can be seen as a purely mental thing, like breaking free from the shackles of Christianity, or it can be seen as carrying real power that ties into the supernatural forces you're using in your rituals. In Leland's case, as we know that his demons are real, it's plausible to assume that these inversions are more than just cheeky fun for him sometimes. Because he works with energies that are on the opposite side of God's. There's real strength and occult power in tweaking Christian rituals to incorporate these opposite energies into it. So I thought it would be fun and hopefully interesting to do a dive on every time he has subverted a sacrament. So for the Catholic Church, there are 7 sacraments. Sacred acts that are believed to be mystical channels of divine grace instituted by Jesus himself. Some sacraments are received once, some are ongoing and need to be repeated. The very first is baptism, a purification ritual where water, often holy water, is sprinkled on you, or you're dunked on the water. You're declaring your faith, being purified as your old self symbolically dies in the waters, and a new you, a follower of Jesus, rises back up. Leland has a ritual of his own that's kind of a twist on this. The bathtub full of blood, poured on him just like the holy water of baptism. And what was he doing? Declaring his faith, his allegiance to the devil, and purifying himself free of godly influences. He was in the process process of being exorcised, and the prayers had finally started to weaken him and yank some of the demonic energies from inside his body. Bathing in blood stopped that on its tracks. It cut off the effect of the exorcism and restored Leland to his full power. It's like the blood washed away the prayers and got off of him, like the baptism water washes away sins. And Leland rose back up, renewed and strong, like his very own resurrection. Unlike water, this blood was unwillingly given. He had Cheryl drill people's skulls to get it. He might have done it himself sometimes too, like the 2 airport women maybe. The point is, that blood was acquired through very evil means. A literal murder, and that might mean that it carried this negative energetic charge, while holy water carries blessed godly energy. The root beer, I think he just needed a comfort drink and a pick-me-up. Actually, his bloodbath is a subversion of another sacrament too. It's a twofer called the anointing of the sick. As the name implies, when a person is very sick or weak in any way, a Catholic priest can come to pray over that person and anoint their hands and head with holy oil to give that person strength and comfort and unite them with Jesus' suffering. Leland was very weak that day. He couldn't stop shaking and he could barely walk. So instead of holy oil, he anointed himself with unholy blood, which may have connected him to the devil, in direct opposition of the oil uniting someone with Jesus. And that blood clearly gave him great comfort and strength. This blood ritual worked. The last rite is a variation of this rite, an apostolic blessing and absolution performed by a priest if someone is on the verge of death. Leland doesn't have a true opposite to this, but I'd argue that murder subverts this rite. You can't receive this final blessing if someone kills you unexpectedly. Lee has influenced and encouraged a lot of murders, and he even took the lives of 2 priests himself, so there you go. Marriage is a Catholic sacrament, initially meant to be indissoluble. So if you want to be really strict, divorce is already a break of the sacrament. But that's very old-fashioned thinking, of course. Nowadays, for the church, marriage is still a reflection of the union of Christ with the church. And the union sanctifies the husband and wife and makes them understand God's love better through their own love. You know what totally corrupts this idea? Proposing to a woman that you don't love at all and faking that love just to use her to get closer to her daughter, who is your rival, and hurt the daughter in question. As we all know, it's what he did to Cheryl, going as far as cake tasting for the ceremony. I'm sure putting your ex-wife Janie in a coma through supernatural means does not help either. Confession or reconciliation is a sacrament done so that you can obtain forgiveness from God for your sins. You confess your sins, you receive penance in the form of prayer or restitution, and if you're truly remorseful, you're brought back into communion with God after your sins are forgiven. The key here is that you must accept responsibility and you must mean your contrition. Leland made an absolute mockery of this when he confessed to David prior to his exorcism. He wasn't remorseful at all, obviously, and he was teasing all the way through it, dramatically reading off a piece of paper, cheerfully talking about stealing from a classmate, teasing David for not being allowed to masturbate, and finally using that confession as an opportunity to emotionally strike at David by implying he had something to do with Julia's death in a way that got very dark and very chilling. He tells a tale as though it doesn't even involve David, it's just his own confession, but it's obviously a calculated plan. And of course, when he received his penance, we're all 100% sure that he never did a single one of those prayers, right? Obviously. Instead of confessing sins because he actually wants forgiveness, he subverted the sacrament by boasting about his sins, smug and gloating and enthusiastic. Honestly, this is my favorite one because it's the perfect blend of hilarious and exciting while also being very wicked and insidious. Ordination is a sacrament for men who are being ordained as priests. Obviously, this isn't Leland, but I'd say he did corrupt this sacrament by continuously trying to get David to not take his vows and eventually succeeding in pushing Kristen and maybe the fake Kristen demon into David's arms. Leland played a part in making David break his vows like 10 minutes after being ordained. The last official sacrament that Leland subverted with an opposing ritual of his own is the Eucharist, or Holy Communion. It's a sacrament of initiation that can even be received daily. The priest consecrates the bread, that round communion wafer, and the wine, transubstantiating them into the body and blood of Christ. It reflects his Last Supper and memorializes his sacrifice on the cross. Now, as someone who attended Catholic school my whole life, I can say this. Transubstantiating is not meant as symbolic. The bread and wine are not symbols of the body and blood of Christ. No, their substance is truly transformed into the body and blood of Christ. Though their appearance doesn't change, the belief is that you are technically consuming the body and the blood. And what mirrors this almost to a T, except with actual human flesh? The 60s initiation ritual, when a predecessor dies a natural death and a new successor eats a piece of their flesh in order to officially take their place. In the Bible, Jesus states, "Whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life. For my flesh is real food and my blood is real drink, and whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood will remain in me, and I in them. This mirrors the 60s initiation. The person who eats the flesh is taking the place of the other one, so their predecessor is now in them. If they eat the piece with the demonic sigil drawn on the skin, like we discussed when we talked about lore, then you can take it as a literal transfer of power from one to the other. Again, with the power remaining in them, it binds you to the organization forever, giving you this sort of eternal life too, but with the demons. When we saw this ritual happening, Leland had the role of priest. He cut up the piece of flesh in the exact same shape of a communion wafer, raised it above his head just like a Catholic priest does to bless it and transform it, and he gave it to the person being initiated. Doing the exact mannerisms of Catholicism was Michael Emerson's acting choice, which I think is amazing. He is so brilliant, because that's what makes the scene so good, so powerful, and so appropriately satanic. They really are doing a twisted version of a Catholic rite, subverting it and appropriating it for their own purposes. It wouldn't hit so hard without this movement. And instead of a solemn occasion, it's a birthday party with like hats and all. It's a true slap in the face to their enemies on Team God. To wrap it up, I want to bring up Mass and the exorcism. These are not official sacraments, they're not sacred rites, but they're obviously very significant to the church too. With exorcisms freeing innocents that are possessed by demons, and masses being the main act of worship in the Catholic faith. Leland subverted both. One by asking for an exorcism when he didn't need nor want any help, nor was he like possessed, and the other by bringing a literal bucket of popcorn and eating it during mass. Like, that was way too iconic. Oh, and he had a Christmas tree up in his office. Maybe they have their own version of like a twisted Satanism, or he was just being cheeky, but either way, it sounds like a pointed subversion of the holiness of Christmas. 8. Potential occult powers in that exorcism. Powers first. There are moments in the show when Leland seems to have supernatural abilities, magical powers, so to speak. Back in season 1, a lot of people theorized that he was a demon. Some even thought he was a devil himself, though for me, he never gave Lucifer vibes. A demon was a definite maybe though, but thanks to David's use of the word connector on pilot, that some people were connectors between hell and earth more or less, I was more on team Leland is human, and I believe that even more firmly after he told Cheryl that only 3 years ago he used to be apologetic and worried about what others thought of him. Finally, in the penultimate episode of season 1, we get his Jake backstory, and that sealed the deal. Leland is human. But what about those little details that pointed to him having these powers? Now that we know without a doubt that he's human, how do we explain those? In my opinion, there are actually simple explanations. Well, simple-ish. One of the earliest beliefs regarding demons and the devil is that those that pledge their souls to them receive magical powers as a reward. It was the whole basis for the witch hunts of the 15 to 1600s. Like, people claimed that the witches had supernatural abilities granted to them by the devil in exchange for their souls and allegiances. Variations of this belief persist even to this day. In modern occultism, it's a common tenet that if you work with any entity, you receive extra help from them in the form of a magical boon. It can be for a single spell or a more general thing throughout your life. So Leland, a human, is in allegiance with the devil and his forces. It's very plausible to think that because of that, he's granted a boon that gives him some extra powers. A little supernatural spark in his life. But exhibiting these supernatural powers does not make him any less human. It's just a boon from the demons, which allows him to bend certain things to his will. He's still himself and human, just with some powers he's been granted by being associated with Lucy. Like, he can tap into these demonic energies and channel them to make some use of them. He can put together rituals to make things happen, and it's easier for him because he gets help and or knowledge straight from the hellish source. That's just my theory, of course, but I think it tracks and ties in well with historical lore. Let's take a look at each of these possible powers though. The very first one is when he basically teleported into David's room in the middle of the night in very early season 1 to torment him talking about sexy things. The easiest way to explain that is not actual teletransportation, but astral projecting. Astral projection is a term that describes your consciousness intentionally leaving your body behind and traveling independently to other places or astral planes. In this case, Leland's consciousness would have traveled to where David was, which is why he appeared and vanished at will and didn't necessarily seem able to touch anything because his physical body wasn't there. It's important to point out that this would be the TV show version of astral projection, highly dramatized for entertainment value and not an accurate depiction, which is true of most supernatural things on TV shows and movies. In theory, anyone is capable of achieving astral projection with enough concentration and training. And it has nothing at all to do with demons, but I can only imagine that learning to do it might be a little bit easier if you have help from the other side. Of course, the other option is that Leland wasn't actually there and he was just David's mind, but I hate that. He's talking too much like Leland, too accurately to be David's own projection, especially since David didn't seem to know Leland like that well to get his speech so right. And if it was David's mind worried about lust, why is he picturing Leland? Wouldn't it be more like the silent episode when he's seeing like the sexy figures he's attracted to? His mind wouldn't conjure up Leland trying to tempt him by talking about women. It would just straight up conjure up the tempting women, in my opinion. Also, generally speaking, I'm just not a fan of things being only imagined or like in a character's dream. I personally think it's a bit of a cop-out to claim that everything and anything surreal on a show like Evil is just imagination. And I'm glad that by where we are now, there is more to corroborate the actual existence of the supernatural. But that's neither here nor there, except to say that I will always stick to the theory that it was the real Leland popping up to mess with David. Another power he might have is making technology glitch. There are at least two big examples. One, when Christian tried to record him saying incriminating things, the sound cut off right when he started to say something sketchy. It came out like garbled nothing. Later in that episode, he claimed that technology is his domain. Then in season 2, we see Ben watching him through the illegal surveillance he set up. Then Leland looks straight at the camera, slowly smiles, and then cackles, and everything distorts like it's 100% on purpose. Supernatural entities messing with technologies or appliances or lights is a big trope, and also a thing that people believe in real life too. Because these beings, no matter if they're ghosts or fae folk or demons, angels, or what have you, they are on a different energy level than us humans and our plane of existence. So their energy can react with technology and make it glitch. Cameras don't work, lights flicker, TVs turn on and off, all of that stereotypical stuff. Who's to say that the demons didn't help Leland do just that? Maybe he found a spell or a ritual, maybe they're doing it for him, maybe their energy rubbed off on him a little bit so he can give off that sort of energetic field too. But either way, it seems plausible and more fun than him just like using a scrambler in season 1. Also in season 2, his ex-wife falls into a coma at a very opportune time for Leland. And he takes all the credit. Did he do it or was it just a coincidence? It seemed like too big a coincidence, in my opinion. Janie is a wife that was genuinely in love with him, but left him when he couldn't give her a child right away. It's interesting that in all of this time he's been involved with demons, he never cared enough about her to go get rid of her. It was only when she became an actual hindrance to his plans by telling Kristen too much that he stepped in to stop her. I think that what he said about being patient was just a bit of posturing, and he never cared about getting rid of Janie up until that point. Then she starts getting in his way and immediately miraculously gets into an accident and falls into a coma. You can think that he like physically set up the accident by sending someone to crash her car even though she's in another state, but even then he wouldn't be able to guarantee that that would be enough to shut her up. If you have literal demons on your side, I'm sure there's a ritual or two to hurt people, maybe even to send a demon to put or keep them in a coma. It's sinister, but I can't find a mundane explanation that fits well enough to please me. Then there's a time when he meets Sister Andrea and his mouth stretches in the like soft, threatening hiss, stretches way more than humanly possible. He does it on purpose because then he like apologizes, like, oh, sorry, I've never had my hygiene called into question before, or whatever he says. So what is that stretching? It could be a glamour, which is a type of spell that casts an illusion, often changing someone's true appearance for a while. So maybe he casts that to intimidate. Or maybe it's more like on a different plane, he can hiss like that because of the demonic energies in him, and she can see it because we know that the sister is very gifted at sort of seeing the other side. It's not a clear-cut explanation. None of these are, honestly. That's why we're speculating about him. It happened, but more like an illusion that he chose to project, or happened only in the same plane where demons exist and are visible in, and she can see into that. Sometimes it even looks like he might heal faster than a regular person, right? I definitely don't think that this is actually happening, but I think it would be fun to take a quick look as to why it may seem that way. When he said the scar from Kristen's cut gave him character, I assumed it was permanent, but it's gone, isn't it? I think it was gone by like mid-season 2, even though that's only a few months later. And then when Kristen hits him on the head with the shoe, that's a pretty vicious attack, but not 5 minutes later, he's counseling the cannibal guy and his forehead's totally fine. When he's stabbed while tussling with the Monsignor, what happens there? There's a deleted scene where maybe we would have seen him patching up his wound, but who knows if that's actually part of the scene or not. All we know is that as soon as he's home, he's dancing around the room with a knife wound like right to his side, dancing and then masturbating. The next stay carrying a body, which is something pretty strenuous, I would assume. How is he capable of all that with like a fresh stab wound that he didn't even go to the hospital for? The only time an injury seems to last is when he had his hand burned with ammonia, because I think we see him in the next episode with the hand still bandaged up, right? And even then, it's only like 1 or 2 episodes. But that might be a normal time for it to heal. I don't know. There are healing spells out there and plenty of entities that are said to be able to help. So maybe the demons can too. It's not totally impossible within the realm of evil that they're helping him heal. But do I really think that demons are granting him some kind of healing boon? No. Now he probably just has a high pain threshold and cleaned up the blood well in the shoe thing. But then again, where did like the actual puncture wound go? I don't know about this one. I'm iffy on if I even believe that this is a real possibility. But either way, it is kind of fun to contemplate, isn't it? Speaking of him having powers or not, when Andy is paralyzed and then had his memory erased, we don't know what they did to make that happen. Is it something sciencey, like do they have a drug to paralyze him and another to erase his short-term memory, or is it more supernatural? I think the show is very what you see is what you get. So if he's paralyzed, it's probably a paralytic agent. But honestly, I think it's a waste of time to speculate if it was supernatural or not. It's like a 50-50 chance, and we simply don't have enough information. And I know I previously said that I find like non-supernatural answers to be boring, but in this case, I think I'd actually prefer the answer to be science, because it's a physical thing. It's something to do with his body and his brain, and there are drugs and neurotoxins that can do similar things. While there's not much lore about demons that can erase your mind. So I think it's better for the answer to be at least partly scientific, even if maybe used in combination with a more supernaturally obtained ingredient or something. Oh, and did he make Cheryl's date in season 1 like hiccup uncontrollably? Leland had to interrupt that date somehow so he could swoop in and seduce Cheryl, and isn't it weird that the other guy literally could not stop hiccuping while Leland was right there waiting in the wings? How could he make that happen, I wonder? A ritual? Or maybe there's some sort of natural ingredient that causes hiccup that he could like spike the food with or something? And Leland's apartment is, according to Ben, devoid of any natural sound. Like there's something unnatural there that makes everything eerily still. Does that mean it's the demons? Maybe. Now, moving away from powers a bit, another seemingly supernatural event that seemed to confuse some of the audience was the exorcism. I think I can put it in clearer ways, hopefully. That exorcism was a journey. Confessional, 2 months of sessions, a support group we never actually saw him attend, crucifix on his neck, fancy outfit with a red heart, risk of death, and then suddenly it started to affect him, and then in the end he overcame it with the help of a bloodbath. Like, wow, what a wild ride that was. And the assessment, aside from the lack of ethics in using a therapist that had bias against him, went fine. We know that he was lying about that soul-selling story. I find that interesting because he must have a real story he could tell, but he chose to make one up. I can see that being just for fun because he enjoys the performance, or because he'd rather keep the real situation a secret. Maybe there are methods he doesn't want to share. Maybe it's a less exciting story than the devil killed the bus driver. Maybe it's simply because it's none of the team's business and Lee chose privacy. I think it's both, honestly, privacy, and he enjoys toying with people and lying to their face. But that did lead to the team going to visit his apartment. I've always wondered if he did like a set dressing thing, like preparing his space for the assessors to make it look like he needed the exorcism more than he did. I touched on it briefly in the faith section, and like I don't remember ever seeing that upside down cross on his wall ever again, and I think I noticed it. David also mentions that there's no mirror in the apartment, which is obviously something that isn't true all the time. We even see a mirror in one of the promos. So he removed it on purpose to make himself look more supernatural. Ben, I think, points out that there's nothing personal at all in the house, like no photographs, no nothing. Leland made a point of removing anything that said anything about his real feelings, tastes, or thoughts, or things that are genuinely significant to him. Kristen is sure that Leland is being sarcastic with the cross and is toying with them with the whole thing. Given that he told a whole lie about his backstory and he liked flash representation, choosing to add these stereotypical satanic elements just for the trio to see feels very Leland-like to me. It's pretty much confirmed that he did a set dressing of his mansion, I'd say. But he hid the tattoo kit in the upside down cross. But why, I wonder? He had enough time to remove it altogether and just take it from the house, but he left it there instead. Honestly, to me, it initially looked like he wanted the team to find it. But when they did find it, he did seem slightly taken aback for a minute. I guess I just can't come up with a good enough reason for him to add that upside down cross for the team's benefit while also choosing to hide something behind it. Seems a little inconsistent. Same issue with the sigil map. Like, yes, it was in a secret apartment, but if he bothered to remove everything else, isn't it unusual that he leave the most important piece behind just because it was well hidden? Regardless of Kristen insisted not believing he's possessed, the church gave the go-ahead for the exorcism. Leland went through the previous steps in ways that I found so funny and highly entertaining. He made light of it through every step of the way, in every way. Failure to take a confession seriously at all. Choice of fancy outfit when he was told to dress in all white. I mean, I'm assuming he was told that it tracked with the other procedures of this nature that I know about. And asking, oh, should I undress for this? Treating the rosary like an accessory and asking how did he look after pretending that it burned him. By the way, that Jesus looks unhappy comment is pure gold. Another inconvenient truth right there. And then the actual exorcism session started with priests praying over him in an attempt to expel demonic energies from him. We mentioned earlier that Lee is very dedicated to his job, and this is one of many great examples. He was willing to go through a full, dangerous, and uncomfortable exorcism for his job. Through that whole process that took 2 months and 2 months, I think, right? I'm sure that was very physically demanding because he had to pretend to trash around and struggle against the priests and all that, and he was willing to do that. He was willing to tattoo himself, literally DIY an 8 tattoo behind his ear, just for a lie to get exorcised. He didn't really need to do this. His main job is with his patients and recruiting. This church invasion seems to have been Leland's idea and his choice, partly because he's determined to antagonize David in particular, and partly because he's so committed to his role as corrupter and disruptor. And what better way to do it than from the inside, right? He was so determined to present a convincing, possessed look, he even roped in the priest with the gambling debts to make it look more realistic. Despite the toll that even the fake part of the exorcism must have taken on him, he did it with a smirk and cheekily and wagging his brows, just having fun. Initially, the exorcism didn't work at all. All the groans and writhing were a performance he was putting on and having a blast with. And Leland never for a second worried that he eventually might be affected by the exorcism. I think this is where the confusion starts for the audience, and I agree that it is a bit confusing. He's not worried, though he knows he works with demons. Is it just hubris? Does he think the demons are more powerful than the prayers? I mean, I'm sure hubris plays an element, but Leland doesn't look possessed at all. At least not in the traditional sense. Evil so far has followed the pretty standard visual formula for possession. The victim is always in bad shape, injured mouth, wild hair, they go in and out of consciousness with the demon talking through them half the time, and they're always extremely weak. The final stage of possession is death. So obviously this isn't the case with Leland. He's not getting weak from having a demon occupy his body. He's not impaired in any way. He's never a puppet. Everything he says and does is his own choice and of his own volition. We do have to take into account the voluntary nature of his association with demons. You could say his is a voluntary possession, and that's why it's not taking a toll on his body, while people who attempt to fight the possession struggle more. That theory also has holes though. One, it's hard to imagine that if you were truly 100% possessed in classical sense, that energy wouldn't harm your body at all, even a little bit, especially if it was there long term. And honestly, I feel over time it could lead to death anyway. It's just a very different energy than a human energy to be in you. And some of the involuntarily possessed people got weaker before they even knew what they were dealing with, so they couldn't have been fighting it yet. Besides, we see a man indulge in voluntary possession in season 3. It doesn't look like Leland's case, because a demon or the devil does take full control of that man, like a puppet. So Leland's case doesn't work as a classic possession at all, and not really as a voluntary possession either. And yet the penultimate session of the exorcism does affect him, so there is something in his body that is demonic. We hear different demonic voices coming out of him, but that could be channeling. It doesn't equal possession. We know for a fact there are demons hanging around him all the time, so when he got weaker, they may have borrowed him to speak to the priests through him, and Lee just channeled them. But why did he get weaker though? We saw him throw up this black goo, and after the priests left, he was trembling a lot and just very frail, poor thing. My best theory is this. He has demonic energies inside of him. He's not possessed, so it's not a demon in him that can puppeteer him. It's just energies from the demons that are in him, either because of prolonged association with the demons, as in the energies rubbed off on him basically, or because of deliberate rituals he has done in the past to put those in him. We don't know, for example, if the initiation ceremony for heads of houses of the 60 transfers any occult energy from predecessor to successor. It might, since flesh is consumed. In real life, it is said that you can use sigils to tap into the energy of the entity that it represents. It will not possess you, that demon will not even necessarily be around you, but you can access their energy through it. And Lee has an Anatas sigil with him at times, as we know. These demonic energies inside of him might even account for any small supernatural feats that he accomplishes. That is what gives him a little magical boon that we talked about before. The priest told him that he sold his soul willingly. That's not easily undone. I kind of interpret that as the devil having some claim, some mark upon his soul. That mark got rattled by the last exorcism, and the demons converged around him then. Again, this mark can be thought of as an inner energetic thing, a sign.
In real-life tradcraft, aka traditional witchcraft, a style of practice heavily based on early/medieval European paganism, or sometimes with a slant towards Satan, there's a belief that
It says that when people become witches, that's what happens. There's like a mark on their soul that makes them a little bit different than a non-witch person. And it's sort of the same thing. They're not possessed by anything. It's just an energetic mark on them.
this mark allows certain spirits or deities, or sometimes other practitioners, to identify one as a witch, and the mark ties into their magical abilities. Me, personally, I can only interpret Leland's situation as a more demonic twist on this tradcraft lore. Maybe it works similarly with him. This mark makes him identifiable. The demons can recognize his allegiance because of this mark on his soul, a mark that was put there when he made his original pact. Maybe this is what Sister Andrea was seeing when his face stretched. Because she has a sight, she saw a physical representation of a metaphysical mark.
The fact that a bloodbath stopped the effects of the exorcism makes me pretty dead set on the energetic theory. If he was possessed, what would the blood do? Help the demon hang on? Maybe, but it still doesn't fit. Nothing about a true possession really fits this scenario, in my opinion. It does fit as an energetic cleansing, though, that restored the energies that the prayers of the exorcism depleted. In many spiritual, mystical, or occult circles in real life, blood is thought of as a highly energetic substance. It's tied to a person's identity, to their vital force, to their very life force. So it's considered quite useful and even versatile in spells and rituals. It can serve as a tag lock of whoever the spell is supposed to work on. It can be an energetic thing. These are forms of what is called blood magic. Now, I am not knowledgeable enough in this to be able to judge whether what Leland did falls into the category of blood magic or not, because he just dumped blood on his head after all. But I think it's safe to say that in the universe of evil, blood still functions as this highly energetic substance. As it was obtained through evil means, like murder, with Cheryl literally baiting people and drilling into their skulls, it became potent enough to wash off the effect of the exorcism. It shielded Leland and it just stopped the exorcism from working. He stopped shaking, stopped feeling ill, and was able to withstand the last session without any issues at all. Joking around even though that was supposed to be like the harshest one of all. We don't get a clear explanation as to what exactly the blood does, but I personally feel like we know enough. Blood obtained through dark means that would please the devil perhaps, can halt the godlike influences of an exorcism, allowing Lee to remain unaffected and to retain the demonic energies inside his body. Energies that were like being expelled when he threw up. Like a devilish baptism, as we discussed when I talked about how Leland has subverted basically every church sacrament by now. So, yay for Lee. He escaped the exorcism unscathed in the end. And what was the reason for him even risking taking one anyways? Well, one was to get closer to David to stop him from becoming a priest. Requesting David as his spiritual advisor allowed Leland unprecedented access to him. And it did throw David off course a bit, since he almost gave it up after speaking with his friend from the all-black church, thanks to Leland's pointed remarks about the racism within the Catholic Church. But his main goal with the exorcism was infiltrating the church, to then undermine it from within while corrupting people that he was supposed to help. There's a weird retcon that happened with this though that I already kind of mentioned in passing, with his job title changing entirely between the end of season 2 and the start of season 3. Unfortunately, this change pretty much invalidated the need for him to be exorcised in the first place, rendering the whole season 2 arc useless for the grand narrative. But we'll talk about that in the retcon section. As for the exorcism itself, I'll never be convinced that it wasn't an energetic thing. I'll honestly fight even the showrunners on this one if they try to say that it was something else. It's demonic energies within Leland. It's the only thing that fits. 9. Interpersonal relationships with people and demons. Now I want to talk about Leland's relationships both with people and demons. But I don't want to repeat what we see on the show. Like, he and Kristen are rivals, yeah, we know that. I want to get the nuances of the relationships that maybe some people missed, like Sister Andrea being the most similar to Leland, or how he recognized Cheryl's potential very early on. But we'll start with his associates from the other side, the demonic allies. Leland is very nonchalant around demons. Sometimes it's like they're old friends, like when he smiles as the firehead demon appears in his bedroom. Sometimes he seems disgruntled and a little bit exasperated at being inconvenienced by them, like with the goat therapist. But either way, it's clear that he's very used to them. I'm sure the first time he met one, it was shocking. He alluded to that very strongly when he's talking to Cheryl about her seeing the manager for the first time, when he said congratulations and regrets. He knows it can take a toll and be jarring. That was a surprisingly touching convo between him and Cheryl, one that really makes you wonder how broken a person had to be to decide to seek out demons. But by now, they're a normal part of Leland's life. He doesn't mind their presence. I love that because it's different. It's a unique take and one that makes a lot of logical sense. Most media like that have humans either like worshipping or fearing the demons, or both. It's refreshing to see a man who's just vibing with them. He knows they're on the same team, they're no present threat to him, and they get along sometimes and sometimes they don't, just like normal co-workers. It's wonderful. To me, that's way more natural and makes way more sense than any other depiction of humans working with demons. In fact, people in real life who claim to work with different kinds of supernatural entities often aren't scared of them either. After you've dealt with them a few times, it becomes normalized. It's just a part of life that you're used to. These are just guys I work with, Michael Emerson said about Leland and the demon's general relationship. And of course, now as an audience, we have pretty irrefutable proof that the demons are real and Lee is indeed working with them. He's not delusional or having a psychotic break. He says it to Cheryl, but the way I took it was like, yeah, we're in a crazy, wild reality now. Not, we're literally delusional. We know they're not. When you see demons and then you suddenly learn that this huge occult world is all true and real, it must shift something in how you perceive the world around you, just by the sheer nature of having this knowledge. Again, this is something occultists in real life talk about too, and it seems to me that Leland was referring to that shift. I've had this theory pretty much since season 1 that the demons must have a vested interest in keeping Leland alive and well. He is very effective in his work to their cause. He's skilled and he's a true asset for them. I always had the inkling and the theory that they will protect him if they need to. Turns out we might get a scene proving that in season 4, but even if we don't, I think it's only logical to believe that he has this extra protection. And think about that from the perspective of Leland's psyche. How satisfying it must be to have this demonic safety net after feeling unsafe and unappreciated his whole life. Good for him. And what about his relationship with specific demons? We've not actually seen him talk to many of them, to be honest, but George actually calls him my friend when he's narrating those promos, which I think is kind of cute, honestly. I'm very curious to see him interact with the manager, who seems more unpleasant than the other demons, so hopefully season 4 will show us that. He knew Abby was going to visit Ben at night, so he must be on decent terms with her too. Because like, how did Lee know like when Ben was going to be visited by a demon? I don't get the sense that he chatted about it previously, like with Abby. It's more like after Lee got a sense of Ben's skepticism, he decided to sick a demon on him just to mess with him. Does that mean that he sent Abby? Did he summon her? Is she doing him a favor? Is he commanding her? Are they just a fun partnership? Lots of questions. Then Anatas, poor Anatas is yet to make an appearance, and again, where's Lucifer in all of this? The one that we saw Leland with the most was of course the demon goat therapist, who often annoyed him. Rest in peace, King. His relationship with Leland is very rich. It gave that disgruntled co-worker vibe, with Lee kind of like huffing and fighting back the urge to roll his eyes, and still being completely nonchalant despite sitting across from this like huge horned beast. I think his main annoyance and point of contention with the goat therapist is that the therapist doubted him. In season 1, we saw Leland genuinely venting to the goat, and the two making plans to eat her heart together. He seemed like a helpful therapist actually, and they seemed to have a fairly good rapport. I'd say he was a net positive in Leland's life, minus maybe the soul thing. Then in season 2, he started questioning Leland, asking if he wanted to be saved by the angel, saying that he wouldn't be capable of getting blood, writing things down to pass along to the manager, who quite frankly sounded more important at the time than just the manager at a company, but anyways. And all that began to grate on Leland. The way he was being treated made him feel small again, and we know that that's when he lashes out due to his past. It had to happen multiple times, but finally it took a toll and Leland was sick of it. So he took out the goat. Then, right after, in his most Joker-esque moment, he cackles maniacally while smearing demon blood all over his face. It's very fun in an unhinged way, but it's also deeper than just Lee's unhinged. He has this intense release of emotions. It looks like it feels cathartic to him even as he rambles about who will the manager listen to now, the eating or the eaten? Why is he so overcome and out of control here when he's usually pretty calculated? Because he's finally releasing all of that pent-up disgruntlement and he's reclaiming his power over the goat. Cooking the goat into a stew afterward was a final way to really assert that he, Leland, was the stronger one between the two. So from that, we know he's willing to kill demons if they get in the way. I heard something about him possibly eating a demon heart this upcoming season, and it makes me wonder if this is how he maybe gets that extra boon of like magical-ish powers that we talked about earlier. Rather than demons granting them through rituals and stuff, it's a physical transference through eating, which could then tie into the succession ritual and explain why the successor must eat the flesh of the predecessor to transfer that power from one to the other. At the same time though, this can't be their usual method, because why would demons accept just random humans eating their heart to get power? We'll see in season 4. By the way, I've talked a lot about how cheerful and funny Leland is, and I just want to quickly add that many of the demons are like that too. George, Abby, the sex demon all had jokes and a sense of humor too, as twisted as it might have been. Maybe that's why they all get along and have a good rapport. Now let's move on from his relationship with demons to people. When I discussed how Leland mirrors the archetype of Lucifer in a lot of ways in the personality section of this video, I forgot to say that Lucifer is seen as the adversary. As a matter of fact, the word Satan is originally just a word that means adversary in Hebrew, or opposer. So a Satan could be anyone who is an adversary. Your adversary is your Satan. It's used in the Bible to refer to the devil as he was God's adversary and opposer, but it's not used exclusively in reference to him. Of course, over time, the word became a title or an alternate name for the devil, as he is Christianity's greatest adversary and he's the very first rebel. Being a rebel, regardless of any moral connotation and regardless of if it's a rebel for a good cause or an evil cause, is by definition an adversarial act. Even people who believe in the devil but have a positive view of him tend to say that he does bring a current of adversarial energy with him, except that it's in an empowering way, a rebellious way, such as standing up for yourself against a corrupt power. I bring this up because, again, Leland mirrors this in his relationships. He is obviously Kristen's main adversary within the show, and David's too, Sister Andrea's, and the church in general kind of as well. He is their Satan, if we take the original translation of the word as its true meaning. Leland's rebellion is used for evil, but it's also empowering at the same time. It empowered him, as we've discussed at length, and it empowers others at times too. It empowered Cheryl for sure, and in a twisted way, it even empowered Kristen. So to break down his relationships, let's start with him and Cheryl. Hot take, but he was actually a good boyfriend while he had her fooled. She was so hopelessly in love with him. She was gushing. They had so much fun together, either out dancing, shoplifting, whatever. He brought out a wilder side of hers that she either missed or hadn't properly explored yet. He acted sweet and loving towards her. He was physically affectionate. Their sex life was so great the bed literally got on fire. So actually a great boyfriend and a healthy relationship, if not for the very important caveat that he was only using her. Those loving words were false. That affection was false. It was all a way for him to get at Kristen, as we all know. But other than that, there's absolutely nothing to hint at the fact that he was maybe a bad boyfriend or a toxic boyfriend. And they were very much still in a honeymoon phase of their relationship, which is why she never saw their breakup coming. It happened because he was lashing out. Remember when I said that his trauma from his past led him to have a need for power as a defense mechanism so he never feels belittled again? Well, he had just felt slighted by David in a phone call. So when he hung up, he was in defense mode. He needed to reassert his power somehow, and Cheryl was right there, so she became the target for that lashing out, and he dumped her by telling her the truth about only using her, and in very harsh terms. But backtracking a little, I found their first meeting to be very interesting, because he didn't fool her by pretending to be good. He didn't present a false facade. He gave her every sign and hint that he was kind of a bad guy when they met. Comments about kindness being hypocrisy, callous jokes about death, encouraging her to ditch her date. So it's disingenuous to say that she didn't know what she was getting involved in, to an extent. Of course, she couldn't have guessed the nature of his devilish job or how truly evil he is right away, but he certainly didn't look like a good guy with all that behavior. Instantly, in a deleted scene we'll talk about in more detail later, he's influencing her to shoplift for the first time. She found all of it exciting, which is understandable because Leland is very good at being enthusiastic and making things fun. And I knew you were trouble vibe for sure because he certainly walked right in saying questionable stuff. She even points that out herself. He charmed and seduced her with the bad boy behavior. So yes, she knew he was bad, but it's only after the breakup that we as the audience realized she knew pretty much everything about him. He wasn't pretending to be somebody else at all during the relationship, which kind of surprised me at first. She even knew where he hid things in his home. She knew where the bodies are buried, which is metaphorical but also possibly literal. Now here's the thing, Lee was never in love with her, though he seemed to have fun with her for real. So why did he share cares so much about demons and his schemes? Isn't that super reckless? Well, yes, unless he saw her as a possible future ally. The only plausible explanation, in my opinion, is that he shared so much because he recognized her inner darkness. He started out slowly, testing her with small tidbits of information to see if she'd balk. And then, when he saw her being receptive to the dark hints, he told her more and more, accepting the help that she was willing to give. Putting romance aside, he saw her value for the 60. He could tell that she's ruthless, willing to go to the dark side and commit murder. And he knew she'd be good for Team Lucifer, so he recruited her. It's why he continued to give her missions and jobs after the breakup. And after an initial reluctance because of how he treated her in the breakup, she took them because she wants the power too. And that's something else that he saw within her. He knew that she would want that power. Now that she's in the 60, she can't ever snitch on him without being implicated in a bunch of murders. Not that I think she intends to snitch, honestly. I think she said that because she was hurt because the man she loved had cruelly broken up with her. Since then, we've seen her go along with several of his plots with no issue whatsoever, and he helped her with the Andy situation. So I feel like they're past any possible snitching unless something drastically changes between them. The point is, he didn't manipulate her into this job. He didn't send a demon to possess her. He gave her the opportunity to join what is, from his point of view, a great organization because he saw her as an asset. He chose to introduce her to Edward so that Edward might pick her to join his house, and she chose to go to the party and accept the job because she craves power too. What kind of relationship do they have now? They claim they hate each other, but their behavior does not back that up. I think we should keep in mind that Cheryl was genuinely worried for him when he's in the bloody bathtub and she asks if he'll survive the last exorcism. You can see that sincere concern on her face and even hear it in her tone of voice. I think they're genuine allies now. She was hanging out at his house multiple times in season 3, even when he wasn't even there. So I don't think she's biding her time to destroy him or anything like that. And she's been involved in too many murders to be a double agent. I think she's fine where she is now with their relationship. She's comfortable enough with him, and there's an almost kind of like vague friendship between them. But they're evil friends with baggage. So friends who could still betray one another if it becomes convenient, of course. There is no true loyalty between the two. It's more of a I help you, you help me, and we kind of get along. I can see both of them easily turning against the other if it suited them, which I honestly hope doesn't happen. A rivalry between them is a bit tiring to me. Bitter exes being rivals is such a played out cliche, it's boring. It's much more interesting to let them continue this evil platonic partnership that genuinely helps both of them when it comes to their work. They have similar goals and lack of morals, so they make for good co-workers. Though unfortunately for me, I would not put it past the show bringing them to a more combative, possibly downright murderous relationship later on. They've definitely hinted at this in lines, though it's always covered by a joking veneer. Sister Andrea, their arch-nemesis, of course, sent from opposing and warring sides. But more interestingly, I feel that without a doubt, she is the one most alike Leland out of all the characters. I've thought that since about mid-season 2, and recently I saw that at some point Michael Emerson said that the characters are two sides of the same coin, I believe is what he said. So I feel super validated. This assessment might surprise you at first, but hear me out. Both are strong and unwavering in their respective faith. Both are willing to do whatever it takes, including hurting others for their side to win. Both can be seen sometimes enjoying it when their enemies are hurt. Both don't care if they're rude in their treatment of others, or at least if they come off that way. So yeah, I find their playbooks to be very similar. Maybe it's a light case of you have to become a monster in order to stop monsters, although she's not that bad obviously, but she is, shall we say, too focused on the hunting things aspect, and she's forgetting the saving people part of the business. Of course, when I talk about her enjoying hurting her enemies, I'm talking about the ammonia and tea incidents, which are frankly unacceptable behavior from any so-called good person. Like Kesha says, hate has no place in the divine. Plus, it's just wrong. It brings to mind that quote that says, a sin against the devil himself is still a sin. Seriously, what the hell was that thing with the bleach? I don't know if she wanted to trick David into believing that he was powerful enough to make the exorcism work, or if she wanted Leland to be scared of David, but in fact, making it look like holy water burned Leland only helped his possession look more realistic to the priests, which is exactly what Lee wanted. It doesn't even help David really, it just lulls him into a false sense of security since he now believes holy water worked when it didn't. And Leland figured out it was ammonia very quickly, so he wasn't scared of David anymore either. It was just a bad plan, honestly. And what about dumping hot tea on Leland's lap for no real reason, like literally no reason out of nowhere? From the look on her face, I got the feeling that she enjoyed that on some level. And there's no explanation for that other than a certain level of malice. It was cruel, plain and simple. She might be willing to go a tad too far for her faith, and he's using that religion to justify it. Honestly, Leland being impressed with her is all the evidence needed to show us that she's teetering onto the darker, eviler side sometimes. Nothing else has to be said to argue this point. It's confirmed for us, because he's only ever impressed by people letting their bad side run free. And he was clearly impressed when she pulled a knife on him. Just look at his face there. This isn't a criticism of her character, by the way. I think it's very interesting to have a person devout to God who's doing some pretty bad things to show this idea that anyone can go too far when trying to do what's right. Her actions should remind us that everyone has the potential for evil inside them, which I think is one of the core concepts of the show, at least in my opinion. And by the way, if you want to play the Leland deserves it card, no, just no. Nobody deserves to be hurt, and especially if you believe in God, you absolutely cannot claim that. But even regardless of that, compassion is a must. David hates Leland too, but you don't see him going around hurting him for no reason. Good for Leland though, because like we said before, as long as he's getting people to act violently or evilly, he's winning, she's sinning, it's pointing Lucifer. It's very interesting to me that as a nun, Sister Andrea has never even thought about trying to save Leland's soul. She sees demons, so she knows that he is involved with them. I can't help but think that a nun at an exorcism should be trying her best to help the afflicted person, even if she knows that they don't want that. Jesus would pray for all sinners, wouldn't he? It reminds me of that famous Mark Twain quote, but who prays for Satan, who in 18 centuries has had the common humanity to pray for the one sinner that needed it most? Oh, I'll tell you who would probably pray for Satan actually. Grace. She would. Grace, who is our sweetheart prophetess extraordinaire. It's interesting because she is not a part of the church in any official capacity, and yet she's the one with true compassion and the most Jesus-like qualities. Doesn't Jesus himself say, "Forgive them, they know not what they do," about the people who crucified him? I mean, damn, I really admire Grace having the heart to ask God to forgive Leland as he was coming to stab her to death. I'm here talking about being compassionate toward evil people, and I think that I am, but not to that level. If someone was coming to straight up murder me, I'd be trying to defend myself, not praying for their soul. So it's impressive. I tend to root for Leland, but I'm pretty happy that she survived. I like having somebody who really embodies the light on this show. Shame that she was such a threat about exposing him. Speaking of Grace forgiving Leland, that leads us directly into his relationship with David. They have some past connection that we still don't know that much about. We know David and Julia were in love, she got sick and tragically died, and Leland played some part in that. Whether he encouraged her to give up or corrupted her in some way, it's clear that he and David have beef. And David is one of his biggest challenges in terms of an individual. He really wanted to pull David away from the priesthood and the church, and he tried all he could, like getting inside his mind, throwing Kristen at him, bringing up admittedly valid concerns about the church's bad track record with racism, trying to coax David to be violent and or hopeless by taunting him about Julia's death. And David is, for the most part, unbending. Aside from the pilot when Leland got punched for calling Julia a weepy little bitch, he doesn't let Leland get to him too much. The only side where Leland is winning is in the celibacy matter, like I discussed earlier. Being a priest, in theory, David should forgive him, but there's just too much between them. We can't realistically expect or much less demand forgiveness, nor do I think David has ever tried. But in a way, it makes me think of the show Midnight Mass, where the character of little Lisa became paralyzed after an accidental shooting. There's a very strong scene where we see all of her anger, her helplessness, her hope that Joe, the man who shot her, is miserable forever, and then she finds the strength to forgive him, because Jesus would, and he says he would. That's her reason for forgiving him. David doesn't have to forgive Lee, but as he is a priest, I think it would be interesting to see him trying sometime. Striving to be Christ-like, trying to forgive a sin because it's the right thing to do, not because Leland deserves it. And Leland doesn't deserve any forgiveness, of course, considering he's not only not sorry, he gloats about what happened. He acts like Julia's demise is funny. David could fail at this forgiveness quest. He had a really interesting talk near the end of season 3 about how people expect priests to always be perfectly moral, but they're still only humans. So I feel like this could be another take on that, another look into the struggle to forgive. Maybe if we ever get more of the Julia backstory, and we must, right? They would not leave that a mystery after setting it up so much. Then perhaps we can tackle this forgiveness topic, which is something that is complex and full of depth. Okay, I don't know why I'm writing a new plot now, my bad, but the point is, these two have a pretty dark history between them. And what about Ben? And as we know, it's a running joke that Leland never remembers Ben's name. He's not particularly interested in him. I guess he doesn't see any obvious evil potential in him, and he's also not a big fish like David or Sister Andrea, because Ben is not a believer in the Christian God. So the most Leland ever did was maybe send demoness Abby Ben's way to mess with him. Now, Kristen is probably his most important relationship, though they share the least screen time together. What can we even say about their relationship that isn't obvious just by watching the show? The end of season 3 hints that Leland maybe has been targeting her from day 1, and perhaps season 4 will explain why. But I'd like to discuss how that kind of goes against what happened in season 1. If they don't give a really airtight explanation, it will unfortunately become another retcon. When Leland met Kristen, it was because she joined Ben and David. Leland was already working with serial killer LaRue prior to LaRue's arrest, prior to him even killing, and Kristen joined the case way later. From the moment they met, he repeatedly warned her that she doesn't know what she's dealing with, there are stronger forces at play. If she knew what was really going on, she'd go home, protect her kids instead of meddling. He's telling her there are demons and a powerful pro-demon organization mixed up in everything. He didn't seem to want her to stick around at all, and he only inserted himself into her life via dating Cheryl after she refused to go away and started to become a problem that was making him lose cases. She messed with his job first, and then he targeted her. Now, we obviously know that Lexis was conceived via a fertility clinic with ties to the 60s, so it's very possible that the organization has been watching her since then, 11 years ago at least. This may very well have been before Leland joined if we go by the 3 years theory. Regardless, I think it's fair to say that he was aware of Kristen before she was aware of him, because surely the 60 kept watch of the kids that were significant to them. I just don't know if I buy that he had a plan to ensnare Kristen from the get-go, considering how hard he tried to make her go away and how much easier it would be to influence Lexis if Kristen wasn't in his way. He was battling David also, not her, and wanting to recruit Lexis, nobody else. Aside from that, I always thought it was really interesting that he started out with Kristen's therapy notes while she knew literally nothing about him. It gave him a huge advantage, and I really enjoyed how he would use her own words against her sometimes, just to mess with her head. That feels very quintessential Leland, getting a little glimpse into her darkness through things that she herself confessed to her therapist. If someone stole my therapy notes, I'd move countries and I would change my name, to be honest. I thought that he might use that against Kristen more often because he was such a powerful weapon. Maybe it would have gotten old if they overdid it, but I think we could have had a little more. I mean, 4 little caskets remain so iconic, I just wanted more of that. I want to quickly touch on the unethical line of Kristen assessing him in the season 2 opener. You cannot have a therapist that is biased. That is like one of the #1 rules. The church wants to assess his mental health to see if he really needs an exorcism or not. And she walks in already believing that he's lying about everything. It's super unethical to have her assess him. Also, her use of the word insane. Any mental health professional worth their salt would never use such a stigmatizing word. Listen, I love the exchange that they have during that assessment, and obviously Leland didn't want a real assessment anyway, so he was happy that it was Kristen. He wanted it to be Kristen. But it's mind-blowing to me that none of her church bosses saw that it was completely inappropriate for her to assess him because she's unable to be neutral and professional about him. Which is not her fault, but she's just not in a position to do this particular job. I do love that he doesn't care if people would judge him as insane for talking about demons though. He knows they're real. He knows that Lucy's team seems to be winning at this point. So who cares if others don't believe? He even said in the pilot that that's when he's at his best. When we were talking about the tactics that he uses to influence each specific person, I discussed what he did to get to Kristen. I think it's safe to say that she has only gotten more and more unhinged since she met him. He's doing an excellent job corrupting her, and it's so subtle it's barely noticeable, but every single questionable thing she has done has been after meeting him and after his taunts and pushes. This tweet that Katya liked says it all, and yes, we should acknowledge it more. Some people see their dynamic as merely, oh, she doesn't take any crap from him, but that's not only revisionist history, it's also inaccurate. If you look closer at Kristen's behavior, you'll see Leland's subtle influence everywhere. He's been pulling the strings all along, and she doesn't realize that this supposed badass behavior of hers is a direct result of his manipulations. He's behind all of it. I don't know where Kristen will end up at this year's finale, morally speaking. We might see a total return to good, we might might not. What I can say is that for now, she is really enjoying her unhinged, more violent side, and she kind of has Leland to thank for that, doesn't she? It would be interesting to see her acknowledge that to herself someday, admit that in some twisted ways he improved her life by empowering her, maybe even have her struggle a bit to come to terms with that. Hell, it could go the opposite way and be the very realization that sent her back to the good side. Who knows? But it's a fact that he has influenced and corrupted her a lot. Like he says in the season 2 opener, she let the darkness into her life, and she was easy. No more evil than she's telling him, and then he interrupts with a, then what? Then you? He barely had to try with her. She's even roping in the kids into her instability, like waiting for them to get home so that they could witness her destroying the stuff from the renovation. If she teaches them to be empowered through destruction and violence, well, that's exactly what Leland wants. The way these two bicker is almost childish a lot of the times. It's entertaining to watch, don't get me wrong, but it's interesting that some of the audience doesn't seem to notice that when it comes from Kristen, only when it comes from Leland. Now, petulant bickering fits with his personality and backstory. It doesn't fit hers as much though. She never used to be like this in season 1, which leads me to believe that this is also a direct result of his meddling in her life. She's giving in to his provocations and getting caught in the bickering because he's successfully under her skin. Kristen oscillates between finding Leland a big threat or treating him like he's unimportant and not a threat at all. It gets a bit inconsistent at times. For example, season 2 ends with her desperate because he had been talking to Lexis. So desperate that she's about to go kill him, and then she has like a breakdown because she can't bring herself to kill again. Then season 3 starts right after that, and she walks in all smug to hand him a restraining order. Where did the fear go? When did so much smugness come in such a quick period of time? She knows what he's capable of. She's seen it, yet she still underestimates him a lot, and the timing can get a little weird in my opinion. Her demeanor certainly poses a challenge for him though, and she holds her ground well, and I think that fascinates him a little bit, especially now that she has veered into the dark side quite a bit more. There is also an odd chemistry between them. Both Katya and Michael have spoken about how the two characters seem to actually enjoy the antagonism between them. They like riling the other one up, and they can't quite let go of their dynamic. There's this pull drawing them together because deep down they like that tension in a way. The word sexual was even used by Katya one time to describe their relationship, but let's leave that for the fandom shipping section. I am very curious though to see how this baby that they're having together will alter their dynamic. When it comes to relationships, he has ties to Kristen's daughters too, mainly Lexis. Obviously, because she was conceived by the fertility clinic with ties to 60, Lexis is significant to them. They were never a threat to her in my opinion, or at least physically speaking, because they want to recruit her. She just needs more of the right influence, Leland said. The right influence. This is important again as it speaks to their belief that this is the right path. Leland doesn't think he's harming Lexis by trying to recruit her. He thinks the opposite. This is an honor for her. He's open-minded though. He didn't mind that Cheryl tested her. He seems totally fine even with the results. If she's not the one, she's the ambassador. He said that playfully, lightheartedly. What he wants is obvious. It's to push her to the dark side because he thinks she has a big role to play in the upcoming demonic revolution, which I'll talk about in the baby section. So he hovers around her, trying to push her more towards the darkness. His relationship with the other 3 sisters is interesting too. Did the girls maybe have too quick of a turnaround regarding him? Because when they met him in season 1, they loved him. They were literally shrieking like, "Mom, I love him, I love him." They were so excited playing with him and stuff. He's good with kids when he wants to be, clearly. And even Lexis, when we find out that he's been in contact with her, she's just like, "Oh Mom, he just seemed lonely after the breakup," you know, being pretty compassionate with him. And she seemed to not really mind him. Then the next season starts and all of a sudden they can't stand him. And obviously I know that Kristen had a talk with them like, "He's dangerous, you shouldn't be anywhere near him, let me know if he ever approaches you." I just found it a little weird how one day they loved him and then one day so fast they're just like, "Yeah, let's ruin his life or maybe kill him." It felt a little too extreme of a change. But I mean, they're kids, so maybe they're just saying stuff they don't mean. Or it could be an indication of how they're also slipping to the dark side a little bit, and that's why they're more prone to violence and quicker to forget compassion. Their online in battle in season 3 was interesting. In a way, it took the ingenuity of children to defeat evil. In season 1, when Kristen uses a deep fake against Leland, he claims that technology is his domain, and he proves it too, more than once. Like we discussed in the potential supernatural powers section, he can make recordings and live feeds glitch, and also he uses the internet to find and manipulate recruits. So it stuck out to me that he lost during a technological situation after the show made a point of saying it's his domain. Much like each demon has a domain too. It's just a thought. I don't really know where I'm going with this line of thinking, frankly, or if the writers even remember that technology is his domain. When he pretends to be Kristen's husband when they're Skyping, I thought it was interesting that he didn't use that opportunity to try to corrupt the kids a little bit. With Kristen herself, he hasn't really tried in a while. He told her that she's already let evil in, so he was moving on to David, and that has held up throughout the seasons. But Kristen was telling him, believing that it's Andy, that she wants to teach the girls to stand up for themselves, but she doesn't want to lose control again and physically hurt someone like she did to the French fry guys in the supermarket. It would be the perfect opportunity for Leland to gently nudge her like, our girls need to learn how to not let people mistreat them. You do what you gotta do, honey. Which would in turn push the girls and Lexis, especially toward violence. Instead, Leland chose to basically ignore Kristen and hang up the call as quickly as possible. And although there was a bit of a missed opportunity for him, that does make sense that this is what he did. The longer he was on the call, the more he had a chance to slip up and say something that would tip her off to the fact that he wasn't really Andy. What I found interesting was that he was very cautious here, careful not to make a mistake. It could have easily been another instance of hubris where he thinks that he has everything under control and he keeps pushing until it goes too far. But no, I wonder what the difference is, and I'd assume it's because this time around, and whenever we see him being careful, more careful, it's because he knows that it's a delicate situation. When he exhibits some hubris, it's usually because he underestimates somebody else, like the children. It didn't even occur to him that they would know that the pig avatar was him. I guess that's why he lost that one, even though technology is supposed to be his domain. Aside from these main characters, he has plenty of miscellaneous associates. Kurt's receptionist feeding him info in season 1. Taylor, his assistant at the company that had some chemistry with him, like the girl legit bit her lip when he was telling a joke. The blonde woman from the day the building collapsed, who used to be his receptionist, I think, at the psychology clinic and is now fully Team Lucy. A teacher named Christine vouched for him by claiming she requested that he go to Lex's school, so she must be an associate, giving him plausible deniability in some way. The marksman who taught the incel kid how to handle a weapon, who Leland claims is one of only 59 people he trusts, so he's obviously coded as another head of house. Edward, of course, who has a vibe very similar to Leland, and they seem to genuinely get along. Edward is also a head of house in the 60s. He is cheerfully wicked like Lee, and they help each other in mutual schemes. So yeah, he has plenty of relationships in the background too. All these people have shown to be very loyal to him. It's hard to gauge if it's personality and charm that inspire loyalty, if it's gratitude for the power that he gave them when he brought them into the 60s, or if it's because they all really believe in the cause so much and the loyalty is actually to Lucifer and not to Leland himself. Regardless, they all make one hell of an effective and powerful team. I have questions about the surrogate for the pregnancy, like why would he pick the one person that he knows started out loyal to Cheryl and not him? It seems pretty risky given the caliber of that particular scheme, unless he already swayed her over to his side through like money or power or seduction. I guess we'll see more in season 4. I'm looking forward to seeing how his relationship with Kurt, his latest recruit, will develop too. I think they have a very fun vibe together so far. 10. Can he be saved? The low but not non-existent chance of a redemption arc. I think that many people believe that Leland is irredeemable, his soul beyond saving. I don't. A redemption arc for him is unlikely, but it's not impossible either. There are a few reasons for that. One, he used to be good, so that humanity that he has inside might not be completely snuffed out of him yet. 2, he still has moments of vulnerability and craving connections. 3, the beliefs of Catholicism are unquestionably real in the universe of evil, and one of the main tenets is that you can always be forgiven, even at the very last second, just as long as you mean it. The biggest glimpse that we get into Leland's vulnerability is when he's unexpectedly confronted with his own past. It still wounds and embarrasses him enough that he gets teary-eyed. The fact that he's still so hurt by it tells us that his emotions are not completely inhuman or shut off. Suffering because of a life like Jake's, where you felt helpless and unloved and small, is actually a very human feeling. There's a hint of the old Jake there, still lingering inside Leland. His humanity not completely stomped out yet. And where there is humanity, there is the potential for empathy and redemption. If a piece of his good self is still in there, it can always return and someday be back in full force. I mentioned in his his personality profile that he craves the spotlight and attention, and I wonder if somewhere deep down he still craves genuine love too. Honestly, it doesn't look like it. He's certainly more interested in using people and having fun and doing his job. He might even think that he's above such feelings now that he's so powerful. A lot of his empathy and decency have been snuffed out, but since he is still holding on to some humanity, I don't think it's impossible that he craves real connection. He just buried that longing very, very, very deep down to where even he might not realize that it's there anymore. Actually, we even saw an example of that. When he's in the bathtub of blood, he had just been through a very harrowing thing, feeling very physically ill and scared of the exorcism effects. Then he feels better and relaxes, sighs in relief, and reaches out for Cheryl's hand in a moment of uncharacteristic vulnerability. I don't think he was trying to play her there. I think he sincerely appreciated her help, and having just gone through something so difficult, he was just seeking out a bit of comfort. That's significant because it shows that somewhere deep down he is not completely above human connection, even if it seems like he is. Some part of him still craves it. He craves that comfort and that affection. And if that part is still in him too, then someday the right connection might spark a change. It could even be romantic, who knows? I wonder if that connection thing will be explored at all when his son is born, but more on that later. I think it's important to also ponder, are there any lines that Leland wouldn't cross? I've always believed that yes, there are a few things that even he wouldn't do. When asked, Michael Emerson said the same, that yes, there are some lines that even Leland wouldn't cross. While that's not technically canon, Michael is extremely intelligent, empathetic, and he understands the mind of his characters better than anyone. So I trust his assessment 1000%. So naturally, if it's true that even Leland has some standards, redemption becomes a tiny bit more possible. Any human being, anyone can change, repent, and become a better version of themselves. Everyone is capable of redemption if there's even a shred of humanity left in them. Leland has that humanity inside, as we've just established. He's still a wounded person, hurt by a cruel past. If he could heal from that hurt, redemption would be possible. I think that's the key thing. Healing. I don't know if you would forgive him, but Jesus certainly would. In the Christian faith, there's this strong idea that you can't repent up until the very last second, which is why I find it a little bit odd that none of the characters, those that know the truth about Lee, ever try to save him from the demons. They just chalk him up to being a lost cause, I guess, but that's not what their Jesus would have done. It again reminds me of Midnight Mass, that line where the priest tells someone that it's okay if they're not in a state of grace, meaning that they've committed an unrepented mortal sin, because a priest isn't much used for anyone who's already in a state of grace, and Jesus didn't really have much interest in those kinds of people either. It signifies that it's when someone is not in a state of grace, when they are committing sins, that's when you must really try to save them. There's a Christian story floating around from as early as the 10th century about a time that the Virgin Mary went down to take a tour of hell. She was so moved by the suffering that she talked to the sinners, encouraging these sinners there to pray so that they might be saved, and also interceding with her son Jesus to spare them. They're already damned in hell, and even then redemption is possible. Mary doesn't turn her back on them, no matter what they did. She still wants to save them, and she has compassion for them and their suffering. The message in the story is clear. Redemption is always possible, and the people who are truly good don't turn their backs on fellow humans because they are evil. And of course, there's the period known as the harrowing of hell, which is the period between Jesus' crucifixion and resurrection. In Christian theology, it is said that he brought salvation to all the souls that were kept there at the time. So again, it is never too late for redemption, even if you are in hell. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying that anybody has the responsibility to try and reach Leland on some heart level, but it's striking to me that trying to save him is never even a conversation. Even he mentions that there is not a lot of Christian love for him there. And it's not a conversation for the mental health professionals either, despite supposedly diagnosing him with histrionic personality disorder and narcissism. Beyond not trying to save Leland, there's a real problem in actively trying to harm him just for the sake of it. You can't do that and still be considered a good person by any standards. So anyway, redemption is possible, but is it likely for Lee? No, of course not. You can't be redeemed unless you want to be. And considering he's having the best time being evil, loving the power the 60 brings him, I think it'd be very unlikely that he would ever want to repent. He's not remorseful at all, so genuine forgiveness of his soul isn't possible unless that changes. If a redemption arc happened, something would have to change drastically to sway Leland and bring his humanity back out from where it's buried deep within him. I don't think redemption is necessary at all for a character like him, but it is very important to keep in mind that he is not completely irredeemable either. 11. Some writing inconsistencies, loose threads, the wasted potential of dropped plot lines, and deleted scenes worth mentioning. I hate to say it, but this show has a bit of trouble with inconsistent writing sometimes. It doesn't usually affect Leland's plot lines, but sometimes it does, and we end up with some loose threads or things dropped halfway through. And where there's confusion, there's me trying to solve it by unraveling all the Leland threads that we've been given so far. We have some speculation to get into here, where I'll parse through things that were implied to try and paint a clearer picture. Let's start with the wasted potential of dropped plot lines that could have been really good if they focused on them a little bit more. Probably my biggest complaint for the show is that they underutilize the character of Leland sometimes, and then they missed out on great opportunities. Like, they'll create a great opening for themselves, but then they won't follow through with it, and it just ends up being a waste. For example, the possession help group. You might have no idea what I mean because this was such a throwaway line, but it stuck with me because it was a golden opportunity. When Leland is undergoing his fake-ish exorcism, the priest tells him that he'll have to attend this support group for possessed people. He likens David being Lee's spiritual advisor as a sponsor in AA. So I liken the help group to be like AA for possessed people. How brilliant is that? It would have only strengthened the show if they gave us one episode with some scenes of Lee participating and wreaking havoc in these meetings, acting like he doesn't want to be with the devil anymore. They could have done that in a really interesting and entertaining way that still fits the theme of the show. Like, the group could have had discussions that fit the theme of that particular episode, and Leland could have tried to do his job corrupting these other characters that supposedly had past brushes with the demonic. Just for one episode, you know? Honestly, it would have been better than watching him be fake exorcised for several episodes in a row, because that was basically the same thing over and over again, and we could have had something different and fresh. Honestly, the concept of a support group for people possessed by the devil could be its own sitcom, like I'm telling you. Another big missed opportunity, in my opinion, was not having a full episode of Leland joining the team for a case while he was working at the church in season 3. I actually saw a lot of other people complaining about this on Twitter too, so at least it's not just me. And listen, it's totally plausible that he would join because he did. We got a quick little scene of him with the team when they were looking at that soul weighing machine. But it was so fast, David wasn't even there. Imagine how juicy it could have been if we had a whole episode of this dynamic. Again, it's a fresh dynamic, and I'm only asking for one episode. If the Monsignor told the team that they had to let Leland tag along again, we could have gotten a lot of interesting back and forth between the characters. Conflicts, Leland spewing outlandish and theatrical theories about the case while subtly trying to sabotage the investigation, the trio having to be on their toes at all times, manipulation, and even comedy between them. We could have had it all. The worst part is that I'm so used to the show squandering potential that right after the church hired Lee in the end of season 2, I said they're gonna give us barely an episode of him working with the trio and then move on. And when they mentioned the possessed people support group, I instantly said, oh, that's such a cool concept, but they will never show us this. I don't ask for much, you know, just a full exploration of the juicy potential that they set up themselves. There are many other examples where I could make a case for this, seeing more of the influencer parties maybe, or we haven't seen him with a new patient in a long time, or Anatas, etc. But these two I talked about really stuck out to me as a total loss. And obviously I understand that Leland isn't the main focus of the series, but they underutilize him. It feels like such a waste of potential to create such an interesting, compelling character, such a rich character, and then underutilize him. There's so much more to explore, so much to sink your teeth into and dig deep with Leland. But they don't delve into the full extent of that richness. They never go in depth. So many concepts could be explored through him also. Also, they have in their cast an excellent actor. Truly one of the most talented, not just of our time, but of all time, and they don't give him enough to do. I don't understand why. And it certainly wouldn't be so much that he's overexposed, you know? I'm just asking for a little more because these opportunities are just wasted. I think it's even worse because they bring these things up in the narrative and then they don't follow through with them. Because then it just makes me wonder what if. And now what? I guess I need fanfic writers or my imagination to fill in the blanks for me? Okay, I'm sorry for that minor rant. That bugs me. But anyways, now let's go for the loose threads. Some unanswered questions that haven't been brought up yet. And the one retcon that is honestly my villain origin story. Loose threads are not necessarily a bad thing. It's a case-by-case thing. Some of these are admittedly silly ponderings just for fun. Others are real questions we'll never get an answer to, and a few are pretty significant. First off, it looks like his job title with the church straight up changed between the season 2 finale and season 3 premiere. From something that made perfect sense to something that kinda doesn't fit the character, and which unfortunately also invalidated his need for the season 2 fake exorcism. Initially, the job was actually supposed to be counseling the spiritually afflicted, meaning people going through the same struggles that he went through. So he needed the exorcism on his resume. And he was still going to be a therapist, you know, the thing he's qualified to do. The job he was hired to do for the church was to use his talents as a therapist in order to help people under the thrall of the devil. Now that he had experience of going through it himself and freeing himself, supposedly. He even gives this line about how he can counsel people with kinship and radical empathy because he went through the same things they are going through. So now he's more qualified to help them. The actual line is, "What I would hope to provide would be kinship, radical empathy. I'm in a unique position to counsel the spiritually afflicted. I can look them in the eye and tell them, I know exactly what you're going through." Again, the experience. He went through a really difficult exorcism just to have this experience that would allow him to get the job with the church. And obviously, just like his day-to-day therapist job, he was actually going to use these counseling patients as people to corrupt. It's brilliant for the character and from a writing standpoint. You're taking the job that Leland is already established to be great at and putting it in a different context. The context of infiltrating his enemies and getting access to even more vulnerable people from within the enemy's inner circle. And then, instead of helping them escape the thrall of the devil, Counselor Leland would push them toward him more. We even see him do the job in the season 2 finale when he counsels the guy having cannibalistic urges. He talks to him as a therapist, and rather than helping him fight the demonic influences, Lee tells him to embrace them. Then season 3 hits and he's working with liability. Liability? Like some lawyer who's making sure the church doesn't get sued, like doing oversight? Is he even qualified for that job? Because we've never seen him do anything similar. He claims that I've been asked by the cardinal to look over your shoulder for issues of liability, but that's so out of left field and it is not what the previous season set up. Even if it was a mix of both functions, he doesn't counsel a single person in season 3. Being a therapy counselor lined up with his strengths, mythos of the character, and his personality so well. But liability consultant? Honestly, given that season 3 is when he suddenly revealed to also be a boss at a random company, the liability thing felt like they were trying to make him more corporate all of a sudden, when he was always a psychologist. And why would he be focusing on this liability thing rather than his big role of recruiter for the 60? Counselor doubled as recruitment and corrupting too. Liability consultant does not. It's almost like he's neglecting his main role in favor of this very random consultant job that only serves to kind of stop some things the church tries to do by saying, oh hey, bad optics, don't do this. But it's nowhere near as effective for the 60 as counseling would have been. The writing direction for this job clearly changed here between the seasons, which brings us into the issue of retcons. Unfortunately, evil suffers from some of these. I mean, this isn't a loose thread, it's a full-on retcon. We'll stick to the Leland-related ones, but yeah. In the time between seasons, his entire job title and responsibilities within the church changed. And worse than that, invalidated the need for his exorcism. The entire season 2 plot kind of undone. Because if he was only gonna be there to supervise liability stuff, he didn't need the experience of having been exorcised, nor did he need empathy to be more qualified to help those in need. The church didn't initially believe he was possessed anyway. He could have simply thrown money and influence to get the liability job. The cardinal wanted him around, let us not forget, and Sister Andrea saw a demon hanging around this cardinal. The cardinal could and would have insisted that the church hire Leland. You can say, oh, David would warn them that Lee's a bad person, so the exorcism covered that because he could claim his badness was the devil's fault and he was through with that. And the argument would hold more weight if the church actually listened to the team's warnings about Lee. They never did because money spoke the loudest. That's made very clear to us several times. It's a shame that the show ended up basically erasing all the need for the exorcism, and honestly, I think Lee counseling people would have been more compelling than the liability stuff. Did the writers think we wouldn't notice that it was a whole different job, or was it so that they could do a gotcha twist moment in the end where Lee has to be fired because he is now seen as a liability? It's not satisfying enough to justify a huge retcon in my opinion. What do you guys think? And this isn't even the retcon that infuriates me the most, but let's do some more lighthearted loose threads first or I might explode. Remember when Cheryl calls him in season 1 and he said, "Oh, I'm with a patient," and then we see that there's a person inside like a burlap sack squirming trying to get out, and Leland's just kind of watching them and kind of laughing. We never found out what that was about, which is fine because it was just a scene to let you know that he was up to something sinister, you know, at his job. Obviously at first glance it looks like a kidnapping because the person is being held in the sack and struggling against it. But why would you kidnap somebody and take them to your place of work? And to have them on the therapy couch, not just on the floor, on the couch, while you're sitting on the other couch just looking at them? I suppose he could just be watching them because he's having fun watching them struggle. I mean, that's plausible, that is Leland. But at the same time, them being there doesn't make total sense to me. Doesn't he have other patients coming? And isn't he doubling his work by taking a kidnapped person to his psychology office only to have to move them elsewhere later? So I think it's actually more plausible if that is one of his patients. And for whatever reason, either he had to kidnap his own patient, I guess, and he did it from the office, or it's just a form of therapy. You know, the same way that in season 3 he's saying that voluntary demonic possession is a beneficial form of therapy. Maybe he sold the sack as also a form of therapy. Maybe the person is claustrophobic and he's making them suffer by saying it's therapy, but it's just for his own amusement. Or maybe it really is therapy and he just picked a disturbing way of going about it for fun. Or maybe he's teaching them, the patient, how to kidnap somebody else. I don't know, but I think it's interesting to ponder. Let me know what you think he was doing in that scene. Another thing to point out, Leland sees demons. He sees his therapist, obviously. He sees Firehead. He sees the manager with all of his many eyes. Then why is it that when Sister Andrea is talking to the sex demon, Leland just sees her talking to air? He knows that it's a demon talking to her and that means she's the real thing, but that one is invisible to him. Why? What's the difference? Do they choose to appear to Leland only when they want to? And I guess it's a good enough answer. The Julia thing, I think we can confidently say will come back eventually, right? They set up this mystery literally on episode 1 and they only gave us hints. It feels like an important conflict. They wouldn't set up this whole thing and then never deliver a conclusion. Though they haven't mentioned her since like early season 2, I think, and people might start to forget the details, so hopefully we'll hear more on that soon. This is less of a loose thread and more of my own musing, but I wonder about these families sometimes. Or a lot, actually. What is or was his relationship with his parents like? They didn't pop up in his backstory and he has never indicated any dislike toward them, so I'd be very curious to learn more. Parental relationships are so essential in shaping a person, and now it could even tie into how he'll raise his own son. And when he changed from Jake to Leland, did he completely cut off contact with everyone from his previous life because he knew who he used to be? A clean break would make sense, I think, but I would like to know if there's anybody that he still talks to. And here's an important loose thread. He may or may not have Star Wars boxers. He was playing some strip game over the phone with Cheryl very shortly after they met, except that she's really playing and giving him undivided attention while he's out in his car somewhere not actually stripping. He says that he's nearly down to his Star Wars boxers, but he is fully clothed in the suit, and he appears to be on a stakeout of some kind. He was lying about the situation, so it's very possible he also lied about the underwear just to sound quirky and cute, but who knows. There didn't seem to be any similar fabric or pattern when we got a glimpse inside his drawer on season 2, and during this game he very clearly wants to keep Cheryl on the phone to stop her from checking on the girls. If you remember, it's Halloween and she's babysitting, and that masked girl that might be a ghost is with the girls. She convinces them to go to the cemetery, something that Cheryl would have stopped if Leland wasn't distracting her, and he's very adamant at distracting her. That made me think he was probably staking out the cemetery itself, since it's so heavily implied that he is directly involved with this masked girl plot, like he knows that she's there. It seems to make the most sense that he's watching to make sure things will unfold correctly and she will take the girls to the cemetery. But we don't know for sure, so that's why we're speculating now, and why this and the mystery of the Star Wars boxers fall under the loose threads section. Now here's one that actually bugs me. The first time we meet the demon goat therapist on the penultimate episode of season 1, they're talking about Kristen figuring out the Jake Perry situation. Leland says he should have just killed her. The goat asks why didn't he, and Leland replies in a bit of a huff that it's not part of the plan, or has that changed? The goat, like any good therapist, asks Leland if he wants the plan to change, and Leland says no. Then the goat tells him to find someone else to rip out Kristen's heart and that the two will eat it together. This is weird. According to this plan, Leland himself isn't allowed to kill her, but it's all fine if he finds someone else to do it. So the point is not whether Kristen lives or not. He just can't kill her? Why him specifically? And why haven't we heard anything else about this plan throughout all of seasons 2 and 3? You don't have your main antagonist bring up a whole plan about your literal protagonist and then never mention it again. There's value in unanswered questions in shows because life doesn't give us all the answers either. And of course there's value in creating a mystery that is is slowly solved. But to foreshadow something seemingly so important and then not give even a slight breadcrumb for so long, for 2 whole seasons, makes every line and hint start to feel a little inconsequential, at least to me. There was a time before the end of season 3 where it almost looked like Leland never killed anybody. He only influenced others to do it. We have many examples of that. This conversation, the way the goat doubts he'll be able to get blood, the way he asks Cheryl to give him blood as a favor instead of getting it himself, and then later he has her drill people's skulls for more blood. The day he fantasizes about stabbing the wedding cake woman but doesn't actually do anything, the way he was pushing the incel guy to murder the parish people instead of taking them out himself. He'd tell Kristen that he was gonna kill her daughters but never had any actual intention of following through. It took us literally 3 seasons to confirm whether he was capable of committing murders himself or not. Why he needed Cheryl for blood is my biggest character motivation question. I truly cannot explain it, but my best guess would have to be it's easier to get someone else to do it and have them deal with possible consequences, or it's more fun to watch someone else do it, or more useful because Leland is already hellbound anyway, so it's better to get someone else, someone new. I don't know. What do you all think? Honestly, part of me even wonders if the showrunners changed their minds and originally intended to have him not kill anyone. Was he initially written as the type that isn't morally opposed to murder but won't get his own hands dirty ever? That would also explain that part of the plan conversation with the goat. Like, it's not part of the plan for you to kill anyone, Leland. You're here to influence them and get them to kill. Find someone else to kill her. I mean, I'd still have questions about why this restriction was put on him, but it would at least make a little more sense. If that was the writer's initial intention with the character, they clearly changed their minds, because Lee obviously killed the 2 priests and was gonna kill Grace too, and he was very cheery about it. It didn't feel like it was his first time killing at all. Actually, it's not just killing. He rarely hurts anybody himself. Even when people hurt him, he doesn't strike back physically. He does it through other schemes, targeting their day-to-day life instead of their physical body. When Andy is kidnapped, it's interesting that Lee's way of torturing him is just to drip water near him or on him. It's nothing like, oh, I'm gonna rip out your fingernails or your teeth, I'll stab you. It's nothing violent. I mean, don't get me wrong, the water is horrific and in its own way, and it would drive you crazy after some time with the repetitive constant noise, but it's very non-violent. If we consider all the blood stuff too, it almost feels like he prefers a softer approach. In some ways, it made me feel like he's maybe not prone to violence at all. But then that's really contradictory to what we saw with the Monsignor, how Leland is really into the power that he gets from violence. He's thrilled and he's all giddy about stabbing Grace. The more I think about it, the more I'm really wondering if these writers changed direction along the way. Regardless of what the writer's original intention might have been, now we know he kills with no qualms, and we're left with questions as to why he couldn't kill Kristen but someone else can, and why he asks for blood as a favor instead of getting it himself. Another loose thread is like, Leland killed his demon therapist, so does he not have a demon therapist now? Does he have a replacement? Did he just stop going to therapy? And how do demons become therapists anyways? Is there like a university in hell? I want to know. Inquiring minds really want to know. Finally, there is one admitted retcon that is my villain origin story. You know how the physical depiction of the demon goat therapist is that very stereotypical depiction of the devil? It's like identical. It's very Baphomet, like that whole stereotyping thing. Well, the goat therapist was actually referred to as a devil a couple of times in early season 2 when David has visions of him, and also when Leland describes him to David. Everything was pointing to him being Lucifer, and then he was killed off. I thought it was super weird because there were so many hints. And why choose that physical depiction if it's not who it's representing? Well, guess what? The showrunners said on this featurette thing on Twitter that they initially wrote the goat to be the big boss, and then changed their mind later in season 2 because they decided it might be more interesting if he was just like middle management. So the goat was meant to be the big boss. And during season 1, technically he still was, because they only changed their mind later on. And who is the big boss of all demons? Lucy, of course. Michael Emerson himself stated that he thought the goat was the devil at first, and can somebody please go tell him that he was right? He thought the goat was the devil because the goat was the devil at that point. What really bothers me about the writers changing their mind later on is that it happened after tons of subtle hints and outright name drops were already in the canon. Plus, I liked his polite and gentler personality as Lucifer. His visual fits super well, like I said. His original dynamic with Lee in season 1 was great. He would have been a perfect devil. Now that he is not, if the devil ever appears, he will have to be different from the goat in every way. So we lost all those characteristics that were already used, and I just Why? Moving past that, before I turn villainous in front of everyone, I'd like to discuss a few deleted scenes that tell us interesting things about Leland's journey. Some are basically canon and got cut for time, while some we only heard about. I guess I'll go in chronological order for this. In the pilot, Kristen was supposed to meet him earlier, outside the courthouse, in the parking lot, and he was going to appear very friendly and harmless, to later surprise the audience when it's revealed that he's behind the stolen therapy notes thing. This one isn't actually available anywhere, but I did see a muted version of it playing in the background of a Michael interview once, and then I never found it again. What I find interesting about this scene is that it would have shown how good Leland is at making himself seem innocent. Nobody would have seen his evil coming, and then right from the get-go it'd be established that evil is working behind the scenes right under everyone's noses. But I do like the version that we got to, where his first appearance is already very impactful and wicked. Then we actually have the most important deleted scene. I personally know not of one, not of two, but 4 people who only started watching the show because they watched this scene. They all liked Michael from Lost, and they think he's hot, but they weren't stands enough to watch everything he's in. And then this scene was so sexy that it got them. They just said, I have to see the full thing now. It's in season 1, continuing right from when Lee and Cheryl kissed for the first time outside the restaurant. We all saw the kiss, but there was more. At the time, the show was still on CBS, and the scene was deemed a bit too spicy to be able to air on network TV. So they posted it on Twitter instead, with a cheeky caption along the lines of what they didn't want you to see, which is brilliant. They really wanted the scene out into the world. Anyway, I recommend you look it up, but the gist of it is that he accidentally, but surely not accidentally, bites her lip to draw blood when they're kissing for the first time. Then he touches and licks the blood, which she really likes, and she's like, oh, you're such a bad boy. And then he tells her that he wants 2 things: to shoplift some whiskey and to lick her nether regions. That's the exact quote, guys. I'm not even joking. So then we get a full comedic moment of them shoplifting together. Leland plays a distraction and Cheryl runs away screaming when the alarm starts blaring. It's so fun.
Wait.
It's great because it establishes their season 1 dynamic right away. Lighthearted, with Leland pushing her to be a little wilder, reckless, and criminal, and her letting him do it because she's enjoying it and she's enamored. Anyway, then they run away from the store where they shoplift the whiskey, and they end up in an alley. He breaks the bottle so that they can drink, and she's concerned about the glass hurting him. He's not. Again, it's that carefree nature that is enticing. And then finally he approaches her, pins her to the wall, so he can start doing the second thing he said he wanted to do, which again shows us that he's seductive and carefree. So yeah, the power of this scene is unmatched because it literally got multiple people to want to watch the show. In some interview, Michael said he had to film a scene where he was dancing, but it was like an all-out club dancing, and this was during season 1, so I'm assuming it's quite literally from when he's at that nightclub with Cheryl around mid-season, and he's like all excited saying, oh, this is my song, and he drags her to the dance floor, and she's laughing saying, oh, every song is your song, and then the scene ends. They probably filmed it to be longer, including them dancing, and honestly, I just wanted to see Leland dancing. The part of the scene I feel is important is the one we did get in the episode though. Like, this is such a throwaway line, but it's huge insight into his personality. Not just the way that he was sneakily checking on who she was talking to on the phone in a very subtly manipulative way, but the dancing thing shows us how much he's changed from being the shyest kid in school to now being so vibrant, exuberant, unabashedly doing what he wants as he should. He has a very dance like nobody's watching vibe, and at the risk of sounding repetitive, this is part of his charm, as people gravitate to those sure of themselves and who are happy and vibrant, and it's such a change from his Jake self. In season 2, there were 2 scenes that would have proven to us that the goat therapist was 100% real, a confirmation that we only got later on. The first scene was in the season opener, when Kristen is assessing Leland. We do see him chuckle about Kristen sitting on the same chair the goat usually sits on, but apparently she was supposed to find a bunch of long gray furs on the chair. I don't know why the demon is shedding, but it would prove his physical presence. The other scene was later, after his death, and it's available on Twitter too. It's an extended cut of the dinner Leland and Cheryl have together, where he serves goat stew. Basically, she finds an eyeball on her plate, and Leland is like, oh, sorry, let me get rid of it. So he goes in the kitchen and pops the eye back into the socket of the decapitated therapist. Again, it proves that the goat existed for real if Cheryl can see the eyeball. It also reminded us that Leland sometimes likes to mess with people just for the fun of it, with no real ulterior motive, because I'm absolutely sure his apology meant nothing, and he was well aware that the eye was there and he wanted her to find it just because. Then there was one more scene from the season 2 finale, which would be placed after Kristen hits him with the shoe, but before David's ordination. She runs into Leland at church, and honestly, I'm glad they cut this one, because she was acting like a schoolgirl bully, trying to be physically threatening and talking about Jake stuff, and it was kind of cringe, honestly. Even Leland was visibly weirded out by her behavior. But he tries to save face and basically wonders where did bad Kristen go because he likes her better. He's just encouraging Kristen to be bad like he usually does, but he's kind of nervous around her too. And then there's this one line that she responds very flirty, saying,
"Oh, I've got a little bad left in me, Jake. But just for you."
If the line itself isn't already flirty enough, the intonation she used was extremely suggestive. I mean, I wouldn't dream of saying something like that to someone I'm not interested in sleeping with. Creelan is already a popular ship, which we'll get into in the fandom section, but if they had added the scene, it would have really looked like she's into him for sure. There's even some like seductive leg touching. It's basically she's making it look like she's gonna take her shoes off again, but she's also like rubbing at her legs, and it's kind of weirdly sensual. I honestly don't know where they were going with that scene. It's all just kind of weird all around. Finally, season 3, and we got this damn scene in the promo. It was literally included in one of the multi-episode promos as like, oh, coming later in the season. But then it never appeared in the episode. We know nothing of it. I tried to place it in my head, and I think it's clear that this is after he stabs the Monsignor. It's the same outfit, the same dagger, and his hands and the blade are bloody. So clearly after. So the scene has to be between the stabbing and the white shirt scene when he's wringing out the blood, right? The thing is, in the white shirt scene, he's pretty at ease and nonchalant. He leaves the bathroom dancing around, kind of excited, and then he goes to bed to touch himself with the blood right next to him. In this deleted scene, he's anything but nonchalant. So it might have been a little jarring to have him yelling into a mirror, being mad or discombobulated or frustrated, whatever emotion is here, I'm not sure, and then immediately jump into a lighthearted, almost comedic dance / self-love moment. Maybe that's why it got cut out. It just wasn't like the two emotions weren't vibing. So the decision does make sense to me, but I will die if I never see the context of this mirror scene. I need them to release this in a DVD. On Twitter, hell, just tell me what the scene was. Like, I don't care. I'll take anything to know why he was yelling and what the exact emotion he's feeling is. Oh, and I have just one speculative tidbit just for fun. This would have been around the time of season 2 filming. Michael tweeted that he was training how to believably speak Aramaic, which is an ancient Semitic language that often pops up in media about occult or religious lore. At the time when I saw the tweet, I really thought that it was going to be for evil and then assumed that the scene got cut. Like maybe it was him speaking in tongues during the exorcism, or it was a ritual that he was doing. But then I saw someone reply to the tweet implying it was for an audition, and Michael liked the tweet, so maybe it had nothing to do with evil after all. Or maybe it did and he was just being polite. Who knows? It would be cool to see Leland speaking it, or Latin or something like that during a ritual though, like a full-blown ritual. 12. It's impossible for Leland to actually fail. I've been kind of claiming that it's impossible for Lee to actually ever fail, and at first glance this might sound like a wildly inaccurate claim. But let me make my case here. There are two ways to look at it. Failing during his lifetime and the failing of his overarching goal in general, independently from him. Let's dissect his lifetime first. I don't say that he can't fail because of his determination and tenacity, though he has those in abundance. I say this because him failing would only come about if he also won. The two are intrinsically linked. Because his main role for Lucifer is to make people more susceptible to evil, that means that every time he loses, he also simultaneously wins. Why? Because to defeat his brand of evil, people have to sin. They have to sink lower than what they're used to, and ultimately that's all that Leland wants. It is like a can't stop a monster without becoming one yourself kind of vibes, except that the monster's goal is to turn him into a monster too. Leland never snitches on anybody. He could, very easily, but he doesn't. For example, he could have reported Sister Andrea for burning him with ammonia. That was horrific, and she'd get in a lot of trouble for hurting the person that she was meant to help. Kristen literally assaulted him with the shoe, fairly brutally. David punched him in the middle of a workday, but he never snitched. And the reason for that is, there are two reasons. One is if all the characters start to get arrested for being violent and the show is over. But secondly, Leland likes it when people give in to their darker instincts. He doesn't want to squander their evil potential by getting them punished for it. He wants to cultivate that and make that side of them flourish. I mean, I'm sure he would prefer if the violence wasn't directed at him, but it's better than nothing. It's better than if they're good, because as long as they're violent, as long as they're hurting a person and feeling no remorse, he's winning. His side is winning. Like with David in the pilot, yeah, the force of the punch sends Lee scrambling back, but he's laughing. It hurts, but Leland laughs, taunting him with, "Is that what Jesus said?" And he's laughing because he won that interaction by managing to get a good man like David to indulge in violence and to lose control, even if for just a little moment. Remember when Kristen cut his neck? From any outsider's point of view, Leland was invited invited to dinner by his girlfriend at her house, and then a woman attacked him with a knife to the neck when he was being no threat to her at all. He could have easily called the cops, but he didn't. And again, why? Because it benefits him to see her be violent. It's an accomplishment. It's what he set out to do. He succeeded in getting a normal woman to cut someone with a knife. Can you picture yourself cutting someone's neck like that? I don't think I could ever, unless they were actively trying to kill me right in that moment. I'm sure Kristen in the pilot would say the same thing, and yet within 6 episodes, Leland was able to push her to do such a disturbing thing. He showed her what she's truly capable of and how far she's really willing to go. A quick side remark, I find it interesting that Lee never physically hurts anyone, but the good people do. Well, I mean, he's obviously capable of murder and he gets very excited about it. We've talked about this. So he 100% has the capacity for violence. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that he never like slaps or pushes or punches anyone. He's not an aggressive person. You honestly don't sense any aggression in him unless he's truly pissed. And even then, that's mostly flipping tables, not hurting anyone. That's a thunder. I don't know if you can hear it, but yeah, that's a thunder. But yeah, Leland doesn't get physical with any of them. Quite the opposite. It's always the supposedly good people doing it to him. All of them fell for Leland's provocations and quickly descended into physical violence. But Leland doesn't just win when someone is outright violent. He wins in small ways too. Early in season 1, Kristen and Ben beat him by creating a deep fake of Leland's voice. They did that to help someone in need, yes, but it's still a criminal offense. You can't take fake evidence into court. And if you want to be to the letter, it's a sin. Ben setting up secret cameras to spy on him is very illegal and pretty creepy. And all Leland did was laugh in his face and make the feed glitch. David telling a lie to save Sister Andrea's job is a sin, which is why she told David to go confess immediately. These are minor things and they don't make anyone evil, but they matter and they add up. Leland makes it clear to us that he likes these things. We might see him react negatively at first, but there is always a hint of the positive at some point. He was super impressed and even a little into Sister Andrea holding up that knife. He was scared when Kristen cut his neck, but once he found out it was a pretty dark plan of her own, he immediately smirked and made a bad comment. He even seemed mildly impressed, albeit annoyed, when David lied to all the priests. The point is, so far, not a single adult has been able to foil any of Leland's schemes without getting their own hands dirty. So they stopped that scheme, but it's still a point for Team Lucy because they dirtied their hands in the process. Only the 4 Bouchard girls, who maybe had the innocence of children on their side, managed to thwart Leland without doing anything bad themselves. But also that scheme of his was very minor, easier to stop because they were just text messages. If he does anything bigger, it becomes a lot harder, if not impossible, to stop him without stooping to his level, or at least a lower level. And that's why he can never lose, because people can't defeat him without doing morally questionable things themselves, and so by default, he wins when they do that, even if he loses. Even if someone were to straight up murder him, like yes, maybe Lee would be afraid of dying and fighting tooth and nail to survive, but part of him would still be smug and victorious because he could be like, I'm dying, but at least I'm taking your soul with me because now you've committed the ultimate sin. And that knowledge and that feeling makes him incredibly powerful. Now, when it comes to the overarching goal, it's actually pretty simple to explain why Leland could never fail. The apocalypse? God wanted to. It's his, capital H, endgame. We'll get into the nitty-gritty details of the apocalypse on the video for the 60 that I want to make, but here's a summary. Revelation in the Bible claims that before Jesus can come back, before earth can be made into a second paradise like heaven, there will be a heaven versus hell fight. The beast, commonly understood to be Satan, rises with his demons and the fight begins. And all sorts of horrific things happen to the humans that are still left behind. And of course, the idea is that God in good win out over Satan's evil forces in the end. Now, God is said to be omnipotent, right? Then he could easily create paradise on earth whenever and however he wanted to, but he chose to only do it after the war against Satan. So surely he wants that final battle. According to the Bible, God needs Satan to rise up. It is God's endgame that this end of days battle takes place. So in the evil universe, an omnipotent Christian God is 100% real. Therefore, his word, the Bible, must also be real. And this apocalypse must happen someday. It probably won't be during Leland's lifetime, but he's doing his part to prepare the terrain and plant more and more seeds. We keep being told on the show that evil is spreading and growing, and that means Lucifer's side is growing in strength for this eventual final battle. Leland might be long dead and on the other side when it finally happens, but it will happen. The 60s goal of the demonic revolution must come to pass because that is God's will. Now, Satan might not win the war despite what Leland's faith tells him, but that's out of the 60s' hands. Their goal is not to win. Their goal is to bring about the revolution. They want to kickstart it, and that goal will be accomplished someday. If Lucifer then fumbles the final fight, then that's on him, I guess. Often in fiction, this idea that the apocalypse is something of the devil is pushed, but can you blame solely the devil for wanting to destroy the world when God and his angels are okay with the same battle too? You can say that God has a plan, sure, and his intentions with the apocalypse are good while the devil's aren't, but it doesn't change the fact that both sides want the battle to take place. The show Supernatural, which is one of my all-time faves, dealt with this matter flawlessly in seasons 4 and 5, with God's angels trying to kickstart the apocalypse as much as Lucifer's demons were. 13. How his baby son fits into the demonic revolution. Maybe. When season 3 ended, we learned that Leland has a baby on the way, a son. A lot of people were surprised and blown away by this reveal, but a lot of us also saw it coming pretty much since they said the egg was missing for the first time. Way back then, we were like, Leland's gonna fertilize that someday for sure. And anyway, in my case, maybe I clocked this so fast because I love Pretty Little Liars, and this is just like the time AD stole one of the liars' eggs and had them fertilized and used them to impregnate another character. The current evil plot always makes me think of the Pretty Little Liars one. Honestly, maybe Leland should have announced it to Kristen by sending a carton of chicken eggs to her doorstep with a note. But yes, Leland has a baby on the way, and I think I know exactly how the baby is meant to function within the story, at least where the 60 is concerned, not Kristen. Here's my prediction. The 60 wants to put a person, a new recruit, as head of a very important and powerful house. The entity referred to it as a throne, and it's such an important position that they don't want just anybody. They want a child that has been raised to be easily susceptible to evil. Now, initially, Leland believed that Lexis was the person to occupy this throne, this demonic throne, so to speak. So he's been trying to influence her to be more evil. Then, as we saw, he later realized that maybe she's not the person, she's the ambassador. An ambassador is an official representative. Showrunners described this Lexis ambassadorship position as similar to John the Baptist, a prophet who anticipated the eventual arrival of Jesus and sort of planted the seeds to prepare the world for Jesus' arrival. John is considered to be Jesus' precursor. So the ambassador, be it Lexis or whoever, is the precursor who will open the way for the person that will sit on the demonic throne. And who will sit on the demonic throne then? I believe that Leland fathered his baby with the intention of putting him on the throne, with Lexis serving as his ambassador. Raising this future king himself, Leland has the power to teach him the right way to be evil, to ensure he's on board with the demonic revolution, and will help bring it about by occupying this big, important head of house position when he's old enough for it. And why is putting someone on this particular demonic throne so important to Leland? Well, I think it's logical to conclude that this person will play a big role in the demonic revolution. If we look at it in biblical apocalyptic terms, it's like the Antichrist, sowing the seeds as the false prophet to get the world ready for the start of the end of days, to prepare them for the devil's arrival without them even noticing that that's what's happening. Without this Antichrist, the apocalypse doesn't start and Satan doesn't rise back up. Antichrist, Antichrist, who are you, what have you sacrificed? The ambassador seems to fit this idea too. Just as the Antichrist paves the way for Satan, the ambassador paves the way for this future king, who may be seen as an Antichrist figure himself. Antichrist, superstar, do you think you're what they say you are? Now, the show might not necessarily follow the usual Antichrist lore to a T. In fact, I would kind of assume that they won't, but I think it's a similar dynamic or archetype of the 60 needing this kid to kickstart the next phase of their pro-Lucifer plan. It might not be the apocalypse yet, but just the next step towards it. And now with him being Leland's actual biological son, we might have our own Nepo baby of the apocalypse. Might not pan out too though, because the baby might grow up and not be the right fit for the throne, which I think would really disappoint Leland, but hey, it happens. Because we must remember that this child is innocent. I don't want to get too much into predicting what might happen in the upcoming season, but I do want to say that if they make this baby a demon without any explanation, that's a big problem for different reasons. Leland is human, Kristen is human, even a surrogate is human. A Kristen Leland baby should, by all intents and purposes, be human. That's the first problem. It makes no sense. From the day Leland said he was going to be a dad, I saw some people online already calling the boy a demon baby, and that carries a very problematic, unfortunate implication. The belief that a child is automatically bad, born damaged because of who their father is. If there's no reason for this baby to be a little demon, why are people thinking he is? Solely because of who the father is. That is a very damaging implication, and I hope to God the show doesn't go that route. Obviously, the 60 might have messed with the baby's genetics like with Lexus. In some plane of existence, she still kinda even has a tail, and she's supposed to be predisposed or more easily susceptible to evil in theory. But she's still a good person. The entity is pretty much ready to take her out, but they're wrong. She's an innocent child. And this baby boy is the same way. If he actually exhibits real demonic characteristics, which I believe the show will do, yes, then they better explain why. Otherwise, the only implicit explanation is the very gross implication that he's evil and demonic because his dad is. For all intents and purposes, this baby should be a normal human child, who Leland will then teach to be evil. Nurture, not nature. Maybe if they want to make him have powers or something, they can say that demonic DNA was also introduced into the mix when the egg was fertilized, for example. But we need a reason that isn't flimsy, because a Christian Leland baby should and would be human. Or are you trying to tell me that Leland has demonic DNA in him? Again, if that's part of the lore, tell us, because I don't think this was ever even implied in any way. But anyway, even a demon baby can be good. I strongly believe being a little demon does not immediately mean evil, but maybe that's just me. And can we just quickly talk about what Leland might be like as a father? It doesn't technically fit this section, but just roll with it, because I actually have a lot to say on this matter, but I'll save most for after season 4 airs. I'll just say that I'm excited to see Leland taking care of this baby. I can definitely picture him being so excited to bring the baby home, and then soon being a little aggravated and disgruntled when the baby starts to I don't know, cry, especially if he's raising a newborn all by himself because he doesn't want to let anybody else get too close to the child. Well, hey, I could help him raise the baby. I'm offering my services and I volunteer as tribute. But really, it will be interesting to see how he'll handle the normal adjustment period of being a new father. Changing diapers, feeding bottles, all of that. I think it will be kind of adorable. Now, he is rich enough that he could hire a babysitter at all times if he doesn't want to have to get his own hands dirty, which honestly I can't picture him doing. But this baby is important for the demonic revolution, so Leland might want to take front and center in raising him to better direct him toward that future evil path. But really, I think a lot of it will depend on how he actually feels about the baby. Of course, he's excited about it. This kid might end up being super important for the cause, be put on a really important throne. So not only does the plan for the demonic revolution advance, it's Leland's own DNA on the throne. For someone who used to feel unimportant and unappreciated, it doesn't get much bigger than your own offspring getting this throne because you engineered things that way. It can easily be a matter of pride for him too, an ego boost of having someone continue the bloodline. So yeah, he's happy to be a father, might be thrilled even, but will he actually love his son? He could. Evil people can realistically feel love. Plenty of them in real life do. We know Leland has some humanity left, demonstrated by how wounded he still is by his past, and we know that he occasionally craves a little bit of affection, as we have discussed. So it's believable that he could be genuinely attached to and feel love for his son, especially once he holds the tiny bundle in his arms and starts to bond with him. Or it is just as believable that he's too far gone to feel any genuine care or love for anybody, and despite his excitement, this child is purely a means to an end. We really don't know whether Leland is still capable of any love or not. We only know that he was in the past, having loved his ex-wives and all of that. Or maybe he can still love, but it's only in his own selfish way. In my mind, all of these possibilities are equally plausible. It's just a matter of the choice the show makes and what direction they want the character to go in. Like I said briefly in the personalities section at the beginning, I think making him care for his son is the better choice because it gives Leland more depth and makes him a little more complex, but that's just me. By the way, if you want to get a pretty rich dynamic of Leland taking care of an actual Antichrist baby, let me quickly recommend this fic. 14. Afterlife Endgame. What will happen to Lee when he someday dies? To wrap up our musings on the great, evil Dr. Leland Townsend, let's talk about how the show might end. And more importantly, theorize on the afterlife of the people who live to help out the evil side, meaning the devil. Obviously, everyone dies someday, so Leland's day will come too. Maybe not during the time frame of the show. In fact, I hope the show ends with him alive and well and happy and winning. I'm sorry, I just think the show will be much more unique and bolder if evil actually wins, and a more pertinent commentary to society too. But someday he will of course die, and I'd love to know what Leland thinks of the afterlife. He's a human in the very unique position of having irrefutable proof that heaven and hell exist. Like I said before, if the devil is real, then the Christian God must be too, as they are tied by the same theology. So Leland is well aware that his soul might go to hell when he dies. He's banking on the demons winning the ultimate war and taking over everything, but that could be far in the future or never even come to pass if they lose. And even if that happens, there's no guarantee that the humans will reap any rewards. Though he must believe that he will, otherwise why have so much faith in this endgame? He could just be doing his thing for power but not be so dedicated, you know? Taking all of this into account, it does beg the question, what does Leland think will happen to him after he dies? Is that a concern to him at all, or is he merely enjoying his time on Earth, having a great time, having the time of his life, and being like, I'll find out when I die? I bring up these questions because I think they matter. It would be very interesting to hear him talk about this on the show, even if it's just one quick convo. But here's my thought on what the afterlife will be like. My idea comes from certain real-life occult lore and the idea of spirit helpers. The basic gist is, if you dedicated your life to a supernatural entity and you work with them, then after you die, your spirit could continue working with that same entity, just from the other side of the veil now. These entities can be deities, nature spirits, demons, what have you. So I believe, and I'm not the only one by the way, I've seen this idea floating on Twitter and even in fanfic, and maybe we all got it from the same real life lore, I don't know, that Leland will have a place of honor waiting for him in hell. He dedicated a lot to their cause. He really worked hard for them. He was so efficient in bringing more and more people into evil. If anyone deserves a reward, it's him. I honestly don't think that a man like him would suffer in hell. It would not be punishment to him. I think he will still have value and power there. He can serve the same purpose that he did in life as a spirit that is an agent of chaos and mischief. He can continue to tempt and corrupt, but indirectly, as he is now on the other side of the veil. So yeah, even death will be good for him. Remember in the pilot when a teary-eyed and shocked Kristen told him to go to hell and he smoothly said with pleasure? I think he thinks it will be good, and I agree with him. It's happy hell for Leland someday, and you can pry this endgame from my cold, dead hands. This is what's gonna happen. The end. 15. The fandom. Stance, shippers, and the loyalty that Lee commands. So now that we've looked at the character in detail, and before we wrap it up, and thanks for coming along for such a lengthy ride by the way. When I said deep dive, I really went as deep as hell. But we need to look at the fan response too, and how the character can be perceived in a few different ways by different people. Firstly, and most importantly, Leland is a clear fan favorite. I did do a deep dive for this section. I was on Twitter doing advanced searches where I had the date that each season was airing plus a hashtag, which by the way, the hashtag changes every season, so it was not that easy to find everything. And I went through the whole thing. I saw what people had to say about him on Reddit and Instagram. I saw the story highlights from the official Instagram account that had like people giving opinions on each episode. I read actual reviews and recaps, and I even spoke directly to some people who watched the show and I asked them a few questions about Leland. So I think I have my finger on the pulse here and I can make a fair assessment of why the people who like Leland like him so much and why he has become such a fan fave. I mean, I pretty much already told you why he's so well liked. That's all over this video. But he's not only well liked, he commands a loyalty and dedication that nobody else on the show seems to have. I found more fan cams and edits of him than any other characters. There are Tumblr accounts full of screen caps and gifs of him, a Twitter account dedicated to screenshots and commentary solely of him, an Instagram account with videos only of him, and they're all run by different people, so it's not the same fan doing all of this. And I'm talking about the character of Leland Townsend solely. I'm not talking about the actor, because of course the actor has plenty of fan pages across every type of social media website too. Obviously he's very beloved, but I'm talking specifically of Leland. None of the show's other characters have any of these things dedicated to them. Not yet, and we're headed into season 4. Season 4 would already be here if not for the strike. About a quarter of all evil fanfics on Archive of Our Own, which is the biggest fanfiction platform, are focused on Leland. Either him alone, or a crossover with another show, or a romance with him and an original character. Then the other 3/4 are divided between all the other characters of the show, and even Leland himself is included in those sometimes. Sometimes he shows up in those. Evil is not a show that has too much of that type of fan content in the first place, but what it does have generally focuses around Leland. When the official account tweeted a video of each character a day for the Emmys campaign, Leland's was the last one tweeted, but it quickly amassed the same amount of likes as Kristen, who was the first one tweeted, so hers had a lot more time to gather likes. It was like a week or more than that apart, and both Kristen and Leland's videos have considerably more likes than all the others, and she's literally the main character. I definitely feel like the people in the marketing department of the show are aware of this. They know that he's a fan favorite and they use this. I can't can't really prove this part with any statistics, but it always seemed like every week they'd release sneak peek pictures of Leland scenes. They pretty much post a lot of his scenes on Twitter. They do like the weekly promos with a lot of him, even when he's only gonna be in one scene in the entire episode. It's still kind of heavily including him. For Christmas, they posted a video of Michael completely in character as Lee, reading "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." No other character got anything like that. Right before season 3 ended, they even posted a video that was like a badass compilation of some of Leland's best moments, and then they never did that for any of the other characters as far as I saw. People were waiting for them, but they never came. They said Leland stands right, and that was that. Aside from the casual Leland likers, you have the actual fangirls, fanboys, and fan non-binaries all reacting to the seductive allure of darkness and this freedom of doing what you want. And of course, we have to consider that they're also reacting to how attractive and charismatic the actor is. Because if he wasn't, I'm pretty sure that the fan response to Leland wouldn't be quite so enthusiastic in the thirst department, at least. I either found or talked to a staggering amount of people who said they're only still watching the show because of Leland, like solely because of Leland. Some admit to it publicly, very openly. Some would only talk about it in private messages because they don't want to be rude. But I can tell you that it's a significant chunk of, maybe not the audience, but of at least the fandom. This does not account for casual viewers, of course. I'm sure they don't feel the same way. But it's still an impressive number for Leland to pull if a good chunk of the fandom would just drop the show if he wasn't there at all. Now, from what I've personally been witnessing over the past 3 or so years, I love the Leland stans. Like, the actual stans. Because people who like him but are casual about it, they're always like, "Oh, Leland is so funny. I really like him," or "Oh, Leland scares me. He's a great villain," and they appreciate his witty one-liners. But they often have a more superficial view of the character. I guess they're not paying as much attention, even though I don't really think you need to pay attention to notice these things. The stans, on the other hand, they are so good at easily and seamlessly analyzing Leland's psychology and understanding all the implied little details about him. Kind of like what we're doing in this video, really. Fans can be protective of Leland naturally. More than that, it can frustrate them when part of the audience only holds Leland accountable for his wrongdoings, but they don't keep the same energy when other characters hurt people too. That is kind of a messed up double standard in my opinion too, even though obviously there are differences between what one person is doing and what Leland is doing. Also, the Lee stans seem like some of the nicest and most empathetic people in the fandom towards the other characters. Other fans of the show unfortunately tend to be hateful at times, but I genuinely never saw that from the Leland stans. Like, I saw many non-Leland fans clamoring for Andy to die. Now they want Cheryl to be gone, or they're constantly complaining about the 4 Bouchard girls, while fans of Leland were the ones saying that they hoped Andy survived. They were enjoying the daughter's dynamics, and I never saw them say a bad word about Cheryl either. Definitely not in like "I want her gone" type of way. I mentioned this not to like hype his fans up, but because I find it interesting, and I do wonder if them being more empathetic people in general and more able to put themselves in somebody else's shoes plays any part in liking such a villainous character like Leland, because they can still see him like the human being that he is. It really feels like there's a connection here. People who are not as empathetic, they can just dismiss Leland as he's a bad guy, he doesn't deserve anything. But the people who are empathetic, I do think there's a connection in treating all characters with compassion while gravitating towards Lee, who doesn't really have any compassion to offer to others himself. Like, he's not an empathetic person, but he probably in a way needs compassion the most because he's the worst person there and probably one of the most damaged ones there. Just food for thought, I don't know. By the way, I hope this goes without saying, but obviously Leland is amazing because he's fictional. There are no consequences to him hurting others because none of them are real. Obviously in real life we wouldn't love them, but we do love our Dr. Leland Townsend. I want to quickly go a bit more in depth about what I claimed in the intro of why people love Leland so much and why they gravitate to him. I've already covered most of what he's praised for, like personality-wise and plot-wise. Aside from what we've already discussed, the fun, irreverent personality that charms the audience, liberation from societal constraints, and the confidence that he has in himself, there are a couple more important details. I saw multiple reviews mentioning that he's the most consistent character, especially in season 2, where everybody else was honestly kind of of a mess and all over the place. I saw some fans talk about this too, and through all of that messiness, Leland remained consistent. We know what he wants, even if it's just vaguely at times, and we know the lengths that he'll go to get it. Every season, all of his actions and dialogue are completely Leland-like. They make sense for the character. His choices and thoughts all line up with who he is as a person. It was nice for the audience to have one character that they could count on to act consistently, and that they could feel like they knew and understood. There are also many reviews and interviews, and obviously fans saying that too, but that's a given, naming Leland as the comic relief of the show. That's undeniable. I mean, we've talked a little bit about his humor before. Plenty of other characters get funny moments too, but with Leland, most of his scenes are funny. Not necessarily the entire scene, but there will always be one punchy one-liner in there at least. Which is perhaps surprising given the sinister nature of his agenda. But it's precisely because of that lack of regard for being kind, his lack of regard for people's feelings and for societal norms, that he is able to say such funny things.
Oh, so if I'm a psychopath, I can't be possessed?
No, you can be both.
Yay.
And the way that he says it helps a lot. Actually, it makes all of the difference. The lines by themselves are written funny, but the acting really carries them. Props to Michael Emerson again, of course, because Leland's playful way of phrasing things, even when it's a serious provocation, make him cut the tension with lighthearted and truly comedic scenes. Some of the dark humor may not be for everybody, but there are undeniable moments like his singing, which was mostly improvised by the actors, by the way. The script said for Leland to sing just one line of the song, but Michael knew the song and he kept going, and Tim Matheson also knew it, so he joined in. Or like the confessional, when he's going on about stealing a classmate's lunch and not feeling bad, etc. And of course, when he isn't being funny, he can often be the catalyst that makes other characters confront realities they don't want to see or admit to, or even confront their own morality of how far they're willing to go, or their own feelings. For the audience, that's very interesting. He, Leland, adds depth and conflict to the other characters too. And he always does it by saying interesting things in a sort of knowing way, or with a bit of a wink, or ominously. It depends on the case, but it's always thrilling to watch. He's definitely fairly silver-tongued and knows how to pick the most effective words to use, be it to flatter and recruit, or to cut down and hurt someone, like we looked at in the job section. Characters like that can be polarizing. Sometimes the audience can also be made uncomfortable by those truths that are forcefully pulled out of someone. But if you're not, then it's an absolute delight to watch him do it. I personally prefer when he's the comic relief in that way, rather than when he's more like the butt of the joke. Partly out of personal preference, because I don't really like that style of humor. Like, it's never funny to me to see someone hurt. And partly because I think sometimes they overdo it. Season 1 Leland was a huge threat, and he still is a huge threat. He's dangerous, he's incredibly smart, he's a mastermind, but sometimes they want to make him be a joke and it's too jarring. Of course, he can be a dangerous mastermind and still make mistakes and have some of these moments, but season 3 in particular took his teeth and claws away a little too much in my opinion, to the point where some of the audience was starting to underestimate him. Even the showrunners claimed that they added the murder of the priest in the end to remind people that Lee is still a threat and that they can strike at any moment even when you're not expecting. So I get the sense that they knew he was coming off a little less dangerous in season 3 until then, and until probably the Andy and the baby thing. The fandom, and this is important, is also very invested in Leland's hair. A couple people pointed this out, and I noticed too that his hair goes on a journey. It changes pretty much every episode. Do you remember that he was blonde in the pilot? Because I do. He looked so angelic. We have times where this swirl here is up. We have fuller, longer hair. We have it slicked back with or without the swirl. We have these spikes up. We have it short. The hair and wardrobe department on the show cannot give him consistent hair. I don't think it's really on purpose to convey any message, and in the end it doesn't really matter though, because Lee slays all hairstyles and he looks stunning in everything. In the interest of being fair, now that we've spent so long praising him and talking about how and why people love him so much, we have to look at the criticism of Leland too. What do people dislike about him? Well, really, the only thing that I saw being said as a complaint of him was that he's such a bad guy or he's creepy, which, I mean, hey, it's your right to not vibe with this character and miss out on all the iconic fun of him. But I think if the only criticism is that he's a bad person, then in other words, the criticism is that he serves the villainous purpose that he is meant to serve within the story. Then that just means that he's a great and well-written character. People could stand to remember the depth of his backstory a little more though. It really adds a lot to him. And about him being creepy, I mean, he is definitely supposed to be at times. I don't even know if that's real criticism, because if you're never even a little creeped out by some of the more extreme things that he does, then that would be surprising. Maybe a little strange if you were never a little creeped out at all. So yeah, there are definitely moments meant to be creepy in the whole show with a lot of different characters, I think. It's so impressive because the actor in real life is not creepy at all. Like, in fact, he's one of the sweetest, most genuine people, most adorable people ever, with the most pleasant and easygoing vibes I've ever seen in anyone famous. He has this really sweet and kind and friendly smile that lights up the room. Everyone who works with him ever says that he's just genuinely the nicest, and he has the friendliest demeanor. So he really is a fantastic actor because he knows how to conjure up this aura of menace from absolutely nowhere. An aura that is absolutely not inherent to him at all. And all of a sudden, his eyes that are usually so warm and friendly become like vacant and chilling and even dark when he wants them to be for a role. Which is of course the case with Leland, and then his speech turns dangerous. So seriously, you know, like all the awards to him because he's just fantastic. Leland is the complete opposite from him. But also, Lee is really different from every other role he's ever played. Yeah, I'm going on a tangent, but yeah, Michael's roles are all really unique and all really good, and it's amazing. Definitely check out his work if you're not familiar with his other characters, because there are really some amazing ones, and they're all brilliant performances. Well, sorry, that was like a fan rabbit hole that I just fell down on, but back to Leland. The only other thing other than being too bad a person that I saw being said about him was specifically relating to season 3, which is that some people were getting kind of annoyed in the beginning at the things that he was doing, because it was just kind of smaller things, kind of like needling at people like in their ear. But it's important to remember that that was intentional. There's this one Michael interview where he says, I don't remember the exact wording, but basically he says that early in the season Leland was just going to be buzzing around being an annoyance or being annoying, something like that. But he said that that was because he was sitting on something big that he was going to review like late in the season. So you know, he was very purposely trying to annoy the other characters, to get a reaction out of them, to get under their skin, and I guess it worked on some of the audience too. One of his purposes as a person within the story is to irritate the other people enough that they'll succumb to corruption in some way. Personally, I find Leland way too charismatic to ever be annoying. Like, even if he is trying to be annoying, I'm entertained by his antics always. So I love it. And some of the people that were saying that, I mean, I don't know about all of them, but some certainly seemed to like him enough in the earlier seasons. They were just kind of not feeling the first half of season 3 because of this. It was all fixed by the end though, where he reveals the big pregnancy scheme and reasserts himself as a power player. You shouldn't have doubted him. I knew he was going to be a power player. I say that, but actually, if I didn't see that interview before the season aired, I maybe would have been a little worried too. Not annoyed, never annoyed with Leland, but worried because, like I said, for a while he was appearing a little too weak for a character previously set up as such a huge threat with spies everywhere and innumerable resources. But the semi-finale and the finale redeemed it with the Monsignor's death and the baby reveal, because they re-established how dangerous and how much of a threat Leland really is. Like I said before, it even worked in a meta way. In the show, he is so good at playing nice and appearing harmless when he wants to people that don't know him yet. And for a season he did that too, tricking even some of the audience who thought that maybe they'd seen the best of him already and his worst tricks already, only to bite hard and shock them in the end, much like he did to Kristen and I'm sure the other characters when they learned about the baby stuff. So yes, of course there are people out there who don't enjoy the character. That's normal for any character. It seems to always boil down to not vibing with his humor, so he's just an antagonist, not a charismatic and fun to watch antagonist. Now that we've talked about the Leland lovers and the Leland critics, let's tackle the ships. Shipping is a very big part of any fandom. I think we all know this. And my god, does Leland get some dedicated shippers. That was kind of a funny ride to go on, trying to research people's opinions on all this. Creeland is by far the most popular. Yes, that is Kristen Leland. It's the only ship in all of Evil that has an actual ship name. Even Kristen David, the ship that the show expects you to ship, and arguably the main ship, the one where they're canonically in love and in a will they won't they thing, does not have a ship name. Creeland has a name. It has fan edits, fanfic, the whole thing. You might be taken aback thinking, why do people ship them when Leland has done so much to mess up her life? Well, there are two reasons. The first reason was explained brilliantly in this tweet. It says it all, really, so I don't need to repeat it. The second reason is the actors themselves said that there is chemistry between the characters.
But also it feels kind of sexual between us sometimes.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
love when we
Oh my.
play that kind of, oh, you know what I mean? But I feel like hate or aggression can also read as as chemistry, like a section. And I think that we do like this play with, we kind of both enjoy mind games that we play with each other.
Yeah, it's a kind of weird flirtation.
Yeah.
Also, there's this tweet of Katya saying there's sexual tension between them. If there's any existing sexual tension, then by default, there must be mutual attraction between the characters. That's just common sense. Without mutual attraction, there's no sexual tension. After all that, after Katya literally saying that it is kind of sexual between them, and Michael saying that it is kind of a weird flirtation, you can't expect some people not to ship them. If the actors themselves are throwing out chemistry in their acting interactions, people will ship, especially once Kristen started slipping into the dark side. Enemies to lovers is a hugely popular trope, and they're not so unmatched in personality when Kristen is acting like that, when she's in the more uneven, like Leland says, moments of her life. Remember in the season 3 opener when she said, "Would you like that?" It sounded so flirty. Honestly, I am not a big shipper of them myself, but I can't hear that line in any other way other than flirting. If the show doesn't want the audience to pick up on their chemistry and to think that Kristen is actually flirting with Leland, then they need to change how the lines are delivered, because it's getting to be a little undeniable if you consider everything. Obviously, Creelan isn't a healthy ship. I don't think any of the shippers would argue that it is. But when the actors themselves talk about how their dynamic can be read as chemistry, you really can't blame shippers for wanting them to hook up. They're just picking up on the chemistry put in by the actors and writers. Amongst the Creelan shippers, there are divided opinions between wanting an endgame of them together, where Kristen fully joins the dark side, versus the people that want them to hook up once or twice just for fun and just get it out of their systems and no real drama, and just go their separate ways, and she can eventually return to being a good person. You know, the devil works hard, the 60 works harder, but the Creelan shippers work the hardest. This ship went from being unknown in season 1 to being one of the most popular on social media and the most acknowledged by cast and crew. And the shippers got it acknowledged without shoving the ship under the cast's noses. This is the very first Creelan mention by name that I can find. Katya liked the tweet. She was not tagged or mentioned at all. She just found it. Then it started getting traction and being a bit more teased, asked about in a couple of interviews, baited even a little bit by official sources like the creator saying the happy couple. So it seems like the ship reached people on the show organically. The second most popular ship is Leland with the new character, or OC. Interestingly enough, a lot of fans don't want Leland with anyone that is currently a character on the show. They think that nobody matches up to him well enough, and they would rather get a new character that is more on his level. It can start as an enemies to lovers, people seem to really like that idea, but the consensus seems to be someone who will genuinely support him and is as on board with Team Lucy as he is. The names of Taylor and the blonde from the building were thrown around as possibilities for that, since the characters are practically new because we know nothing about them. And I gotta say, he smiled very big at Taylor when she came in, and she literally bit her lip while he told her joke. So I see division, I see where people are coming from. New characters sometimes dip into the realm of not show characters, but original characters, meaning characters that each fan thought up themselves. Whether they wrote the fic or not, they have a certain personality in their mind. For the fics that do exist, Leland and well-written original characters get a lot of love from readers. And honestly, I saw many people shipping themselves with Leland, so you know, that counts. You do you. So yes, from my count, the second most popular ship for Leland is him and a new woman that comes into the show. Comes into the show now and has great fun, sexy chemistry with him, but not so much baggage. They can still have conflict, and I mean, Leland is always going to be Leland, but just without that much baggage. A healthier ship. You will never have a fully healthy relationship if you fall for a man like Leland, but it could be healthier if it's not with someone already on the show. And the fans have great ideas for fresh dynamics in a new romantic ship for him. This is my personal choice too. If Leland is gonna have a canon ship, I would prefer that it's somebody new. In third place, we have Leland and Cheryl, which is the only canonical relationship we saw him have so far in the present. Some people still ship them romantically, wishing they'd rekindle their romance, but with Leland being more genuinely on board this time and not just pretending to date her, kinda. They either want them together as an actual power couple or as allies with benefits, mostly. It is fair to say that these two characters spend a lot of time together, and they currently seem very comfortable with one another, and they used to have great fun chemistry and a fun time when they dated. So I get why the ship is still alive, for sure. There are some fan posts and photo edits of them, and I saw at least one video edit. Someone told me their friend wrote a pretty explicit fanfic of the two, but felt embarrassed to post it. I don't quite know what to say to that, other than I'm sure there would be an audience for that fic. I didn't see a name for it though, so can we officially dub it Lero? Lilo? Anyways, I also saw one person shipping him with Edward, who does have a very similar personality to Lee, and they seem to get along well and they have fun together. So I can kind of see that vision. Leland could be a bisexual king, as long as the show makes it clear that that has nothing to do with him being aligned with the devil. The show already has a weird track record of linking any sexual desire with darkness, so I don't know if I trust them to handle this, but there you have it. These are all the main ships that the fandom has for Leland, and I think that's all we really need to say about the fandom. It's strong, it's thriving, and they're fun.
Final thoughts.
I think there is a symbiotic relationship between good and evil. Unless there's a complete change in the world structure, like for example paradise on earth or hell on earth, they can't exist without the other. Leland's evil is needed to contrast all that is good in the world. And Leland's evil is also needed to get certain things done. To truly corrupt someone, you must have the person act out of their own free will. You can't force them, they have to choose it. Otherwise, does it even really count as a corrupted soul? And that's where Leland excels. We gotta remember that every person he has corrupted had free will and the choice to say no at every step of the way. But they let themselves be taken into this journey towards evil. I wanted to finish this video by saying something salient and deep, but it's been months of work, and for what? To make you appreciate the icon that is Leland, that's what for. And to show you all the depth and complexity and fun that he possesses. I think we have a pretty good grasp on why the wicked Dr. Leland Townsend, our villainous man with demonic allegiances, gets such a positive, strong response from fans now. He makes evil charming and fun, he is unapologetic in who he is, he can be aspirational in how he acts free and unabashed, he's very clever and a hard worker, he's often the comic relief of the show and the menacing threat. He shows vulnerability, he's the one driving the plot forward and making the others react. We see the other characters' psychological states through him, and of course there are a lot of people who are just straight up attracted to him because he's handsome, he is dapper, and he is charming, and he is sexy. In life, our own happy ending is more up to us than we realize sometimes. Lee, as Jake, wasn't happy, so he made a change in his life. His past can't haunt him anymore, and he won't let people hurt him again. He has power and he's happy, even if he maybe did not think all of the consequences through. It's all pretty inspirational if not for the evil part of it, right? But it's worth for all of us to keep in mind that the power that he has now and that he feels that he has now was always available inside of him for him to access. He just didn't know how to pull it out and he needed demonic help for that. But he had it in him, just like we all do. And now he's our archetype of the serpent in the garden. A tempter who can seduct and make you fall from grace, spreading chaos and evil and mischief wherever he goes, and having a great time doing it. Okay, let's wrap this up because when I said deep dive, I really went as deep as hell itself, which is appropriate with wow. I took a risk in discussing a character so in depth for a show that's still ongoing, I think. It's making me nervous because the next season could answer some of these questions, or take an opposite approach, or take a turn for the worse, or even retcon some canon things. But the devil appreciates boldness, I'm sure, so here we are. I do hope Leland will be explored more in depth in the upcoming seasons, because as I hope I've made clear by now, the potential with him is endless and so rich. Not only the potential to explore his psyche, his different endeavors and shenanigans and schemes, his character arc and his rich personality, but also the piece of his backstory that we don't have, and how his alliance with Lucifer came about. He's not as enigmatic of a character anymore, so there's no drawback in exploring it fully. I hope we all understand now why it's so important to have empathy in general, including for Leland, and especially show compassion to Jake Perry. And I hope I've made a convincing case as to why Leland can never really technically fail his mission. He will win, even though on the show I'm sure he won't, unless the writers decide to be really out of the box and brave. I really feel that ultimately giving the evil side a win is what would truly consolidate the show into something unique to be remembered for generations to come, and with a real message of what unfortunately happens in real life way too often. Evil gets away with it. Critics would eat that up. Even the general public can't get on board with an ending like that if the show starts focusing a little more on the evil side as a whole, just so that we can grow more of a bond with them, if you don't already have one. And please give me a The 60s spin-off with Leland as the main character. It could run on 2 timelines, one with the current Leland and one of the child, teen, and early 20s Leland, with occasional flashbacks to centuries ago, like long before Leland was even born, to show us how the 60s was formed. It's easy. The villain of the spin-off would be a rival satanic organization that is even worse than the 60s, so you end up rooting for them by default. And it could give us an enemies to lovers arc between Leland and a woman from the rival organization. It writes itself, really. Do the spin-off. Thank you for coming along on this journey with me. This is like the little pig that Leland chose as an avatar, maybe because his sigil is also a pig and that is his sigil. Hi. So please give me a like if you enjoyed some of this video, because it would definitely help. Consider subscribing if you would like to see more in-depth essays from me, including the one on the 60 that I want to make, and an eventual part 2 for Leland whenever the show ends. And bye!